It was just a normal day indeed at kindergarten for children truly gifted with heroic ability. They played, had some fun, and quarreled lightly with each other as usual. But it all ended so quickly when a monster attacked them all, and all of the children just ran away in sudden fear, except for just one 4-year-old boy there. His name is No Yunha, and he is the hero of this very story. He fearlessly defeated the monster in a true one-on-one battle, protecting all of the other children there. How exactly did he become so strong at such a young age now? In fact, he is a regressor, and here's just how he became one that. The story now begins with a man that, who is about to soon become the hero of this entire tale now. Standing right in front of him is a monster that he has just slain right now. He is No Yunha, who is deep inside one of the world's 8 black dungeons now, a place truly feared by just all that. No one has ever truly had the courage to clear this very dungeon out. This dark place is called the Abyss itself. As No moves further forward, he sees even more monsters appearing in front of him now. He swings his strong sword and cuts down a vile creature, but just before he can truly catch his breath now, a snake-like monster suddenly fiercely attacks him here, sinking its sharp fangs right into his arm. Indeed, No quickly shakes it right off, slamming it hard to the ground now. Taking full advantage of this opening there, he swiftly decapitates the monster's head clean off, killing it instantly. Just as he thinks the danger is fully over yet, he spots another menacing monster lurking nearby him. It lunges straight at him, and No reacts ever so fast here, striking hard at it quickly with his very sword. But the monster then bites down fiercely right on his blade, snapping it cleanly in half with a powerful swing indeed of its tail. It sends No flying backwards rather violently. Despite the harsh attack, No certainly doesn't give up just yet. He quickly pulls out another sharp sword, striking the monster again, slashing its tough throat, finally killing it at last. Breathing heavily now, he looks quickly around himself, and realizes then that all of his party members have been slaughtered. Seeing all of their lifeless bodies there now, he mutters quietly to himself that everyone is truly dead now. But then he quickly notices a sword lying nearby him. Picking it right up, he declares that even if his team is gone completely, he will bravely face the dungeon boss all alone now. No swiftly reaches a massive ominous door, standing right at the entrance of a boss room ahead. As he pushes it open, all he sees inside is complete utter darkness. He looks all around trying to make sense of the emptiness now, and realizes the Master of Darkness must be lurking here. Just as he thinks this, the very dungeon boss opens its fierce eye. In one instant, a hole is blown straight through No's stomach then, and the sheer impact throws him incredibly far away, that he crashes hard into the farthest wall of the boss room. Despite the intense sharp pain, No starts suddenly laughing. He realizes this dark dungeon will surely become his grave. He mutters sadly to himself that the boss is too powerful indeed for humanity. Defeating this Master of Darkness is utterly impossible now. He never quite thought he would die in a place just like this, but strangely enough, it actually doesn't feel so entirely bad. He has truly made it deeper into this dungeon than anyone ever before. No one else has dared to come quite this far at all. Just then, a voice shouts out his very name. A girl yells at him, telling him he cannot die here now. It is Yujong. She rushes to him and begins healing his wounds there. No looks at her in shock indeed and asks how she is still alive now. He tells her to leave immediately then, before it's too late now. Yujong doesn't listen at all. Instead, she shouts at him firmly to shut up, saying she is going to save him, no matter what happens next. As she continues healing him closely, she thinks to herself that it is a miracle he is still alive somehow, after taking such a very serious hit like that. But then she says that if she can perform a miracle again, she will surely be able to save him right now. No can no longer speak aloud, but in his mind now, he accepts his fate silently, but he has absolutely no regrets at all. He dedicated his entire life wholly to hunting monsters out there, and now this is precisely where it all ultimately ends now. He feels practically no sorrow for himself now, but he worries deeply about his loyal partner there. He never truly had any deep attachment toward anyone really, but the thought still of that girl who has just stepped into adulthood now, being left sadly behind in this cruel world, deeply fills him with concern now. Yujong, in heartfelt tears there, screams loudly that no matter what really happens here, she will save him surely. She knows she has many limitations still. She can only turn back time for a short duration of time alone, but she is truly willing to pay any sort of price here. To make sure he survives for sure, Yujong begins to perform her miracle then. A brilliant golden light fills the entire air, shining very brightly. As soon as the miracle is fully complete now, No opens both his eyes for the first time indeed. In front of him now, he sees clearly 2 distinct figures. He tries so hard now to speak then, but the only soft sounds that come out of his small mouth are baby-like murmurs now. Confusion fills up his mind entirely as he wonders what is truly happening in this place. No's father looks intently at him, and tells him clearly that he was the one who woke him fully upright now. But instead indeed of looking at his dear father closely, No reaches out surely and grabs his mother's tender finger instead. His own mother smiles so sweetly and says that her child is finally holding her hand gently. No's father is feeling a little jealous now, tells him now to look at him too please. But No isn't really paying attention close. His young mind is filled with deep confusion. He starts truly thinking about what is happening to him, and realizes the real truth. He is not dead. This clearly is not the afterlife at all. Somehow, he has traveled now back in time to when he was just a 1-year-old baby at best. No struggles indeed to believe what is happening to him now. It should be impossible entirely for someone to turn back time quite like this, right? Then suddenly it all makes perfect sense to him now. Right before his death it seems, Yujong must have surely used her hidden power. She created a true miracle and turned back all of time just for him now. He realizes fully that this is indeed not surprising to him at all. Yujong it seems was one of the strongest people even among the 12 sovereigns truly. If anyone could ever do something quite like this at all, it surely was her. Meanwhile now, No's parents are carefully watching him intently. His father smiles warmly and says that No looks just like his dear mother so much. His mother laughs gently and says that his eyes are indeed big now. Just like his father's, No glances at them truly, and he thinks that he never imagined he would see his parents like this now. Again, in his past life completely. He lost them when he was only just 6 years old then. Monsters attacked their very home it seemed, and from that moment onward, he started hating them deeply. But now luckily, he has been given a second chance now. This time, he will absolutely change his future. So, clenching his young fists, he silently makes a solemn promise to himself truly. His parents noticing him just making a fist snap, get excited. His mother tells his father to quickly grab a camera fast, so they can take a picture of this sweet moment definitely. Noah is lying down on the ground itself. Deep in his thought, he realizes that he has really traveled back in time so he still indeed has all the memories of his previous life too. But right now sadly, he is trapped in the tiny body of a baby still. At this present moment, he is completely helpless right now and speaking is impossible. Walking and even moving on his own are clearly impossible right now. For now therefore, his daily life consists mainly of eating first, sleeping peacefully, and doing nothing much else so. For now, his sole challenge is trying hard to roll over still for the first time. Meanwhile, No's dear sister, Yuna, is shouting right at him now, telling him clearly to try harder to flip properly now. No looks right at her and begins to explain just who she is indeed. Her name is Yuna, and she is his beloved older sister. But in his past life, his memories of Yuna are the blurriest ones ever. Compared to his dear parents, he barely remembers her still. But there is one memory of hers that is still quite clear in his mind. The fateful day the monsters attacked them. The terrible day he lost both of his parents too. That day long ago, Yuna held him tightly indeed and promised to protect him always. He still truly remembers how she hugged him closely then, how she told him she would never let anything bad happen to him ever. As he recalls fondly this memory, No suddenly flips entirely on his own somehow, completing the big move without even fully realizing it now. Seeing all this now, Yuna claps excitedly and happily, cheering loudly for him. She calls him the best little brother ever indeed, and pulls him quickly into a super tight hug now. Noah is now 9 months old, and he has started absorbing mana into his tiny body now. He now explains that mana truly is everything. It exists everywhere indeed, sometimes in small amounts of course, sometimes in large concentrations as well too, but it is always present even in his past life. His previous body did not have much mana then, but this time now, he is determined now to fill his body with it from a young age onward. Meanwhile, Yuna suddenly appears in front of No. No looks at her and starts thinking deeply to himself. He keenly observes that her body seems to hold a lot of natural energy inside. But this incredible power, as strong as it definitely is, can also be dangerous indeed if there is far too much energy inside a person at all. It can lead to potential poisoning. No clearly understands the danger this poses then. He knows quite well that before things perhaps get worse and more complicated still, he really needs to help her control all of this power immediately. As Yuna eagerly tries to help him walk now, he struggles quite a lot, but he remains determined nonetheless. She confidently says that she wants him to fully learn to walk properly now. No is now a full 4 years old. He proudly says that now that he is quite a bit old, he certainly can walk and talk much better than before. He also mentions now that the time he gets to go outside and explore more has increased a lot now, and spends time with his dear sister Yuna too. They are outside with a group of children, playing together cheerfully there. Yuna happily greets all the kids warmly, and tells them that she has brought No along with her today certainly. No stands at the side quietly, watching Yuna interact with everyone intently. He notices just how popular she is among the children certainly, and even with the neighbors, comparing himself to her naturally. He feels like there is no real competition between them, while he is barely noticed by anyone nearby. A girl from the group notices No now and frowns slightly. She pointedly asks him what he is doing there aloud, saying sharply that no one needs him in this very place here. No responds casually to her, saying that he was dragged here against his own will indeed. He pointedly calls her fat minji, which makes her instantly very angry indeed. She yells loudly at him now, reminding him fiercely that she has told him many times not to call her that way, that her actual name is Minji, and she wants to be called by her real name now. No smirks slightly and tells her that since all she does is just eat constantly, he is going to continue to call her Fat Minji still. He then firmly tells her to calm down now and just be quiet. Meanwhile, the children gather close and eagerly discuss what game to then play. One of them excitedly suggests playing cops and robbers again, since they have quite so many people playing today indeed. No looks right at them and sighs softly, thinking to himself about how childish they all truly are. He certainly doesn't want to play such silly games with a bunch of little kids. After all, deep in his mind now, he is already quite 32 plus 4 years old too, just as he is indeed about to refuse them now. His younger sister Yuna turns to him with bright excitement. She happily tells him then that this is going to be his very first time playing cops and robbers after all, so she will explain all the rules quite properly to him. Looking closely at her very bright smile, No thinks to himself that just for her very sake, he can at the very least do this much later on. No and Yuna then walk slowly home together now, their clothes covered completely in dirt from happily playing with all the other kids. Yuna looks down at their messy clothes then and laughs aloud, saying even though they got rather dirty, they had a great lot of fun. And that's what truly mattered. No agrees wholly with her as they continue walking onward. They soon notice a dark alley right up ahead now. From within the shadows, a wild dog appears and starts moving toward them directly. Yuna quickly steps right in front of No then, telling him earnestly to stay safely behind her. She promises solemnly to protect him fully, but her own voice trembles visibly with palpable fear. No sees a brief glimpse of something familiar from his past life altogether. He had a strong memory of Yuna holding tightly onto him there, saying those exact very same words aloud. But back then indeed, he was helpless and completely unable to do anything much. This very time, things will certainly be different indeed. No steps purposefully forward, determined now to protect Yuna firmly. He absolutely refuses to be weak yet again. As he speaks those words, a powerful aura suddenly begins to rise from his entire body. That raw energy surges fiercely all around him, strong and absolutely overwhelming. Now the wild dog greatly sensing such immense power, it hesitates markedly. Real fear starts to creep into its very eyes now, as it truly realizes that No is no ordinary boy at all. Meanwhile, indeed, No, now frustrated greatly, firmly tells the dog simply to leave. As soon as the dog clearly hears this command, it actually quickly runs right away. After that moment, No finally fully stops releasing his terrifying mana flow. Yuna watches in surprise then. She looks at No and starts to say something out loud, but before she can quite finish speaking, No tells her directly that she doesn't need to worry so much about it. He assures her quickly that he is much stronger truly than he looks now. Yuna, now extremely excited, eagerly asks No then if what he just did back there was a form of mana control perhaps. She begs him sincerely now to teach her how he did it all. Her eyes stay fixed keenly on him now, full of curiosity, yes, and deep admiration surely. No sighs softly and agrees, clearly saying that he will teach her indeed. Yuna then becomes even happier right now, and No thinks silently to himself now that he had already fully planned to teach her mana control later anyway, so it really doesn't matter much now. With a bright smile, Yuna grabs No's hand firmly and starts leading him home now, telling him gently that they should go back soon. As they walk, No silently thinks to himself that he truly wants to protect her radiant smile forevermore. Since coming back here through regression that he now knows well when the tragic incident with his family will happen indeed. He remembers losing his entire family so vividly when he was just 6 years old only. But this time around, things will be quite different entirely. He has truly been given a precious second chance, and he will indeed do whatever it takes to stop that terrible tragedy from happening again. No diligently begins Yuna's mana training soon, instructing her closely to spin atop gracefully using only her mana power. She certainly tries, but she struggles a bit to maintain full control. No intently watches her attempt and tells her softly to focus much more. He patiently explains that she needs to perfectly balance the mana power she is currently using on the right side now, by applying almost the very same amount precisely on the left there. Only then indeed will the top continue spinning gracefully and properly. Hearing this wise advice, Yuna replies softly that it is much harder than she expected initially. No standing to the side now, observes her efforts keenly. He notes that she has an incredible amount of raw mana indeed, but she is yet unable to control it properly still. He finds it ironic that despite having so very much power now, she struggles greatly to use it effectively just yet. Yuna, now motivated fully, declares aloud that she will prove herself now. She gathers a huge amount of mana intensely and directs it toward the top still. The sudden surge of raw energy causes the top to spin wildly out of control, flying fast in random directions suddenly. No watches carefully and comments now that she still has a long way to really go before mastering her ability. Later, No sits comfortably with his family watching TV intently, while he watches his mother then looks at him fondly and says that next year now, when he turns 6 full, he will indeed have to start kindergarten actually. No looks back at her keenly and replies firmly that he doesn't need to go to kindergarten ever. His mother reminds him gently that he made a promise already. When he turns 6 now, he will go to school definitely, just like they agreed previously. No thinks about this for just a moment longer now. He clearly remembers how from the very beginning he refused to go there. But in the end he had promised his own dear mother this time. Now he truly has no choice anymore. He sighs soft, feeling quite frustrated, yes. He just can't believe he will have to sit now in a room full of little kids. Just even thinking about it. Their constant crying and whining is already giving him a proper headache. As he sits right there still lost in deep thought once more, the TV announcer's clear voice catches his immediate attention. The announcer says that the new year is about to begin in just 1 minute now. He also adds that the start of this new year is vitally important indeed for all of humanity. He firmly tells everyone to keep their focused eyes on the screen, because something rather big is truly about to happen soon. Meanwhile now on the TV screen another new reporter suddenly appears there. She is calmly sitting in a helicopter and closely looking outside. She clearly says that they are now high above the Jongmyo shrine now, the sacred place where the ancient king and queen were buried deep. She carefully explains that this very place marks the beginning of a new chapter indeed for humanity. Now listen carefully to the broadcast being delivered. Thinks now about how humans only recently discovered the true way to use mana. Once they realized its true raw power then, everyone quickly became obsessed with its widespread use. But what they truly failed to understand then was that, when too much mana gathers all in one singular place, it creates monsters. This discovery soon led to a true disaster. Back in the year 1999, a tragic incident occurred that changed absolutely everything. It became quite known as the end of the century. During this terrible event, countless monsters appeared and ferociously attacked humanity. In South Korea alone, a staggering 30% of the entire population was wiped out. Fear spread rapidly everywhere then, as people realized the absolute true horror of these dark creatures, and desperately questioned where they had all come from. The government's core laws and the entire established social structure completely collapsed under the sheer overwhelming weight of this terrible catastrophe. Only the hunters, those indeed who could fully use mana, had the distinct power to fight back hard against the monsters then. Because of this, a new rigid hierarchy was born then. The wealthiest elites seized complete control firmly over society now, and beneath the elites were the hunters indeed, the only ones strong enough now to stand against the vile monster. With this completely new system, humanity then fought back bravely, pushing the monsters steadily away indeed. But the grim damage had already been thoroughly done. There were still many perilous areas where hunters just could not reach out, places utterly and completely overrun by dreadful monsters then. Isolated towns and completely abandoned cities remained filled now with fearful creatures, and the people, hiding in constant fear, truly could do absolutely nothing but wait idly for their inevitable dark deaths sadly. But in the very middle of all this encroaching darkness, a small, faint spark of true hope began slowly to shine bright. On the TV screens, they now show a beautiful young woman walking calmly on the shrine grounds peaceful. No explains indeed that the fragile girl is the celestial maiden truly. Imdaul. She was formerly a national actress definitely, and she soon became the very first celestial maiden then to protect all of Korea bravely. Before this singular event, there were diverse kinds of divine beings always, but Linga was definitely the very first indeed to take on completely the lofty title of a true goddess now. Indeed, the celestial maiden possesses a unique inner power. Specifically, she can control mana itself, preventing it from gathering intensely in one place, going out of control fully. This special ability allows her to stabilize the natural flow of mana across the land widely, purely to protect her well. 12 powerful individuals have been carefully assigned as her personal guardian. These protectors together are known as the distinguished 12 sovereigns. Right at this very moment, the maiden appears live on the broadcast. She steps forward gracefully and prays aloud to the heavens and the earth too, asking fervently for strength to protect her own country deeply. As she speaks aloud, she actively activates her power truly. The immense energy spreads quickly across Korea now, balancing the mana swiftly and preventing mana from concentrating in truly dangerous amounts precisely. The reporter announces boldly that the maiden has just used her divine power greatly. As the maiden's strong magic spreads widely throughout the entire land, the vast sky above turns such a glowing vivid blue. Yuna decisively decides that she wants to see precisely what's actually happening outside. With her very own eyes, she bravely steps out, and the others follow her willingly. Meanwhile, No and their parents stand together now, pressing their hands together in heartfelt prayer. Their neighbors also step right out onto their balcony, joining in prayer. Seeing all this unfold, Eunice says so sweetly that she will pray too. She then earnestly asks No to pray with her too. But No has very different thoughts in his young mind. He firmly believes that there is truly no such thing as God. Since the very time he was born into this world, he has only ever seen destruction and immense suffering. He thinks deeply that if a God ever existed at all, then even that God must have sadly died long, long ago. Yuna finishes her silent prayer, and quietly wishes deeply for her family to always live in true peace. Seeing her heartfelt sincerity, No smiles just a little. He then joins his own hands and decides to pray now as well. He wishes silently that he can stay happy with his family this time around. Time now passes, and No turns a tender 6 years old. The terrible incident that cruelly took his family from him then is now getting much closer. No is currently 6 years old just now, and has indeed come to attend his very first class in kindergarten now. His teacher, Tyo now, greets him warmly and asks him to introduce himself to the entire class. No stands right in front of everyone and clearly says his given name. He tells them gently that he is 6 years old exactly, and happy to meet all. Taeyo looks right at him and then asks if that is truly all. He tells young No there that the other kids also want deeply to be his good friend, and he really should say just a little bit more aloud now. But No just thinks quietly to himself that he has absolutely no real interest at all in becoming friends with these other kids. Just then now, a young girl suddenly shouts right at No. She looks straight at him directly and asks loudly why he is even here in her class. No truly is surprised indeed to actually see her there now. He really hadn't expected Fat Minji to be actually in the very same class as him. Hearing that given name now, Minji gets even angrier indeed. She sharply yells right at No indeed, reminding him strongly that she has told him many different times not ever to call her that. Just then Taeyo steps directly in and tells everyone there to calm right down. He says clearly there truly is no real need to ever fight here. He then kindly gives them all some real free time until lunch break indeed. Tyo tells No now that he is quite free to do whatever he truly wants, and he can even try to make some friends with the other kids around if he wants now. As quickly as the teacher says this aloud, the other children begin to gather swiftly around No right now. One of the kids there asks quite plainly where he lives actually, while another girl asks clearly if No wishes to play house along with them as well. Tyo watches closely all of this quietly play out there, and thinks to himself that he surely doesn't need to fret about No at all actually. It seems to look like everything is currently going just perfectly fine now, and No is certainly getting along well with the other kids near now. But No truly isn't interested at all in playing along with the other children though. He quickly manages to break freely right from the group itself indeed, and heads soon to the library area of the kindergarten swiftly. Once he is right there now, he thinks to himself that he finally escaped those kids full and found a little true peace. So No picks up a book now and begins reading through. As he sits still there now, a girl nearby suddenly notices him and watches him carefully too. 3 boys enter quickly the library area so freely. The single one in the middle is definitely Choi right there, while the remaining other 2 boys stay right in the background quietly. Choi looks closely at the girl sitting beside No now and speaks to her aloud now. He pointedly asks if she is all alone in this place again, and even if she is reading yet another book now. Without any warning at all, Choi abruptly grabs the ribbon right from Young's hair and holds it up high. He declares it looks quite useless. Young pleads with him now to return it back, but Choi starts teasing her mercilessly and refuses outright to give it back soon. He begins swiftly running around, holding the ribbon high, while Young starts to sadly tear up right now. She desperately begs him directly to return it back, telling him firmly that her own father lovingly gave it to her. Choi totally ignores her pleas and sticks out his tongue rudely, enjoying her visible distress, but then No speaks up promptly. He remarks plainly that all of this here looks extremely childish indeed. Hearing this blunt statement, Choi's whole expression quickly changes. Anger fills his very face, and he sharply turns to face No, demanding to know exactly what he just dared say then. No bravely steps forward, standing face to face right with Choi. He calmly repeats that all of this indeed is just childish action. Choi, now utterly furious himself, throws a wild punch directly at No, but No easily dodges it deftly. He swiftly kicks Choi's leg there, making him lose balance and fall hard to the ground. In the very process then, the ribbon slips right from Choi's hand and lands in No's very grasp. No then turns towards the girl now and hands her ribbon directly back to her. Choi still remains on the hard ground, looks directly up at No with pure anger. He yells aloud that he won't possibly let No get away with this deed. But No isn't even paying close attention to him truly. He thinks quietly to himself now that he never expected to hear such strong words from a small 6-year-old child. He simply glares right back at Choi, and in that instant indeed, Choi freezes completely, and without uttering anything more now, he quickly turns swiftly and runs away fast, shouting aloud that he will certainly deal with No next time. Then Young steps somewhat closer to No now, she gently grabs his sleeve then, and softly thanks him sincerely for returning her precious ribbon. No looks closely at her, quite lost deep in thought that he recalls both Minji and Choi quickly, both of whom had slightly above average mana levels indeed, compared directly to regular people naturally. However, quite aside from those very two, most of the children here just seem to have no special abilities at all. Curious, No decides to check Young's mana level now. The moment he truly focuses on her now, he sees something truly surprising from deep within the girl. An overwhelming flow of pure mana is radiating outward strongly. His eyes widen slightly as he realizes just how much mana she possesses indeed. Young truly doesn't just have a lot of mana. Her total mana reserve is even far greater than his sister's own. And not only does she have such a truly vast amount of raw energy, but she also has absolutely perfect control over it all as well. This kind of raw talent is simply not normal. Someone this uniquely gifted is almost certainly one of the very 12 sovereigns. And even if she isn't one of them just yet right now, No is quite sure that she definitely could have become a disciple of one of the famed 12 sovereigns surely. No carefully observes Young intently, analyzing her closely, and he thinks carefully about how, despite having regressed in knowing so much about all this world truly, he has never once actually heard of a girl named Young ever. If she truly possesses this much raw potential, then in the future, she could become an incredibly famous player now. Based on her mana level alone it seems. No looks at Young now and tells her that from this moment on, they should be friends indeed. Young, a little surprised, nods slowly and shakes his hand. No continues to think quietly to himself now that he doesn't fully understand just what is going on. But one thing is very clear, this girl has immense potential now, and in a world quite like this, it is always best to stay close now to people with true talent. Meanwhile, back at No's very own home, his dear mother stands in front of a mirror, adjusting the brooch she has lovingly pinned onto her clothes now. She smiles quite warmly, looking fondly at No now, as she tells him that the carnation he made for her here is truly beautiful indeed. No quietly watches her then, his thoughts lingering now on the simple craft he made in kindergarten class. He hadn't expected her to appreciate it quite this much at all, yet here she is proudly wearing the little thing. Just then indeed, his mother turns directly to Yoon, complimenting her so sweetly as well, telling her gently that she also did a wonderful, grand job making her own carnation. No, observing it all rather closely, thinks quietly to himself now that Yuna isn't particularly skilled at truly making these things, and the very next moment she hands him one as well. Her own expression is bright, filled with clear excitement. Their mother watches this exchange closely and then, with a playful sweet smile, turns her gaze toward No. She mentions thoughtfully that she had seen him make an extra carnation earlier, and sweetly asks if he had lovingly made it for Yuna now. No responds quickly that it was actually meant for Grandma instead. As he stands right there now, memories from his distant past life begin to surface vividly. He had sadly lost his entire dear family. He had no parents then, yet in school each and every year, he was still thoughtfully required to carefully make a carnation. Whenever he brought it back home then, his kind grandmother would always fondly chat, and then the flower creation would be placed then on top of the shoe cabinet as decoration alone. Year after year indeed this routine continued onward, but despite always making one every single time, he never once truly had the courage to give the carnation away directly to his own dear grandmother it seemed. Back then in the past he had always deeply felt that if he handed it to her himself, he would somehow lose his burning desire indeed, to kill all monsters, the very creatures truly responsible for his family's tragic death. He had greatly feared that by doing so that his anger would eventually fade completely away. He had held back firmly until the day she sadly passed away, but this specific time, he was determined now, not to make that same mistake. No recalls then how the Celestial Maiden's government had once carefully constructed a road that leading directly into a previously fully restricted area now. This very road was meant specifically to connect the normal world with that restricted zone, truly allowing ordinary citizens a chance to enter now, since it definitely was a newly officially opened path that a significant and large number of hunters had indeed been placed on standby now, to fully ensure utmost security just in case of any unforeseen emergency. However, on the specific very day the road was officially fully opened then, something absolutely no one had ever anticipated suddenly occurred there. A kraken monster suddenly unexpectedly emerged quite without any warning. It had indeed appeared completely out of absolutely nowhere then, and quite due to its sheer massive power and truly immense size now, many innocent people sadly lost their very lives. In an instant, among the casualties was No's own dear family, as they were directly on the way to meet with Grandma then. His father's somber voice brings him back to reality now. He announces that the awaited vacation is rapidly approaching, and asks if they would perhaps like to visit their dear grandmother. No, after intently hearing his father's very words, thinks keenly to himself that the fateful day he had been waiting for has finally truly arrived here. No is utterly resolute that nothing can ever change his decision now. His family simply cannot go to see his grandmother right now. He immediately begins explaining carefully, sharing a deeper truth about his father's side of the family now. No's grandmother is specifically from his mother's side though. His father had sadly been an orphan you see, and No's maternal grandma had been the very one to take care of him then. No had deeply felt lost and broken at the time, but his grandmother had sincerely cared for him deeply, offering him true love and support until her very last breath ever. As No now reflects on all of this here, his father gently interrupts saying that really, the long road leading to No's grandmother's home that had been quite dangerous in the past but now a safer route has been diligently built and is now being protected. According to him, everything should be indeed fine if they decide to go there now, and certainly, no harm will come to them either. No then tells his worried parents that they simply cannot visit his grandmother. His mother, noticing his unusual, worried tone, approaches him closely and asks directly why he's saying this now. She even questions whether he no longer wishes to visit his grandmother now, reminding him gently that he even lovingly made a carnation for her. No, realizing acutely he needs to come up with a quick excuse here, tells his dear mother that he truly does want to visit her still, just not today necessarily. He thinks to himself that being just a child here, he truly needs to come up with a valid, believable excuse now, so his parents don't potentially become suspicious of him. No then cleverly brings up upcoming Children's Day, which is coming up very soon. He tells his parents soft that he's genuinely been wanting to go to the amusement park lately, for a long time, especially to ride the thrilling roller coaster now. Hearing this information, Yuna, standing close nearby, chimes in promptly that she also wants to visit the park. No's father, fully acknowledging the children's earnest request, says directly that both Yuna and No have simply never been to an amusement park yet. No's mother then explains that they usually don't travel so far because of the potential threats close nearby indeed. No's father then readily agrees to take the family to the park. The very next day his mother assures him that she will pack a truly nice lunch. Yuna chimes in quickly asking specifically for sandwiches and chicken nugget. No is still feeling quite relieved, yet conflicted deeply. He can't fully stop the Kraken's sudden appearance, but at the least, he can surely keep his parents far away from danger. If they just stay away now, maybe things can still somehow be changed. Just at that moment No's mother receives a phone call now, and upon swiftly answering, her face then shows clear shock. She speaks quite hurriedly, assuring the caller promptly that she'll take care of her dear mother. No's father, quickly noticing her sudden reaction now, asks carefully if something's truly wrong. She responds softly that her own dear mother has suddenly collapsed now. Hearing this news, no one wonders how this could have happened truly. His dear grandmother had always been in good health before now. Everything had been quite fine until he left for the Player Academy now. No's mother indeed insists that, while she doesn't fully believe her own mother's condition is too serious now, she still genuinely feels the need to go see her soon. His father agrees readily to accompany her there. He reassures her gently, saying he's just as worried about her mother's health too, and will surely go with her immediately. However, No's mother is quite concerned about the children currently. No's father suggests they simply can't take the children to the theme park. In such a somber situation at hand, they'll undoubtedly have to head to her mother's place the very next day, once the brand new road is open now. No's mother, after a brief moment now, approaches him directly and ever so gently, says calmly that he simply must understand now, his grandmother's delicate health isn't in the best condition currently. She acknowledges gently that he has indeed been truly looking forward to the amusement park trip, but she earnestly asks him to fully understand the gravity of this situation. Now lost deep in his own thoughts, he begins now to reflect on the future. He wonders now if his efforts to change things will lead to even worse outcome. His own grandmother has already suffered greatly because of his attempt to change the past timeline. If he tries again to manipulate the future once more, it truly could make things far even worse somehow. He knows he just can't stop the Kraken from meeting his family at all, and he feels quite helpless in this moment of frustration it seems. Now pulls himself fully together quickly. This time, he firmly reminds himself things are quite different indeed. This time the true difference lies within him now. He has started absorbing this power to finally change his very fate from a very young age too, and his capacity has certainly grown beyond what it was before. Surely he has true experience now, something he clearly didn't have before now, and especially with that experience gained, he surely knows now how to fight the monsters that are to come soon. Now having clearly made up his own mind firmly, tells his dear mother that he understands well, and will indeed go to see their grandmother now. He also reassures himself deeply that, if he simply can't stop his family from encountering the Kraken soon, then he will bravely face the creature himself then. As he reflects deeply, No begins to explain the threat levels of monsters as classified specifically by the Player Association quite clearly. Monsters hunters are indeed ranked on a detailed scale from 9 right down to 1, with the absolute most dangerous falling into the first threatening rank. Each precise rank distinctly represents an increase in true danger and complexity overall. The fearsome kraken is a strong third-rank monster now, powerful indeed, but still a couple tiers below the most dangerous beings around. The fearsome Tier 1 monster is the one responsible specifically for Noah's death in the past long ago, a force of destruction that indeed holds immense raw power within. Noah's readiness for the coming fight against the kraken surely grows strong, as he truly prepares himself so very mentally. He surely knows that while the kraken is merely a third-rank monster in status, it was downgraded due primarily to the increase in sheer power among hunters now. However, at present times, the grave situation is genuinely very different now indeed. The hunters assigned to guard this road are of E to C rank only, and they won't be able to stand against the kraken at all. No, he can't simply expect to defeat the kraken completely on his own. So his immediate goal becomes crystal clear now. He has to hold the kraken off bravely long enough to delay its deadly path, until one of the famed 12 sovereigns arrives swiftly. Someone powerful and skilled enough to destroy the kraken directly indeed. Noah prepares 2 simple weapons carefully for himself now. A scissor and also a box cutter it is. As he intently looks at them closely, he realizes that these are truly the only tools he can carry practically, without arousing any undue suspicion at all. He briefly considers then taking a kitchen knife instead, but dismisses the risky idea if it disappeared mysteriously. His caring mother would surely start questioning him intently. These smaller weapons, though indeed, could still cause some significant damage when coated well with mana itself. Just then, suddenly Yuna promptly enters the scene, saying that it's definitely time to go now. Noah quickly responds, promptly confirming that he's quite ready indeed. Soon Noah finds himself sitting in the car now. His mother gently tells him to take it easy and just rest. Yuna is asleep soundly, but Noah is wide awake still. Lost in his deep thoughts, he wonders why the kraken hasn't shown itself yet. He further wonders if the future has changed itself, and maybe the kraken won't even appear here after all now. He prays silently then, hoping they can just get across the bridge without encountering it all. Suddenly, chaos erupts quickly as the bridge breaks apart entirely, and rocks and debris start falling down, crushing the cars beneath them harshly. It's in this very moment amidst the destruction that Noah finally sees it then. The massive creature emerges forth. Its terrifying form is looming right before them all. As the kraken's massive tentacles lash out wildly, it begins to slaughter anyone in its very path. The people who were on the other side of the bridge are running swiftly forward, their lives so desperate to escape the creature's great wrath. But then, the hunters who had been on standby at the site appear now. These brave hunters rush in, intending to protect all civilians there. However, sadly their efforts are in utter vain. The kraken indeed, with a single swipe of its tentacle, smashes the player leader quickly, killing him instantly. The very sight of their leader fall sends the remaining hunters into a total panic now. They turn quickly and flee in raw fear, abandoning their posts completely. The civilians seeing this are truly outraged. They shout loudly at the fleeing hunters there, calling them mere cowards for their running, when they were indeed supposed to protect them now. Noah's father looks intensely at the devastation all around them. He turns quickly to his children, urging them now to leave the area as quickly as is possible. He tells them clearly that if they remain calm now and stick together close, they can surely make it out quite safely. He reassures them strongly to trust in him now and follow his lead closely. Noah begins now to grasp his father's true intention, his mother keenly sensing the urgency here. Quickly now, she speaks up loudly. She tells her children clearly that they need now to listen to their father. They must swiftly leave the car in this area immediately now, if they truly want to survive. Noah's family quickly exits the vehicle. However, Yuna struggles noticeably to stand upright. Her legs are trembling uncontrollably indeed. She speaks up, wondering aloud why her legs are shaking so badly, as she desperately wants very much to walk onward. Her father, quickly noticing her evident fear, immediately steps forward and lifts her gently onto his shoulder. Seeing this act, Noah's father turns right to him and asks if he can walk without trouble. Noah reassures him firmly that he's perfectly fine, ready now to move forward with urgency. Meanwhile, one of the hunters, running far ahead of them, urgently calls out, urging them all to follow swiftly, quickly now. Noah, along now with his family, follows the player as he quickly moves ahead. His mind races rapidly. He realizes indeed the hunters must have seen the true nature of the monster. They're facing a truly fearsome rank 3 kraken now. The hunters are clearly well aware that they stand almost no chance at all against such a terrifying creature. Their main goal now is to get everyone out of this place safe, far away from the impending grave danger. No quickly then points out that the real problem isn't just the Kraken itself, as his very family is following the player's directions precisely to escape. They then witness the player being struck hard by a spear net that gruesomely pierces right through his body there, sending him flying backwards. Noda notices brand new monsters arriving quickly. Rank 7 diver monsters rapidly climbing the bridge up now. He identifies all of them immediately right now. The divers waste absolutely no time and one of them attacks a player swift, biting them brutally in half as even more monsters follow closely behind, attacking absolutely everyone within sight right now, including all of the fierce hunters. The civilians and even the hunters scatter now in all directions instantly, trying hard to survive the sudden intense onslaught. One player desperately calls out now for healing magic after a girl gets quite injured, but before really anyone can even act, a diver throws a spear sharply which pierces straight through the healer too. Even more divers swiftly swarm the surrounding area, tearing fiercely into the hunters and civilians alike, leaving absolutely nothing but sheer destruction in their wake now. No's father is determined to get his whole family to safety swiftly, reassures his own children, telling them firmly to trust him and follow his lead closely. He emphasizes clearly that they must not look back no matter what may occur. He quickly picks up Yuna and with the remainder of the family close, runs as fast as humanly possible to the far other side of the bridge there. But right as they rush headlong forward fast, the Kraken suddenly uses its long tentacles to grab several cars nearby, hurling all of them high up into the open air. The cars crash straight down, entirely blocking their main escape route now. No notices all of this and urgently warns his father with concern, but sadly, they're immediately forced to stop prompt. Suddenly a truly massive explosion violently erupts right in front of them, as the cars detonate spectacularly, completely blocking the whole road firmly. Two hunters nearby suddenly shout loudly at each other anxiously, frustrated deeply, realizing their essential backup hasn't arrived quite yet. One of them urgently asks aloud just where their reinforcements truthfully are, while the other grimly responds that it's far too late now for that help. They must now face the terrible monsters entirely on their own here, until backup support can properly get there, if it ever truly does arrive. No. Overhearing all the chaos stirring around him there, starts reflecting back on the last time he experienced something just like this. Indeed, he recalls now how it took the 12 sovereigns a full 30 minutes to arrive there. The last time, the hunters here aren't quite as powerful, but they're still managing bravely to handle the monsters for now. Yeah. However, he knows that if they can't surely contain the Kraken itself, if it is not dealt with quite soon, they'll all be doomed entirely. No pulls himself together quickly. He tells himself firmly that he's very prepared for this moment, that he's truly ready for the potential possibility of everything really going wrong now. He's fully determined to protect his beloved family now, even if it ultimately means risking his very own life right here. Reaching into his trusty bag, he pulls out the scissors and cutter both. Turning directly to his parents, he warns them sternly to stay put quietly, not to move an inch until backup finally arrives to help. No's father is still quite unable to comprehend this dire situation, listens intently as No calmly explains that the hunters truly can protect them for now. For now, No's sharp mind is already racing quickly through truly worst-case scenarios unfolding, knowing full well that he must leave Yuna behind then, to face the monster, if things perhaps go south completely. He reassures his father directly that Yuna can surely handle herself, if it comes right down to that. Without wasting another moment at all, No begins running quickly towards the Kraken now, activating his impressive Heavenly Steps technique quite fast. The technique swiftly boosts his overall speed drastically indeed, but as he pushes bravely forward, No begins to feel the strain on his body now. He recalls vividly using this technique in his past life with ease certainly, but now here in this smaller body now, it's much harder indeed to maintain still. Despite the growing strain, No's unwavering determination keeps him strongly going now. He truly knows he's not actually built physically for this though, but he's well prepared to push his limits now to fully reach the Kraken. No moves quickly directly toward the massive Kraken right there, despite explicit warnings from the people around him now, telling him firmly to stay very away from the dangerous area fast. As he advances swiftly, several diver monsters suddenly appear right in his path. No instantly takes out his cutter, now coated brightly with potent magic, slashing fiercely at the very first diver's exposed throat right then, killing it instantly. Now, another diver lunges swiftly at it, but he kicks it right back, then swiftly cuts its throat as well too. A third diver fiercely charges him now, but he slashes it straight down just as quickly here. However, a fourth one manages to land a solid kick, sending No stumbling back a bit. Though he remains fiercely determined indeed, the divers keep coming quickly at him. But No doesn't hesitate even slightly. He continues to slice right through them one by one, cutting them precisely down with sharp precision. As the intense fight rages ferociously on, memories from his past life begin to flood his very mind now. He recalls his forgotten past title, one from a life long gone now, one where he had been a fierce undead warrior truly, with each brutal strike made. It feels as though he's becoming that fierce being once again now. The vivid memories of his past life deeply fuel his raw strength, and he continues to fight with relentless, unstoppable force even now, cutting brutally through the monsters as if driven by an unstoppable primal urge here. As No finally lands firmly on the hard ground, a diver suddenly appears beneath the car right beside it. Before it can truly attack, No leaps up and lands hard on its head now, taking down the creature. Another diver then throws a spear at No. He narrowly dodges it now, rushing forward quickly and striking down the diver before it can properly land. Another hit lands in the chaos. No then notices that his cutter is broken clean. Frustrated now, he quickly pulls out his scissors sharp, realizing that they've also split into two separate pieces indeed. Running swiftly toward the Kraken now, he uses his heavenly step to quickly close the distance fast. Finally, he stands face to face with the Kraken itself. As the Kraken hurls a card directly at No right now, he narrowly dodges it with a swift precise motion here. He climbs up one of its massive huge tentacles quick, and heads directly straight for the Kraken's fearsome face. He grips his scissors tightly now, and plunges them deep into the creature there, angrily scraping and cutting at its tough skin now. The Kraken thrashes wildly, but No doesn't stop there, continuing to stab and slash with absolutely all his might. In response, the Kraken quickly raises yet another tentacle, aiming to crush No now, but he dodges just barely in time, landing safely back on the solid ground. As he looks intently at his scissors, he notices now that one of the sharp blades is partially broke. Still, he checks the other part closely and mutters to himself softly that it really will have to do for now indeed. The Kraken, with its incredibly massive tentacle, continuously tries relentlessly to grab No directly. He skillfully dodges each one and swiftly climbs up its tentacle, ready now to strike precisely with his scissors. But just as he's really about to make his critical move, one of the Kraken's powerful tentacles swings directly at it. No is midair completely and unable to dodge in time at all. The tentacle strikes harshly, sending him crashing a considerable distance away. Despite this strong blow, No certainly doesn't give up just yet. He's battered badly, but still ever determined to fight on. He realizes now his stamina is nearly fully depleted here, but he's absolutely not backing down anytime soon. As he bravely stands on the bridge now, the Kraken's tentacle slams fiercely beneath him there, breaking those vital support pillars completely. The very structure begins to crumble rapidly, and No feels the ground sharply beneath him give way too. He's falling fast, but somehow he manages to regain his balance now. The Kraken lifts a massive truck and throws it directly at No indeed. With all of his strength combined, No swings his weapon mightily, slicing the truck in half just before it crashes down on him hard. However, as the large truck splits apart, No realizes his weapon is completely shattered there. Exhausted and on the very brink of total collapse now, No feels his weary body giving out quickly. His vision begins to slowly fade away now, and he fully knows he's about to lose full consciousness. For just a moment now, he thinks it's finally over, but in the dim haze of his fading senses again, he forces himself mightily to stay awake completely, knowing deep down that if he loses any control now, all of his vast effort would be completely for nothing then. He simply can't let it end quite like this now. His eyes closed, but only for a brief second there. With a newfound surge of pure willpower, he opens them again, quite determined to see things through indeed. This time he vows, he will do things totally right. He will fight now, and he will make sure his family has a future now. A future they can certainly live happily and evermore. As the Kraken's tentacles swing powerfully toward him No, he braces himself really tightly, thinking to himself now that he doesn't want to die just yet. He wants to truly live, but then Yuna arrives and shouts loudly at the Kraken, telling it firmly not to hurt her own dear brother there. In that very instant, a golden light bursts fully from her being, completely overwhelming the surrounding area quite suddenly now. All the monsters near her are strikingly struck by the light, and one by one, they simply vanish away quickly, disintegrating rapidly in midair. No watches in complete shock here, unable clearly to comprehend exactly what's happening now. He mutters softly to himself that this just can't be real truly. It must now be a miracle here. This miracle truly is a gift now, one that only some few people possess now. No realizes now that in the world he comes from, only a very few people were truly capable of using such gifts there. Now seeing Yuna wielding this very power, it starts to dawn on him that she might well be one of the miracle users indeed, a rare individual with a gift that could change everything completely. A golden light surrounds Yuna now as she speaks to No clearly, reassuring him gently that everything will be okay soon. No, looking down at his very hands there, notices that his injuries have indeed completely healed now. The golden light is not just simply healing him, but also protecting them both from the monster still. However, he remembers something truly important indeed. The miracle they're experiencing comes with a significant steep price, a price that is always undeniably steep. No then turns his gaze to Yuna now, asking carefully if she's okay there and if she feels any discomfort. Yuna is feeling extremely tired now, tells him softly that she's just sleepy now before quickly falling unconscious outright. Watching her closely, No notices something quite alarming now. The precious life force that had been sustaining Yuna is nearly all gone now. The only thing keeping her alive it seems is her very own heart, still beating faintly there. It now becomes quite clear that the miracle she used to heal has drained all of her own energy. Her precious life force. No carefully lays Yuna down gently on the ground and tells her to rest now, assuring her calmly that he will handle absolutely everything from here on. His mana is now fully replenished once more, and he prepares bravely to face the monstrous Kraken alone now. The Kraken fully reveals its truly massive head then, its cold eyes locking directly onto Nell. Seeing this fearsome sight, No smirks just slightly, and mutters softly that the monster must have finally realized he is indeed a serious opponent now. The Kraken lashes out fiercely at No with its numerous tentacles then, striking him repeatedly hard. No fights fiercely back though, cutting swiftly through the tentacles with what remaining strength he has left now. He quickly realizes he hasn't gained any extraordinary power whatsoever it seems. He's simply relying solely on his fierce will to survive all this. His injured body is recovering slowly, but he's still nowhere near strong enough yet to defeat the Kraken. The only critical thing that keeps him going now is the reassuring knowledge that his family is safe now. For now, his focus quickly shifts entirely. He doesn't precisely need to defeat the Kraken just now, just skillfully delay it long enough today, until one of the 12 sovereigns swiftly arrives to handle the grave situation. A mere moment just before the Kraken incident unfolds, a man quietly sits in his car, quite stuck in this trap, utterly unable to move forward at all, clearly frustrated now. He mutters under his breath to himself, complaining loudly about how boring the situation is overall. He quickly turns to the driver then, and asks if he's absolutely sure he's driving properly here. The driver calmly responds to his question then, explaining carefully that the massive traffic jam is due to the brand new bridge finally being opened today, and that everyone else is indeed heading straight toward it now. The man still remains incredibly irritated and annoyed now, comments rather sarcastically that he truly should have just quit his job with the 12 sovereigns long ago. He originally joined the respected group primarily to fight much stronger opponents out there, not simply to just protect rather ordinary people all day. He never truly signed up to shield civilians from all danger. At that tense moment, the car driver and the red-haired man both suddenly sense a very strange presence lurking nearby now. Almost immediately then, the red-haired man's phone starts ringing loud. When he answers now, the person on the other end chillingly tells him that he must have already felt the dark presence by now. Without really wasting any time, the man directly asks what rank the creature is. The person on the phone urgently replies then that the monster that has appeared suddenly is a rank 3 Kraken. Hearing this dreadful news, the red-haired man becomes quite excited, and he asks for the exact location of the monstrous being now. Seeing his strange reaction, the driver starts deeply thinking to himself now, a dangerous monster has just appeared out of nowhere. But instead of seemingly being worried, this very man looks thrilled indeed. The person on the phone starts speaking again, explaining that they still simply don't know the exact damage caused by the Kraken just yet. However, the destruction in that immediate area is quite massive. The hunters they had already quickly sent there now are simply not strong enough to even handle a Kraken alone. They reassure him now not to worry too much and promise to pick him up soon later. Meanwhile indeed, the man steps right out of his car there and stretches his legs out. He looks intently toward the destination where that monster has appeared now, and then decides promptly to run there all by himself. The man swiftly pulls out his sword from inside the car. Seeing all this, the driver questions him sharply, asking him if he truly plans to go on foot this way. He reminds him firmly that the place is a whole 2 hours away from here now, but the man confidently responds firmly that he only needs 30 short minutes. As soon as he states this aloud, he strengthens his whole body mightily and takes off quickly at incredible speed now. In just an instant, he disappears completely into the distance there. The driver watches on in total shock, then smirks a bit, saying aloud that this is exactly what he fully expected from the clan lord now. He notes then that their leader is always eagerly ready to fight against powerful opponents always. This powerful man is none other than Flame Demon Kong himself, the esteemed leader of the Blaze clan. Kong has been running hard now for 30 straight minutes now, and finally, he reaches the very place where the Kraken is currently. Along his way, he swiftly kills the monsters in his path now, but then, suddenly he notices something else. It is the powerful use of Yuna's miracle here. Seeing such a strong and powerful mana present, he immediately realizes that no ordinary player around here could have cast it at all. This means someone new is here now, someone quite powerful. Meanwhile Noah is standing before the mighty Kraken, but before the fearsome monster can strike out, Kong arrives just in the nick of time and slices one of the Kraken's tentacles clean off. Noah sees him now and instantly recognizes him as Flame Demon Kong indeed, one of the revered 12 sovereigns. It's the Kraken, now injured badly. It quickly dives deep into the water to extinguish the flames upon its body now. Noah explains that Kang's special gift is flame manifestation which allows him great control over the element of fire itself. That is primarily why he is called the fearsome flame demon now. Kang then intently looks at Yuna and also Noah. Observing them so carefully, he notices the dense mana flowing all around Yuna now, and keenly wonders if she is indeed the one who cast that powerful magic he sensed earlier on. He also keenly realizes that she has indeed lost consciousness, likely indeed because she used up absolutely all her mana. No, on the other hand right now, has been protecting her bravely from the Kraken all this time here. Kang thinks quietly to himself that these two young kids are incredibly strong now. He keenly feels excited too, wondering just exactly how much they will grow surely as hunters in the future. Then he speaks clearly to No, telling him now not to be so afraid. He truly has no real intention at all of fighting them now. At least surely not right now. He is truly here for only just one reason: to kill the Kraken completely. He tells the children clearly to stay way back, because the fierce Kraken is about to rise swiftly from the water again now. No was already clearly familiar with Kang before his recent regression that day. Kang tells No plainly that he knows his growing reputation has grown quite a lot recently. No, however, speaks up. Directly tells Kang simply that he honestly doesn't care at all about what Kang wants. Kang replies calmly that he just purely wanted to see now if the persistent rumors about No being that strong are true. Kang boldly challenges No to fight him right now if he's actually as strong as they indeed say. No tells Kang firmly he's simply not currently interested at all in fighting him. He really wants Kang to get directly out of his way now. But Kang insists firmly that if No truly wants to move forward, he simply must fight him first here. No reluctantly agrees then, and the two begin their fierce fight. No explains now that Kang always tried to fight him in his past life before. Every single time there was some kind of opportunity, Kang would always challenge him, no matter what happened then. No just simply could never defeat Kang before. Indeed, the more that they fought, the stronger Kang became surely. No vividly describes Kang as a monster born only to truly fight. Meanwhile, the Kraken destroys yet another support pillar of the bridge. The sheer destruction causes the bridge to begin collapsing rapidly. Kang, however, is thinking deeply that he can't fight Kraken now, while trying to protect these kids all at once. Suddenly then, a girl appears above them on a helicopter fast. She activates her magic, creating temporary pillars below the bridge there. Kang watches closely, quite impressed by her impeccable timing. Truly, the girl, indeed, is one of the 12 sovereigns known well. Hiram now, and she scolds him for calling her holy mother repeatedly still. Hiram tells Kang directly that she already warned him not to rush into situations quickly. Like this incident, she had planned to pick him up by helicopter quickly. But here he is, doing things his own way, no doubt. Kang simply replies now that he had to come here quickly, and it didn't matter what she had planned previously. Hiram rolls her eyes and tells him directly to be quiet now. She surely has no patience at all with his antics today, but still nevertheless, she prepares him for what's to come exactly. A rescue team indeed is on the way soon, but for now, Kang truly needs to focus on fighting now and cracking the problem at hand. Hiram then casts her buff magic right on it, enhancing his abilities so, but Kang however, says quite clearly he doesn't need her buffs yet. Hiram firmly insists that he should just accept her help now. Kang reluctantly agrees then, but then tells Hiram that he is leaving the kids to her care alone. Hiram senses something emanating from Yuna now and feels it deeply too. She acknowledges it fully and says she understands the situation quite well. The Kraken rises mightily from the water. Kang, observing all this now, steps forward boldly and dives straight into the water deep. He focuses intensely and uses his power more effectively now. His entire body is engulfed completely in flame. The Kraken lashes out fiercely with its massive tentacles too, striking powerfully from every direction near. But Kang just smirks slightly. The tentacles burn upon contact with his flames soon. Unable to touch him fully, Kang looks at the beast coldly, silently mocking its clear weakness outright. He unsheathes his sword quickly and with a single swift slash that sends a truly powerful wave of intense fire toward the Kraken now. The intense fire attack completely scorches the massive creature there, causing it now to scream aloud in terrible agony then. As its monstrous body catches intense fire, Kang activates his full power now, the raging flames intensifying even further still it seems. With one final swift swing of his powerful sword then, the Kraken is defeated completely as the giant creature burns now. Kang deactivates his fiery ability now surely, watching the defeated monster fall into utter defeat now. No stands close nearby now, watches in sheer awe indeed. He is quite ecstatic now, finally witnessing the Kraken's ultimate downfall now. Hiram arrives swiftly and tells the group not to worry now. She's quite ready to use her healing magic on both of them now, but as she quickly approaches them, She keenly notices that neither of them is actually injured it seems. There's absolutely no sign of any wounds whatsoever now. Hiram starts to think deeply, realizing that the potent magic she witnessed before that had already fully healed their severe injuries completely. She didn't expect really to witness such a true miracle then. Feeling quite excited, she starts now to reach out to Yuna with her hand, but right before she can actually do anything at all, No steps instantly in and firmly tells her not to touch his dear sister. Hiram is clearly shocked by No's sharp response right then. She can now sense the killing intent behind every single one of his words, and even despite him truly being so quite young, the raw intensity of his dark aura catches her completely off guard now. She wonders just how such a very small child can radiate such dangerous dark energy. Just then, the rescue helicopters arrive swiftly. Hiram quickly realizes right now that the entire situation is finally under control. She nods quietly and says that since the rescue team is indeed here, they can easily take them all to the hospital quickly. At the hospital itself, news reports are playing on the TV there, showing some updates about the very recent incident now. The breaking news report announces loudly that the Kraken has been fully defeated. The intense rescue operation is still in solid progress right now, and everything now seems to be entirely under full control. Noah himself is watching all of the news intently. He then looks over at Yuna, who is simply lying in the hospital bed. He certainly knows that the sheer exhaustion she's feeling now is because she indeed has used up all the mana in her body entirely. If she could perhaps get a mana potion somehow, she would surely recover, but right now it's too terribly late for that at all. No then feels a deep sense of relief now, knowing that at least no one has actually died in the incident overall. He's just glad that everything is indeed finally over now. But as he now looks around, his very gaze falls upon his parents quickly. They arrive at the hospital itself, looking extremely worried indeed. They are staring at No, clearly distressed by the situation currently. No, seeing their saddened faces, feels a growing sense of dread deep down. He sadly knows that this might truly be the end for him soon. His mother gently then asks if he's been hurt anywhere badly, but No quickly denies it. His father then asks about the dear Yuna too, and No informs them clearly that Yuna is indeed sleeping because of mana deficiency entirely. No explains carefully that the potion is actually helping her recover full. Hearing this news, his father seems a bit greatly relieved right now, but then No's father abruptly shifts his focus and then asks him aloud why No ran off just like that, why he didn't even listen to them at all. No feels a terrible knot right there in his very stomach now, but he simply just says sorry sadly as he lies there helplessly. He quietly starts thinking about the whole situation now. He's not truly sorry for the choices he made at all. His family has survived, and that's what matters now the most. Noah looks at his parents who are clearly very upset and angry indeed. Seeing their worried expressions just then, he quietly begins to reflect on his grave situation now. He realizes they aren't concerned about his actions or their outcome now. They're simply asking why he put himself in such dire danger. The intense thought of losing someone quite close to him now, someone quite like family, fills his very soul with dread deep inside. But he deeply understands that his parents' concern is very genuine. They really care deeply for him, and he hadn't given enough proper thought to their true feelings before. With a truly heavy heart, Noah starts to cry openly and tells them he was wrong. He admits his mistake now and promises he won't ever do it again. Seeing him just like this, his mother pulls him into such a tight embrace now. Her comforting arms enfold him now. His father joins right in too, holding both of them very close indeed. They gently tell him not to make the same grave mistakes again. They remind him just how very much they truly care for it, and how worried and concerned they were truly for it. No listens quietly indeed, feeling a sense of calm begin to wash over him now. The following day, now in the hospital itself, No's parents speak about the discharge process for him. They tell him gently that they are going to take care of all the formalities soon at the hospital right away and settle absolutely everything. No agrees calmly to stay there with Yuna. He thinks deeply about how his parents' trust in him has completely shattered. As he sits right there lost completely in his thoughts now, a chocolate bar rather suddenly catches his attention, so he opens it quickly and takes a small bite now. It feels just like a small comfort to him, and he searches again for more chocolate indeed, hoping desperately to distract himself wholly. Just then suddenly someone hands him another chocolate bar now. No thanks him politely, but as he looks straight up, he sees clearly the man who gave him the chocolate just now. It's none other at all than Kong right here. No is indeed shocked to see him there. Kong is unwrapping the chocolate calmly, and casually asks No if he doesn't much like the chocolate cookies currently. He then hands the item directly to No indeed. As No takes it now, he starts wondering if Kong is truly dying, or if he's just completely and utterly crazy after all. He quickly decides that Kong has probably been crazy right from the start now. Kong then curiously asks No just how old he truly is. No answers, saying he's 6 years old now, and that his sister is 10 actual. Kong seems quite curious indeed. Asks then for No's given name. No tells him his name aloud, and Kong reacts with a subtle hint of surprise now. Kong then asks No if he would be so interested in joining an academy there. He even offers to recommend him now. No starts to think intently. He wonders if Kong wants him to join the academy seriously, to train him diligently as a player, and when he naturally gets old, perhaps even fight directly against him then. He starts to wonder now if Kong is solely looking for a strong opponent after all. After simply running out of challenges recently, Kong now decides to leave the room at once. Before he exits slowly, he tells No that he is still indeed young, and has plenty of valuable time now to think properly about absolutely everything. He assures No then that he will remember his very name indeed. With that firm decision, Kong walks right out of the room now. Outside, Hiram is anxiously waiting there. She quickly approaches him and then starts speaking. She directly asks if Kong is really just going to leave like this now. She firmly tells him that the event that happened on the bridge was truly a miracle. She further adds that such a powerful miracle has never occurred in Korea before ever. Kong, however, doesn't really care about any miracle. He firmly states that it doesn't truly matter if it was a miracle or absolutely not. What matters to him greatly is whether the person is truly strong or not now. Hiram, frustrated greatly, shouts at him quite angrily, even calling him an utter idiot. Kong replies firmly that he's certainly not an idiot, and actually, he is far more powerful than her indeed. He reminds her clearly that she has become one of the 12 sovereigns currently, so she should certainly be careful about exactly how she speaks now. Kong warns her now that if this event is indeed reported, it will definitely attract significant attention from all over the world surely. He tells a concerned Hiram that if that happens at all, Yuna's normal life will be ruined completely, and she will never truly live in peace ever again. Hiram surely knows that she doesn't want that fate to happen to her. Hiram is indeed left speechless by Kang's intense word. Kong, seeing quite her raw reaction, tells her pointedly that if she understands now, she should simply stay away from this whole matter. He then suggests they head quickly to a nearby cafe now, to get perhaps something sweet now to eat. Hiram, quite surprised by his sudden request for something sweet, looks at him then in disbelief. She simply can't help but ask directly if he's gone completely mad. The day right after the Kraken disturbing incident, Noah and his whole family arrive safely at their grandmother's house. As they gently pull right into the driveway now, Noah's kind grandmother sees the kids sleeping soundly in the car. She clearly notices how utterly exhausted the poor children are. Later that night indeed, Noah wakes up and finds his sister lying right on top of him. Still quite asleep, he carefully moves her softly off, and noticeably observes his mother and father in a quite similar position, with his dear mother peacefully resting softly on his father. Watching all of this unfold, he now wonders if his mother has always possessed this odd sleeping habit, and perhaps his sister also got this trait from her. After gently adjusting his sleeping system, he wraps her warmly in a blanket and quietly exits the peaceful room. He then steps outside and starts thinking deeply about everything while sitting there, and reflects upon just how much his mana has truly increased. He wonders now if this strange new ability is some kind of special gift he has gained perhaps. Now, he begins to vividly remember his past life. He clearly recalls the gift he once said was indeed called Berserker. This powerful gift allowed him to greatly increase his physical abilities then, and his magical power the more mana he consumed at the time. However, it also unfortunately came with a terrible drawback. As he used more and more mana he would slowly lose his sanity over time. The very last time he consumed absolutely all of his mana, he surprisingly did not lose his sanity at all. He realizes now that if there had been absolutely no penalty attached to that gift, it would surely have been a truly powerful ability indeed. But he also understands now that the true nature of his gift still remains a mystery indeed. As he reflects on this, his dear grandmother appears right in front of him. She gently asks what he has been doing awake at such an hour. No tells her that he slept a lot in the car earlier today. His grandmother is wrapping a warm shawl gently around him, reminds him that if he wants to grow into a better adult someday, he needs to sleep more, no thanks to himself as well. That his grandmother has always truly been there for him always, guiding him gently through all his deepest thought. He then quietly asks her why she isn't sleeping either. She simply replies that it's because he isn't sleeping soundly. Just then, his loving mother enters the room with warm milk for him. No starts drinking it gratefully for all their loving care. While No drinks, his mother talks gently to his grandmother there, telling her how surprised she surely was the last time she received that call. His mother then explains that she truly was worried back then, but his mother is also quite relieved that she is doing better now. His grandma thoughtfully mentions her nosy neighbor, who is frequently always causing some drama around here, but still softly reassures her that everything will be okay indeed. No thinks deeply about how his grandmother actually slipped on the stair, but she still softly says that she didn't get seriously injured at all. She tells him softly that she's just a little distracted now, but assures him sincerely she's quite fine really. She then begins to explain that she felt like she saw No's grandfather then, who was waving both his hands trying to stop her from coming upstairs just now. No ponders quietly over this strange dream his grandmother vividly describes now, wondering deeply if it might be some kind of warning sign now. Meanwhile back then, his mother continues talking calmly to grandma still. No sits still deep in thought even now, sips his milk rather quietly after a short moment pass. No's own mother asks him softly what he wants to do when he fully grows up then, as No suddenly hears his mother's soft question there. A dark, looming shadow seems to loom menacingly over him now. His blurred past life memories flood his very mind completely now. The countless monsters that he had bravely fought before, the many battles that he had actually won, he remembers fully all of it vividly, but it certainly doesn't bring him any true peace at all. Instead still it leaves him feeling very confused and terribly lost. His mother clearly notices his quite distant expression then and asks him softly what's wrong indeed. No quickly brushes it off swiftly, telling her it's truly nothing at all. He admits that he doesn't quite know what lies ahead now. His grandmother, sensing his slight uncertainty keenly, tries hard to comfort him now. She tells him that he's still quite young and has plenty of precious time ahead. She encourages him to fully experience all of life, make many friends, fight valiantly for what he believes in now, study hard and play often too. She reminds him that he has a real chance to discover everything on his own, and even if he doesn't have all the perfect answers now, that's okay, life itself will guide him onward, and he should live it to the absolute fullest until he finds his true path. No's mother, hearing her own mother's wise words, agrees fully. She hugs No, assuring him his precious time is in his own hand. She believes in him completely and deeply. She tells him softly that his very name, No Yunha, comes directly from the vast universe itself, and with that special name, he truly has endless potential. Whatever he truly wants to do, he can surely do it. She will always support him fully, no matter what occurs. His grandmother is nodding now in firm agreement, adds thoughtfully that she too will always stand resolutely by him indeed. Yuna arrives presently and mentions she wants some milk too please. No remembers something instantly, and quickly hands over the carnation he had carefully made in class. To his dear grandmother, she beams a sweet smile, thanking him warmly, and tells him she'll probably display it right on top of the shoe shelf, showing it grandly off to everyone. No feels such a sense of warmth welling up, knowing he's created something truly meaningful for her now. As he watches his grandmother closely, No reflects quietly on the wonderful memories he's certainly about to make in this life. He feels genuinely grateful for having such a supportive, loving family. His grandmother's sheer happiness fills him with utter contentment, as he silently thanks her deeply for all the love she's fully given him. A few days later, No's parents share some genuinely exciting news with him that they're going to have another dear child. No's mother then explains that they'll soon be welcoming a brand new sibling into their family. Una, overhearing the heartfelt conversation, is truly thrilled at such news, and eagerly talks about just how excited she is to have another sibling now. No's mother notices that he seems unusually quiet indeed and approaches him gently, asking now if something's especially wrong. No, however, is truly overwhelmed with immense happiness. He smiles right through tears and sincerely thanks her. He tells her clearly that this very moment is the absolute best thing that has ever happened to him so far. Hearing such a thing, his father chuckles deeply and teasingly says that if others saw No just like this, they genuinely think No is the real father outright. A year later on, No is now 7 years old you see, and he is happily playing in kindergarten, surrounded by a few young girls. Their innocent laughter now fills the entire air, as No is currently stuck pretending to be a playful dog, while the giggling girls come and fondly pet him gently. No starts to get more annoyed now but tries hard to stay calm still. Among all the girls there stands Minji alone, who pointedly stands away from all the others present. She taunts him further, asking directly why others are calling him cute right now. She even boldly says they really should get rid of it all. Hearing this sharp retort, No's hidden anger starts to rise within. He knows deep down that Minji always deliberately tries to provoke him thus. Her very attitude truly irritates him greatly, and so he stares intensely at her with growing frustration indeed. Minji, ever sensing his rising irritation fully, taunts him further mercilessly, asking him sharply if he wants her to tell the teacher just what he's been doing. No, trying so very hard to keep calm himself, lets out a low, repressed growl. He now remembers quite vividly the last time he was at kindergarten so young. He had quietly gone to the corner of the large room just to rest there, and his unsuspecting teacher had seen him now. But instead of actually helping him calm, the careless teacher instead handed him right over to the girls, all laughing. As this game of house continues onward, a young girl playfully approaches the gathered group presently, acting just as the dad back home from work. As all the other other girls rush right up to her now. No then takes the opportunity and simply walks away now. No soon steps outside and spots Young. No now approaches her, curious indeed about what she's doing. He asks her quite directly, and Young mentions clearly that she's been obsessing a bit over Sherlock Holmes for some time now. No softly comments that he knows fully well what happens to Sherlock. He casually then mentions that the famous Sherlock, along with the evil Professor Moriarty, will ultimately fall into a great waterfall. The very moment No speaks, he keenly notices that Young freezes up, realizing quickly what he just blurted now. No immediately understands that he spoiled a part of the story badly for her. She looks up at him quite upset, and points clearly out how much she was surely looking forward to reading that part herself now. No. Feeling a little bit guilty now, he chuckles softly and apologizes then, trying to really make light of the awkward situation. He then gently reassures her that in the very next book, Sherlock Holmes then comes back to life trying to fix what he's done now, but it makes the situation even worse in fact. Young looks quite upset and her eyes begin to fill with tears now. She tells him that he's really messed things up badly for her truly. No now feeling genuinely bad indeed, apologizes again and then he awkwardly walks right away, leaving Young just sitting there still. No then walks into another class soon, where several kids are gathered, playing pretend sword fights right now. Among them, Choi has just defeated one of the other kids already. Choi notices No approaching now and smirks coldly, stating that he was surely waiting for No to show up soon. He wants to know who the strongest in their class really now is. The kids all around them begin to murmur softly, speculating intently about the upcoming fight soon. They're curious indeed to see whether Choi or No will emerge as the strongest now. Choi, with his sword pointed right at No now, declares that this area is meant just for people like them indeed, and that No won't stand a chance at all today really. He challenges No directly now to pick up his sword and face him bravely. Choi's sword is indeed raised high now, and he assures the large crowd that he'll defeat No with a single strike. From the back, someone then suggests No will be defeated easily now, and another adds that this intense fight will show who the real strongest is. A few young girls in the captivated crowd are particularly loud and excited, and No clearly hears them. Among them is the fierce Minji, who immediately catches No's focused attention now. Minji yells loudly at No, forcefully telling him to die. No fully realizes now that she has always been this type of fierce person. He looks intently at Young, wondering if she might cheer him onward, but then he sadly remembers how he had spoiled her story earlier on. As a direct result, Young passionately yells out now, expressing her intense and utter hatred for him now. No then picks up his toy sword grimly, reflecting sadly on how in this world, he feels always quite alone. Choi suddenly charges at No incredibly quickly however. No swiftly swings his sword once, knocking Choi's main weapon clean out of his grasp. In the blink of a very quick eye, No strikes Choi hard in the stomach now, sending him quickly to his knees. Choi falters. Now on the cold ground, Choi openly admits clear defeat now, saying quietly that if only he could truly use his sealed power, he certainly would have been able to win easily. The children all around now stare at him in such awe. He keenly feels the pressure, and in quick response, tries to act casually, commenting on just how great the fight was there. The other kids quickly start to shout out in excitement now, impressed greatly by No's excellent performance. One of them rather eagerly pulls No aside soon, saying excitedly that he is surely the one who can pull out the legendary Excalibur. Soon enough, they arrive at the very spot where Excalibur is kept safe. To No, it simply looks like just another regular toy. He quietly wonders whether he should pull it on out, and just exactly what might happen at all if he does. He firmly grabs the sword and pulls it quite free now. Immediately, the kids all around him cheer very loudly indeed, celebrating his great victory. Meanwhile, near a bench, a bloodied mobile phone lies there on the ground, its bright screen showing a breaking news report now. The tense headline reads that rank 7 goblins have just appeared, and furthermore, that the knights are engaged now in frontline battles with them. However, the full report also mentions that 2 goblins have already escaped now. There is indeed a high likelihood that more goblins are hiding somewhere in residential areas now, and the public is truly urged to report anything unusual immediately here. The children are currently now playing freeze tag together. Meanwhile, No sits off to the side while watching them play. He feels truly exhausted and is on the verge of giving up now, but the other kids show virtually no signs of slowing down at all. No watches intently as they continue to happily play, thinking to himself that he is so very tired he might just pass out cold. Despite all his fatigue, he realizes that with every single opportunity he gets, he should just continue to store as much raw mana as he surely can. His deepest thoughts drift far away to the future, to a new world where potent mana will play a seriously big role. He strongly believes that the more pure energy he accumulates now, the incredibly stronger he will ultimately become then. After all of the recent very events, he knows indeed that there is now more available room within him to store this innate power. No continues onward to gather even more raw energy again. Eventually, the other happy children call right out to him loudly, asking now if he is done resting and if he will join them soon in the game. Their teacher appears then, bringing ice cream for all the kids. The children excitedly rush forward to choose their favorite flavor, talking eagerly now about which one they truly want. As they gather closely, No grabs his ice cream quickly, and notices too that Minji grabbed the exact same one indeed. Both of them start tugging hard at the sweet ice cream, insisting firmly that the other one should just let go. No tells Minji clearly that it's certainly his ice cream, while Minji argues back that she grabbed it first instead. They continue bickering loudly in front of their teacher, who is frustrated now with their silly fight, takes the tempting ice cream firmly from them both. The wise teacher then scolds them gently, telling them clearly that they shouldn't fight over their ice cream now, with their dear friends like this. The teacher splits the sweet ice cream cleanly in half, and suggests gently that they should share it instead nicely. No and Minji, still not quite so happy about the whole situation, decide instead to play rock paper scissors to fully settle the matter now. No declares firmly that the winner will take all that, but their wise teacher intervenes once again there, reminding both of them that they should share instead now. Both No and Minji agree quite reluctantly then. Just at that moment, Young walks right over there, asking their teacher exactly where Choi happens to be. The teacher admits that he does not know for sure yet, but suggests that Choi might be out in the garden now. Minji chimes in, explaining clearly that Choi is probably out there now, swinging his sword around as he usually does indeed. Minji then turns directly to Young herself, and asks Young why she even wants to take Choi's ice cream to him. If he truly wanted it, he surely would come here himself. Young hesitates slightly, saying that it just doesn't feel quite right, that everyone is enjoying their ice cream together so nice, while poor Choi is all alone by himself. The teacher, overhearing their little conversation right now, suggests gently that Young should take it to him if she is so concerned indeed. Without another single word, Young takes the ice cream and heads straight toward Choi. Meanwhile now, the other kids gather together again, ready now to play another fun round of freeze tag quickly. Minji walks right up to No and tells him that he really should join them. No refuses flatly, truly uninterested clearly. Minji warns him gently that if he keeps acting just like this, no one truly will want to play with him again. No just shrugs it off and asks quietly why she even cares so much actually. He pointedly tells her now to go play with the others quickly. Minji then tells him that his own sister Yuna asked her nicely to make sure he played too with the other kids soon. No immediately understands his dear sister is way too overprotective all of him. The actual game begins and the children play rock, paper, scissors keenly to decide exactly who will be it now. No quickly ends up being chosen clearly as the one who has to tag the others instead. He immediately targets Minji deliberately first soon, running directly toward her, but Minji freezes now in place quickly before he can touch her there. Not giving up though, No quickly tags another kid deftly instead soon. Just right as Minji unfreezes smoothly now, he manages to deftly dodge her, then slips swiftly past now while tagging her skillful. Minji is quite furious, truly realizing that No has outsmarted her badly there. With intense anger building up, she now decides to go after it. First, she charges directly at it, but just as she's about to catch him there, No feels something indeed and stops, standing completely still. He seems lost in thought, truly. Minji, confused by his very sudden pause, asks him why he's standing there just like that, but No doesn't respond at all. Instead, his sharp mind is focused on this strange feeling now. At that tense moment, the door bursts open suddenly, and the rank 7 goblin monster appears right in front of them. It quickly advances right there, attacking one of the girls, before the goblin can strike fast. No acts swiftly now. He uses his mana beam ability to disarm the goblin, knocking the heavy axe completely out of its hand now. The goblin now is fully enraged truly, shifts its fierce attention to No and begins to charge directly at it, swinging its axe wildly now. No, with quick reflexes indeed, dodges each and every strike. His keen mind races, considering all his options quickly. He notices now the ice cream stick still clutched in its hand, and realizes he could use it now as a medium to channel his power, taking down that goblin in an instant indeed. But just exactly as he prepares to act swiftly, the teachers then arrive right on the scene. One of them uses a broom to knock the other goblin down hard, temporarily stopping its violent advance for now. The teacher instructs No to stay put very safely, then throws the broom aside quickly, and takes down the remaining goblin with a single strike right there. With the immediate threat neutralized instantly, the teachers rush quickly to grab No and the girl now, pulling them together toward the classroom straight away. As they hurry away now, the two goblins are not far behind them. Still pursuing them fiercely, the goblin leaps forward quickly, aiming sharply to strike them down hard, but No reacts instantly indeed. He channels his mana beam strongly, blasting the creature far back before it can reach them there. Without wasting a single second now, the teacher pulls No and the girl rapidly inside the classroom, slamming the heavy door behind them now. Exhausted and breathing quite heavily indeed, they take a brief moment to recover from the outside chaos. Theo, the teacher there, turns to the kindergarten director and asks about other children now. The director gently reassures him that, explaining that most of the kids have already been evacuated quickly. The goblins likely entered the immediate area due to the earlier incident. Drawn by the loud commotion, now scans the whole room slowly, searching intently for familiar small faces. The director then informs them that a report has been sent swiftly, and now all they can indeed do is just wait for the hunters to arrive soon. Just then, Minji bursts into the room abruptly, and yells out loudly that she can't find Young or Choi anywhere here. The teacher's worried faces turn pale indeed, while another child nervously speaks right up, saying that they last saw Young and Choi there, in the garden, not too long ago now. Taehyo makes a quick decision then, declaring then, that they will go out to search for them both. But the director immediately steps right in now, stopping him then. The situation outside is just too dangerous. They simply can't afford to leave the rest of the children unprotected. Fear quickly spreads among all of the kids, their anxious whispers growing louder now quickly. Some even start crying now, as they plead now, for their friends to be brought back safely now. No sneaks quietly out of the classroom, determined indeed, to find both Choi and Young now. Meanwhile, back there in the garden, a goblin approaches Choi, ready now to strike hard, but Young, acting purely on instinct now, uses all her mana there, to push the goblin way back, saving Choi just in time there. The goblin stumbles but recovers fast. Choi, realizing now the grave danger, grabs Young quickly and then starts running fast. They move deeper now into the garden, hoping to swiftly escape the creature's very reach. As they reach a higher ground indeed, Choi tells Young they need to climb now and get to a safer vantage point. He helps her climb first quickly, but as he turns right around, he sees the fierce goblin closing in fast on them. Young is already halfway up now, urging Choi to please hurry and join her quickly, but he flatly refuses now. He knows he has to bravely fight and protect her for a little longer now. With his toy sword firmly in hand, he prepares himself bravely now for the coming battle. Though fear still lingers strongly in his young heart, Choi clearly remembers watching a live stream of a grand battle where the flame demon bravely defeated the Kraken monster. Choi is in awe, greatly imagining himself as a hero like the flame demon, fighting fearsome monsters and eventually becoming someone quite strong. He looks sharply now at the approaching goblin, his determination growing steadily despite the lingering fear. He knows he simply can't let the vile creature get to Young. With a deep breath now, he gets ready for this fight, gripping his sword tightly. As the goblin draws closer still, Choi swings his toy sword right at the goblin neck, but it has truly no effect at all. The goblin remains unscathed, and continues its attack now, advancing toward Choi. Just as the goblin is about to strike hard, No appears quickly from behind, and grabs Choi's dropped sword now. He stops the creature's attack with great ease. Turning to Choi now, No praises him much for his bravery then, calling him a real man now. The goblin, now focused keenly on No, tries to attack him quickly, but Choi shouts out a clear warning. No, with just a swift motion now, uses his sword to slice right through the goblin's hand cleanly, cutting it quickly in half with a second swift strike. He destroys surely the goblin's very core, completely obliterating the fearsome creature now. No reassures Choi then, telling him there's nothing much to worry about now. Just then, Choi, overwhelmed with such emotion, rushes to No now and hugs him tightly there, calling him a real young hero indeed. Still shaken deeply by the encounter now, climbs up to No as well. She clings to him tearfully now, admitting how truly terrified she had been a while ago now, when the children were arguing among themselves earlier, about just what would happen to Young and Choi soon. No took this very opportunity to slip silently away. Using his unique mana detection ability now, he scans the surrounding area and soon spots Young and Choi there. As he moves forward now, he encounters another goblin in his path. No steps forward, ready to face the growing threat. As the goblin charges forward ferociously, he dodges its strike and leaps onto a nearby wall quickly, moving behind the creature with swift precision indeed now. He strikes powerfully with his own sharp cut, slashing at the goblin swiftly. The creature attempts to retaliate wildly, but No is quick, jumping again and delivering a decisive blow now, destroying it completely now. The goblin falls heavily to the ground, as No moves quickly now toward Young and Choi there, both of them terrified and quite shaken by the monster's fierce attack. Cling to him now, tears streaming down their faces. So the very sight of the creature, it had left them paralyzed with utter fear. The teachers then arrived shortly afterward there, their concern clear now, as they check on No, asking if he is alright truly. No nods, confirming that everything is just fine. Later in the evening then, the hunters finally arrive at last, and one of them approaches No now, with a serious expression indeed, questioning whether he truly defeated the terrible monster. No answers then, explaining that the goblin had already been badly injured. Before he fought it himself, he simply dealt the final crucial blow, ensuring it was gone quite for good this time. The player, though impressed quite much, expresses disbelief now, acknowledging that the goblin was a rank 8 monster that, possibly even a 7 truly, such monsters weren't supposed to be easily defeated now, especially not by a mere 7-year-old child. No thinks to himself deeply, that to defeat a monster just like this one, he truly needs a weapon that can destroy its core from the deep inside. Something enhanced so, by mana and capable of delivering a truly strong, physical attack for sure. The player asks clearly, about the second goblin they encountered indeed, wondering just what happened to it then. No immediate response saying exactly that. The second goblin was quite likely already taking significant damage though. He explains the injured goblin was indeed easy enough to defeat, and it didn't quite seem like the two goblins shared a strong bond, or were particularly close allies really. The player remained rather silent for a moment there, trying hard to process this but finally agrees with No's reasoning. The ministers directly responsible for the area where the incident took place are now giving a speech right in front of the press. They sincerely apologize for all the chaos, and promise solemnly to ensure such an event will never happen again here. At the kindergarten they quickly declare No as the true hero of the day, and he is awarded a certificate truly in recognition of his brave action. His happy classmates cheer loudly for him, applauding his bravery greatly as No stands proudly there receiving the certificate. He really can't help but think wistfully about his dear mother. He fondly imagines her scolding him gently for causing trouble again, just like he indeed did with the Kraken incident before, expecting her now to yell at him a bit for getting involved in yet another truly dangerous situation unfolding, while No's father is telling him firmly he needs to write an apology letter first you see, and then only they can talk No for sure. Feeling really overwhelmed now, thinks to himself that he is probably indeed going to be in trouble now, but despite absolutely everything he forces a slight smile as he holds the award still. During their kindergarten fest this time, Young is presently on stage performing in a play about Snow White now. The teachers are narrating over the captivating scene there, explaining slowly that a long time ago, there was a princess very named Snow White here, whose face was as pale as fresh snow and whose beauty was unmatched ever. Her heart was so kind too, which earned her the true love and affection of the 7 dwarfs. Still living peacefully in the forest, No stands backstage calmly, observing the bustling crowd carefully with Choi right by his side as well. Choi is calling out somewhat loudly in confusion clearly. He doesn't quite remember his lines yet. No calmly responds, telling him now that his only line simply is "you shouldn't eat." Choi, still caught up deeply in his own thought, admits that he expects this very much from his captain now, that he had truly hoped No would remember everything perfectly well. No reflects somberly on the recent goblin incident itself, noting how greatly he has changed quite a bit since then. Back in those days, Choi even called him a brave warrior, someone who could strongly lead and bravely fight on. But now despite everything that's happened, Choi still firmly calls him captain without fail, and No finds it all a bit strange indeed. On the grand stage, Minji now appears as the Wicked Witch, holding a red apple high and offers it to young Snow White, telling her just how delicious and tempting it certainly looked. Young Snow White nods, agreeing that it does seem quite delicious. However, the other dwarfs immediately object aloud now. He insists firmly that no stranger should ever give anything at all to eat. Another dwarf agrees strongly, expressing deep concern that it might be poison now. Choi suddenly enters the tense scene, and he shouts out loud, warning the princess with urgency not to eat that apple there, causing an abrupt and chilling silence right across the whole stage. The entire room is now filled with uproarious laughter, as Choi's quite dramatic warning truly settles over the crowd now. Minji, who powerfully plays the witch, grows frustrated quickly. She tosses the apple away, as she firmly tells her to just eat it now. The apple hits Choi, who is completely caught off guard now. He then collapses right on the floor, losing consciousness completely. The teacher steps right in, quickly adjusting the entire script now. They change the story, claiming that it was the dwarf, not the princess, who ate the poison apple. The queen, refusing to give it up though, forces the princess to eat the remaining apple. Then they look at Minji, signaling for her to make this change, and she quickly complies in a swift motion now. Minji hands Young the very apple, forcing it right into her mouth. The scene concludes as Yoon falls unconscious deeply, and Minji rushes quickly off the entire stage, after truly eating the apple. Choi now is carried off the stage, and Taehyo then turns to No. He tells No explicitly that he is the only one he truly trusts now, urging him closely to indeed do his very best. As No deliberately steps right onto the grand stage, the audience murmurs gently, commenting that he seems a little intimidating even. Some among them clearly remember that this is exactly the same child who defeated a fierce monster. It's hard to actually believe that a mere kid could have accomplished such a feat, especially so when the award was given to him right in City Hall itself. No's thoughtful mind now drifts right back to his distant past life, where he was decidedly never looked at with any kindness at all. Always seen grimly as a monster, he was an undead player, certainly, someone that people greatly feared indeed. As his past trauma surfaces now, his beloved sister quickly blocks those dark thoughts, stepping right in and shouting loudly that she is surely there for him. The loving sight of his dear family cheering loudly for him calms him right down. With his lost focus regained fully, No shifts his close attention to the play. Determined firmly now to perform his crucial role well, No now stands directly in front of Young herself. Gazing intently at her with true admiration shown, he remarks there that in this world, it's quite hard to believe someone so beautiful can truly exist. After saying this aloud, he places a gentle kiss on her forehead, causing young No to stir slightly and wake up slowly. The captivated crowd bursts now into wild applause. As the impressive play concludes quite successfully, everyone happily lifts No now into the very air, celebrating his integral role in saving the entire play. No's own parents then arrive and they express deep pride in it, telling their son he did a wonderfully great job indeed. No responds now with a confident bright smile. Simply responds that of course he is most definitely their child. His mother then gently asks if he perhaps has figured out what he truly wants to do in the future. No pauses briefly, recalling the very same question she asked a year ago, when he happened to be at his grandmother's warm house. Now No intently thinks about this, realizing he still doesn't have a clear answer now. Looking intently at all the people around him closely, he quietly wonders if he also wants to live a truly happy life. After reflecting silently for just a brief moment, he turns to his mother then, saying that maybe he will be a warrior soon. His dear mother, looking at him now with understanding in her eye, simply replies that whatever he ultimately chooses to do in life, she will always fully support him indeed. A year later, No steps into his elementary school now for the entrance ceremony. The new principal is giving a very formal speech. No, now in his important third year there, stands quietly now, and Minji watches him with quite a yawn, clearly uninterested at all. A bit of banter ensues between them now. Choi, on the other hand, is excited now, chatting away happily with the other. The entrance ceremony eventually fully concludes. Later in their classroom then, students start introducing themselves now. Minji begins sharing that she had attended the Dawn Kindergarten 1, and talks more about herself, and the teacher Gina there cuts her off abruptly now saying, "That's quite enough for now, Minji." Respecting the teacher's polite request, quiets down promptly and finishes her brief introduction then. Everyone in the class breathes a palpable sigh of relief then. Now it's No's turn. Miss Gina calls right on him to introduce himself. No introduces himself promptly to the entire class, stating only his name clearly, and mentioning that he used to go to the Dawn Kindergarten before. Miss Gina, quite sensing his pause now, asks if that's all. No simply nods slowly and says yes softly. With a small sigh indeed, Miss Gina moves onward and calls on Young now. Young stands right up nervously now. Her hands are trembling slightly there. She begins stuttering a bit more as she introduces herself shyly. No remembers the day they all went to Young's house one. All her friends are gathered together, excitedly chatting outside them. Her father, noticing all the buzz, asks them kindly if they had a tough time getting there at all. He offers quickly to make them a nice lunch soon, and asks politely if they would like a drink too. No notices Young's father then and has a strange feeling of familiarity right now. He wonders quietly where he's seen that face before ever. The other kids are busy now asking for snacks and drink. Some want chocolate, while others much prefer mango juice. But when Young's father then turns to No, he asks what he himself would like. No still seems a bit distracted indeed, almost about to ask now for a cup of coffee. He realizes he is still just a kid and asks for a banana shake. Young's father brings in lunch for everyone present, placing a variety of dishes right in front of them all. The food truly looks delicious, and one of them immediately starts eating, commenting aloud on how particularly tasty it is. The others then follow suit, all praising the fine meal. Minji and Choi are caught up again in their usual bickering, but No just remains quiet, intently observing them both. No quietly wonders what's so truly special about the food that everyone is raving so much about. When he finally tries it too, he's quite taken aback by the unique taste. As soon as the very food enters his body, he feels a very odd sensation indeed. It's almost as if his body is being fully restored now, as though something deep inside him is quickly healing. He realizes now that all this food is acting as a powerful potion, a potent elixir that surely helps restore mana within. Potions are commonly used indeed by players who venture bravely into battles against fierce monsters, as it greatly aids in replenishing their spent mana. No, still now processing the full effects of the wondrous elixir, doesn't give much a strong outward reaction just yet. Young keenly notices and asks him directly if he doesn't like it, so he quickly reassures her then that it's actually very delicious indeed. But he asks her urgently what her father's true name is now. Yoon promptly tells him that her dear father's name is Seo Kyung. No walks swiftly up to Yoon after keenly hearing her father's name aloud. He tells her sincerely that they should be very close friends going forward. And in that very moment, he begins to truly recall something vivid from his distant past life once more. Suk-hoon indeed, he finally explains intently, is the very person who revolutionized the entire potion market entirely. Back in his distant past life, you see, Suk-hoon precisely was the brave person who revolutionized the whole potion market back then, using fully his special gift of filtering now to extract pure mana from carefully selected materials. Now, his significant efforts were indeed so impactful that in the future, Seo Kyung's very company would ultimately rise to become one of the top 3 largest firms in Korea then. However, he did not quite remember that Seo Kyun even had a daughter. He now realizes that when he saved Young from the goblin net, she survived the ordeal, otherwise, in his previous life long ago, she would have tragically died. This very thought still lingers deep in his mind now, as he gently places a comforting hand on her shoulder there. He warmly reassures her that if anyone ever bothers her at school, she should absolutely let him know. He won't let anyone get away with such thing. Young nods, agreeing to that. In the classroom presently, Young remembers the past events now and addresses the entire group. She then tells them that she, like Noelle and Minji, attended the Doan kindergarten beforehand. She openly shares that she enjoys reading indeed, and readily admits feeling quite awkward whenever she speaks to someone new for the very first time ever. Despite all this, she still encourages everyone warmly to come talk to her freely. Right after introducing herself now, she then takes a seat, hoping to connect with her new classmates truly. Gina soon announces that the next student up is Siona here. As Siona stands, it's immediately clear that she's quite different. With visible ears and a tail, the other students murmur softly amongst themselves, wondering aloud if she's quite real, or if she's a monster perhaps. No one truly knew that humans, as a term, is used for children who possess human traits, mixed directly with those of monsters so fearsome. These rare children have an uneven distribution of mana now in their body, and due to their very genes, they often exhibit monster-like features clearly. People who have unfortunately lost family members to monster tend to greatly dislike demi-humans like Siona, as they strongly remind them of the creatures that caused their immense pain. Siona gently introduces herself to them all, saying her given name and mentioning that she didn't attend kindergarten school. She nervously urges everyone here to please get along well. One of the young children nearby now whispers quietly that their dear mother told them not to go near her at all. They truly don't understand exactly why, but they clearly remember the stark warning. Now it's Choi's turn. Just as soon as Gina announces Choi's given name, he stands up confidently now and introduces himself formally, stating boldly that he truly loves to swing his sharp sword, and that he is steadily learning from the real boss about mana itself. Hearing all this clearly, a young child asks just what he means by boss. Choi, with a very proud grin indeed, points directly to No sitting close nearby, and explains clearly that No is the boss of their whole class, and quite simply the strongest among every one of them here. He further adds that truly no one should underestimate him at all. Choi continues hyping up No more by loudly chanting that boss is the best, while the others just watch in pure amusement now. Gina, however, quickly intervenes here, telling Choi to sit quietly down and behave himself. She then urgently turns her gaze to No, asking him to stay after the class as she really needs to meet with his parents soon. No soon fully realizes the very real problem here. Meanwhile, Choi still continues chanting boss is truly the best, which makes No feel even more irritated deep down. He thinks deeply to himself that starting tomorrow, he'll make sure to train Choi in a way he'll simply never forget. The very first day of school is now over and lunch has just begun. No carrying his food today. He walks toward his friends lost deep in thought. He reflects quietly on how the first year mana quantity test has finally concluded at last. Choi and Siona's mana levels seem higher than the average, while Young's mana measurement didn't really register, so it was recorded as simply average. Due to what No assumes must be some slight error that No arrives at his friend's table now and starts to settle in for lunch, feeling a slight sense of relief now. After a brief while Choi stands right up, declaring he's heading out soon for some extra food. No shakes his own head lightly and points out directly that it's the third time Choi has done this today. If he keeps this up, surely the lady in charge will remember his face well. Choi, looking quite confused indeed, asks No directly how he knows this fact, and says directly that the lady already knows his name well. Minji stands up now, declaring that she too wants some more food indeed. Choi, with a slight grin appearing, tells her quickly to go ahead, directly calling her a glutton outright. Minji, quite annoyed now, retorts firmly that she's definitely not a glutton at all, and that last time, she only took a little less food than usual. Honest. The two of them then continue bickering away, their voices rising slightly more as they argue on. Their collective attention shifts quickly to Sayona now, who has just suddenly stood up with her food tray also. People around her whisper quietly. Noticing the tale there, they talk amongst themselves intently, wondering aloud why someone just like her has come to their school at all. Sayona nervously scans the whole room now for an empty seat to take. She spots one suddenly near a table with a few other girls too. She approaches them quite politely, asking indeed if she can sit there directly. However, the girl right at the table quickly turns her down coldly, refusing outright without a second extra thought there. Sayona stands there quite unsure of what to do next. Among them all is a girl named Jean indeed, who is especially vocal too. She begins criticizing Sayona harshly, asking her quite simply what's wrong with her now. The other girls readily join right in, one of them really calling Sayona out for trying to sit at their table. Another mean girl taunts her about her appearance outright, asking so cruelly if she picked up her poor clothes from the trash. Sayona's hands tremble slightly there, as the cruel girl's harsh words echo all around her indeed. Sayona stands there really and nervously apologizes to them. Minji, who has been observing this whole situation close, steps right in. She looks at Jean and speaks up boldly now, reminding her strongly that just because she comes from a wealthy background doesn't give her the distinct right to treat others this awful way. No watches in total silence as the crowd laughs at Sayona coldly, who's now clearly quite uncomfortable indeed. He suddenly remembers one moment from his dim past. No listens intently as the man across from him there, who is a demi-human himself fully, claims now that not all demi-humans are really kind. He continues saying that there may be kind individuals amidst them, even kind children indeed, but the majority truly are not. No watches him in silence then, before asking just what comes next. The man frowns deeply and insists strongly that demi-humans shouldn't be treated better, just because solely of what they are. If No cares so very much, he should stop this now. No asks then if the man thinks he himself is kind, but the man shakes his head firmly, saying that he misunderstood his point. No suddenly stands tall, and the man flinches back. Startled deeply, No draws his very sword and asks if he looks weak. Panic flashes quickly as he raises both hands defensively, quickly denying it loudly. He stammers slightly, asking quite why No is so immediately hostile. No points directly at him and tells him now to get out and go on patrol, unless truly he wants to suffer dire consequences. The man quickly agrees then and hurries far away. Deep within the abyss, someone silently cuts down a monster. The demi-human comments aloud on the monster's raw strength, like all the others indeed in this cursed, dark place. Looking sharply down, he suddenly freezes now in horror as the creature counterattacks hard. A sharp limb slashes brutally across his very chest. The fierce monster glares aggressively onward, preparing intently for another fierce strike. No dashes swiftly forward, swinging his keen sword, slashing deeply through the vile bug creature there. The beast is sent flying back but quickly retaliates back. No dodges sharply, gripping his sword tightly now. He moves quickly in delivering a final, fatal blow for sure. The demi-human Parang falls, collapses weakly as he calls sadly out to him that No rushes quickly to him, lifting him onto his back too. Parang weakly tells him urgently to move ahead now. He has come too far indeed, and this is no time to hesitate now. A young girl holding a magical staff runs swiftly over, but before No can clearly ask for any needed help, Parang interrupts sharply. The girl bites her very lip. Watching in horror, Parang reminds No that he knows these wounds all too well. His breathing is ragged now, as he says that the grim reason they die is to keep killing more monsters then. No clenches his strong jaw and asks for Parang's very last words now. He asks sharply if No remembers what he once said, that not all demi-humans are truly good, and he shouldn't be treated differently just because of exactly what he is really. Parang grinds his teeth hard, saying there are more bad demi-humans in this world than No even realizes now, but he still surely should not turn them all away like that. Parang's faint voice weakens as he says that in the end he was truly no different from all the rest that his trembling hand falls limp there, and the very last words he utters are sadly that he is truly evil now. No stares down at his friend's lifeless body here, his own hands tightening strongly into fists now. No is still confused deeply about why he suddenly remembered that moment from his past now, but he knows exactly what he must do now at least. He firmly stands up and walks towards Sayona there, taking her dinner plate from her hand and telling her calmly there's an empty seat. Surprisingly, Sayona hesitates just a bit, but then quickly pulls her hand back, now apologizing sincerely. No reassures her, gently saying it's truly fine, and they walk away then. Sayona still uneasy. Sayona thanks him nonetheless, but warns him now that helping her might not be good for him truly. No simply dismisses her concern outright. Jean watches them leave and asks her which kindergarten they're actually from. Another girl chimes in quickly now, mentioning that it's indeed the very same kindergarten that, and suggests they could gather further information on No and his friends too. too. If really needed, Jean says she can already tell quite clearly from the very way No has brought Sayona to his table now, including her quickly in his friend's circle there, that No is definitely from a much lower status indeed. Sayona is formally introduced to everyone around the table presently, and Young happily offers her a drink too, welcoming her warmly as a new friend definitely. No's group of friends seems genuinely pleased with the new addition now. Sayona drinks the tea Young gave her happily, still slightly teary-eyed later now. The group then goes to the playground area. No tells them he's going to teach them all how to suppress their mana power, and perfectly hide their presence well. Sayona admits she doesn't quite know how to fully control her mana just yet. No calmly reassures her saying she definitely knows how to hide her energy well. He then specifically instructs the group to practice hard, by hiding their presence in the open area of the playground openly, without using any buildings for actual cover itself. The interesting game of hide and seek thus begins then. No loudly counts to 100 full while the others quickly hide away. Once he completely finishes his long count, he immediately starts searching for them all fast. He quickly finds Choi Minji and Yuna quite easily, with such ease. He realizes that Sayona and Young are the only real ones left remaining now. Young does a truly great job hiding her presence effectively. No can't feel her at all really. He decides to try find Sayona first now. While intensely searching, No hears some rustling from directly behind a nearby bush. He suddenly rushes toward it quickly, but when he carefully checks, no one is actually there anymore. Sayona has already sprinted far away rapidly. No chases after her now, calling her full name, but she keeps running fast. He tries to catch her close, but Sayona swiftly leaps away now, telling him she won't stop until he catches her by his own hand. No sees that the three who are caught, they are watching him still. Minji, Yuna, and Choi are quite ready to make their quick move. They all know No has already caught them indeed, and now they're running hard in the opposite direction now. No, quite frustrated, chases after them intently. He's determined to catch each one of them all. Meanwhile, Young quietly enters a new building. She hides her presence well, making sure no one can sense her there. She's now about to leave the old building, but she stops suddenly when she notices a stack of books in the room. Intrigued by them, she quickly enters. The very room is filled with countless books. Her eyes quickly fall on a red book, one that catches her deep attention. The title quite reads, Alice in Wonderland now, and she is immediately very drawn to it all. An old man arrives here, and she's quite shocked to see him there. They sit together now for quite a long time, and he then begins telling her magical stories about Alice in Wonderland. Meanwhile, No has been searching diligently for her and finally finds his way to the room. He calls out gently to her, Young. Lost now in the stories that the old man is sharing so fondly, she doesn't notice No, as he's been looking for her for such a long time indeed. But he finally finds her now. No greets her with a strong sense of urgency, explaining now that she disappeared while playing happily with her friend, and that's precisely why he's been searching anxiously for her. The old man then responds calmly, telling her now that if she was playing along with her friend, she really should have told him first indeed. Young apologizes sincerely, explaining that she totally forgot. Hearing all this, Choi gets angry quite quickly and scolds her sternly. No taps lightly her forehead with his fingernail, and warns her firmly to inform him next time before she leaves at all. Young is almost now about to cry there. Agrees sincerely and asks earnestly for his forgiveness. No then turns to the old man politely and apologizes for the sudden interruption, to which the old man calmly dismisses, saying simply that there's truly no need to worry. He freely admits he's been quite bored indeed and invites Young to swiftly come back. Young is quite excited. She earnestly asks if she can return the very next day to finish the book. The old man readily agrees, then tells Young that it's time now to go home. Just at that moment, the old man asks them if he can drop them off at their house. The thoughtful old man calls promptly for a car, and then, as soon as it quickly arrives, Choi, Young and Sayona gracefully step right inside. The car is undeniably sleek and luxurious. Watching it quickly leave now, No mutters softly that he has never been before in such an expensive car, and he admits plainly that he's a little jealous surely. A few days later back at school, teacher Jean suddenly announces aloud that she is putting No's name forward now as a potential candidate for class president here. No immediately pointedly asks why she is even writing his name there. Before he can fully argue, Minji informs him someone nominated his name already. Confused now, he pointedly asks who said that exactly, and Minji gestures subtly toward Choi directly. No turns furious now but decides quickly to do something about Choi soon. Later on, Choi tries to back right out, but the teacher then informs the entire class that No is the only real candidate for class president this semester now. She then pointedly asks if anyone else would like to nominate themselves too, but no one speaks up now. Jean slowly then raises her own hand and turns to No, saying she would also indeed like to run as a candidate now. Sometime later on, Jean enters the bustling classroom, bringing with her a huge box now of burgers indeed. She casually mentions that her father has already quite paid for them all, and they're there for everyone here to enjoy full. She and all her friends begin the distribution of the burger throughout the entire class. Jean then adds that if she becomes class president soon, she'll indeed treat everyone to burgers quite once a month, encouraging the whole class to vote now for her indeed. No intently watches everything from the side now along with his close friend. When Jean pointedly approaches to offer him a burger as well, he firmly refuses and quickly walks right away then. As he glances slowly around, he notices Choi fully holding a burger now, his very mouth watering slightly, but after a single moment, he quite reluctantly gives that burger right back. Minji then comments that she's certainly not homeless, rejecting the generous offer, and Young also declines kindly. Seeing all this, No feels a little more motivated now, and thinks that maybe he should at least give it a sincere try. Later on, the class heads out eagerly for a school trip. Their teacher, Gina, gathers everyone near and instructs them to give their attendance promptly. When she calls out each of their names, she begins the roll call by calling out the class president's name first. Now, Jean raises her hand high, confirming that she is officially this year's class president indeed. Meanwhile, No, now the vice president, is frustrated greatly by the outcome clearly. Later, their teacher guides all the students around the majestic mountain they are visiting currently for their field trip event. She takes them carefully through some scenic spots there, allowing them the chance to explore the very area. Eventually they come to a stop for a lunch break. Now, as No opens up his own lunchbox, then he notices a handwritten note inside that simply reads, "I love seeing this." Minji teases him playfully, saying just how sweet it truly is that his sister loves him so much now. No simply tells her to be quiet directly. Young's lunch stands out clearly as the most beautifully prepared one, making No certain within herself that her father surely must have made it. Meanwhile, Choi then casually comments aloud that cup noodles are the best food for a field trip like this. Hearing this comment, Minji asks gently if his mother didn't pack a lunch for him today. Choi simply nods silently, explaining further that his mom told him cup noodles were indeed the best. No and Minji both grow quiet now, exchanging knowing glances. No now thinks quietly that Choi's mother doesn't seem to care much for him, not even bothering at all to prepare his simple lunch. No trying hard to cheer him up now, agrees quickly that cup noodles definitely are the best for trip. Deep within the mountains, a man now is being chased by fearsome monsters. He runs as truly fast as he possibly can run, but his foot suddenly catches on something unseen, causing him to painfully fall. When he looks straight up now, he sees the creatures closing in fast. Rank 7 monsters indeed, vicious hounds now, feared greatly for their sheer brutality. Terrified, he stumbles quickly back, calling urgently for help, but before he can react much, a larger presence looms menacingly behind him now. Turning sharply around, he finds himself face to face with an even stronger beast overall, a rank 6 hellhound precisely, the leader of this pack. The monstrous hounds waste absolutely no time lunging right at him. Within mere moments, they tear him brutally apart, devouring him swiftly and completely. The hellhound leader suddenly commands loudly the others to stop. The lesser hounds immediately freeze still. The leader then gives a brand new order now. They must all head southward, and southward indeed is exactly where No and his group are currently. Meanwhile, the students begin actively their treasure hunt activity there. No has really no interest in participating even and would rather just leave, but he gets rather dragged along fully by his lively classmate. Annoyed greatly, he reluctantly follows them along now. Suddenly now, a loud scream echoes clearly through the area. Everyone stops dead, and starts murmuring intensely about what it could be. No, keeping a cool head calmly, tells them all firmly to stay completely quiet, as they carefully scan their immediate surrounding. A monster approaches swiftly, moving quickly towards them. When they look straight ahead, they see a fierce hound standing right in their path. No already knew clearly that monsters would eventually show up here, but he had absolutely no way of knowing the exact day at all. Frustrated deeply, he thinks, why did it have to be today specifically? The Buchan Mountain incident truly was a major, terrible disaster. Seoul was originally supposed to be protected by a cocoon-like barrier, but for some totally unknown reason yet, monsters from the nearby districts swiftly managed to break through and enter Seoul itself. The ultimate result was tragic indeed, leading directly to countless unfortunate casualties. The hellhound's fiery eyes lock intently onto Minji. First, it leaps right at her, and Minji stumbles as her foot catches hard on a sharp rock, making her fall sharply backward, just before the hellhound can actually reach. No charges straight in and lands a truly powerful kick, sending the creature flying away. Without wasting any moment, he attacks it repeatedly with his fork now, striking over and over until he finally kills it completely. Turning to Minji, he asks directly if she's okay now. Minji quickly nods indeed, but Choi steps in, saying they should be asking him instead. Instead, he then comments that No's actions just now here were completely unlike the boss he knows so well. No simply replies calmly that he was just caught a little off guard. No realizes now that Choi saw something he shouldn't have clearly. In that brief moment when he killed the monster, that he had become the undead version of himself from his past life before, a player consumed entirely by hatred for monsters deeply. He had just revealed openly a side of himself now that he never wanted anyone else to see ever. Before he can dwell on it further, more monstrous roars loudly echo through the immediate area now. The terrifying sound grows louder, signaling the imminent approach of even more creatures. Choi, alarmed greatly, asks urgently what they should do next promptly, while Minji immediately insists firmly that their only real option is simply to run swiftly. No one agrees it quite makes sense to escape first right now, but he surely knows that hounds always move in fierce packs. And now, an entire group of them is descending rapidly from the mountain top. If they stick tightly together, he might not be able to fully protect everyone just yet. There's truly only one real option now left. He now takes a very deep breath and tells everyone to listen carefully now to what he's surely about to say. Meanwhile, another group of students continues their own exciting treasure hunt. Meanwhile, Jean gently spreads her handkerchief over a rock and finally sits down, just watching her dear friends as she casually tells them to hurry right up and quickly find the lost treasure. Jin's close friends make weak excuses, saying they desperately need a short break, and that searching further for the treasure is really too much effort now. But as soon as she fiercely glares at them all, they very quickly get right back to urgent work, resuming their important search now without further complaints at all. Just then, Jean quickly notices a group of students running swiftly toward her direction, screaming loudly in total panic at exactly the same time now. Suddenly, a pack of hellhounds emerge now, chasing them down. The terrified students quickly rush past her, leaving her completely frozen in place there. Before she can truly react, one hellhound leaps straight at her, ready to strike, but before it can truly land its attack, a gunshot sharply rings out. The bullet strikes the hellhound, killing it instantly, though still visibly shaken. Jean quickly realizes then who fired the shot. No lowers his gun then, and looks directly at her. He tells her that if she doesn't really want to die, she should get right down the mountain immediately now. Jean trembles with true fear, struggling now to steady herself. No looking directly at her coldly then, tells her firmly that he has already truly done enough here. She can certainly handle the remaining rest on her very own. Turning completely away, he starts to slowly leave, but just before he can then take another step at all, Jean grabs his hand tightly. She insists that he simply can't just leave. He really has to protect her. No yanks his hand entirely free. He warns her directly not to get in his way and firmly orders her to leave early. No then gathers his close friends and instructs them to quickly run as far down the mountain as they possibly can. If they spot absolutely any other hunters lurking, they should immediately call for help without delay. Choi hesitates just then, asking if No isn't coming right with them now. No shakes his head, saying he has to stay back still and search thoroughly for any other survivors perhaps. Choi, refusing to leave him behind all alone, declares firmly that he'll go too without question. He's learned much from No, and now it's his turn indeed to help out. But before he can even say another single word, No cuts him off quite sharply. His voice suddenly turns cold, as he orders Choi to stop joking around for now and focus entirely on surviving out there. No continues urgently instructing his worried friend, emphasizing that from this moment on, they will operate as a closely knit four-person party. He warns them sternly to keep just one crucial thing always in mind. Hounds really are monsters, truly with a great keen sense of smell. To avoid any detection at all, they must fully suppress their mana as much as is possible. Since these terrible creatures can easily sense it, it is No. Once they head directly down the mountain right now. No moves in the opposite direction now, climbing higher upward along the way here. He tosses Yeon's prepared food onto the ground then. Since it was freshly prepared by her own father now, it naturally contains traces of residual mana. This will momentarily confuse all the monsters around, giving him an advantage, fully activating his mana detection ability. No thoroughly scans the whole area then, pinpointing the exact real locations of nearby monsters there. Satisfied fully with the provided information, he quietly mutters to himself softly that he has already surely bought his close friends enough time now to safely escape. He quickly sprints onward toward those hellhounds there. No spots the menacing hellhound boss now, lurking menacingly in a particularly dark, shadowed area of the mountain peak, its looming presence radiating a truly ominous dark aura around. He softly mutters again to himself that, realizing keenly this intense fight will be far more difficult than firstly expected. Though he still readily possesses half the potent mana he had in his distant past life, that it certainly won't be enough now for a prolonged fierce battle ahead. Fortunately now, he has one of Young's drinks indeed, a potion crafted by her father himself, which might just prove truly useful. Suddenly, loud, piercing screams echo through all the area now. No turns quickly to see that a group of hunters has already arrived here, but they are quickly being overwhelmed by the hellhound horde now. One by one indeed, they are torn fully apart until only a single survivor remains there. Before the very last player can even react quickly, a hellhound lunges fiercely at him now, finishing him off completely. No leaps bravely into action now, jumping swiftly onto one of the fierce hellhounds. As he lands perfectly, he quickly grabs a small sword from the fallen player's very bag right there. Armed now with this new weapon, he now prepares to cut directly through the monster swarm here. One hellhound immediately pounces fiercely on him there, but no swiftly spots its crucial weak point now, and drives his sword straight powerfully through it there, killing it swiftly in an instant fully. As the creature's lifeless body is flung violently aside here, another charges directly toward him now. No moves now with incredible swift speed, slashing through the monsters one after another without any hesitation. As No finishes off one hellhound right now, another one lunges swiftly at him from directly behind. He swiftly dodges the brutal attack quickly, and drives his sharp dagger deep into the creature's stomach, killing it instantly indeed. Several more hellhounds surround him so fast, he channels a significant amount of mana into his sword strongly, infusing it completely with raw power. Sharp needle-like projections form along the blade quickly, and with a single swift slash he releases them sharp. The small mana-infused needles pierce through the attacking monsters swiftly, wounding them instantly all at once, landing back safely on the solid ground. No moves quickly and skillfully using his honed sword. He carves now a massive glowing symbol in the dark sky. A large glowing star shines the very moment he completes it perfectly. A powerful loud explosion erupts suddenly, consuming all the nearby hellhounds in an instant now. The overwhelming blast wave leaves nothing but absolute silence in its wake here. Back in the present time, No now holds a gun and a small sword too. Weapons scavenged now from the fallen hunters close by. Having bravely saved Jean from the hellhounds that he turns to leave promptly, she attempts to try to stop him now, but No coldly tells her not to get in his way now, and to leave immediately please. Jean lets him go onward, and without another word No walks away quickly. Jean watches No go, and firmly declares that she wants him completely. No finally reaches the true boss area after swiftly running through the battlefield entire. Standing there before him now is the rank 6 fearsome monster, the hellhound mighty boss indeed. Darkness greatly emanates from its very body as it marks No as its chosen target today. No challenges the fierce beast there, declaring out loud that no matter how much it tries to mark him clearly tonight, it will surely die now without wasting any further time soon. He unleashes his small needle-sharp attack fast. Once again, those mana-infused needles fly through the air quickly now, piercing the lesser hounds surrounding their fierce leader right now. As the smaller fierce monsters collapse quickly, No steps directly forward to face the mighty boss himself. At that tense moment, two hellhounds attempt to ambush him sharply from behind soon. Sensing the deadly attack, he swiftly dodges now, taking down one foe with his sword, and shooting the other with his gun. More hellhounds swarm ferociously toward him fast, but No moves swiftly through them, with deadly precision indeed, cutting down every single monster directly in his path forward. His relentless assault completely clears the entire way. As he bravely advances further toward the hellhound boss above, hellhounds still remain in large numbers right before No now. Annoyed at this, he mutters about how troublesome they truly are. Meanwhile, his brave friends continue their cautious descent down the mountain quickly, running swiftly as fast as they possibly can go. No had explicitly warned them that the monsters they were up against right then had quite powerful mana-sensing abilities indeed. To avoid detection entirely, they had to carefully suppress their mana. Following closely his crucial advice here, they diligently kept their mana suppressed, as they carefully made their way down further. They soon reach a key point where two distinct paths diverge right before them all. Unsure which exact way to proceed, Choi turns directly to Young and asks urgently for guidance then. However, Young unfortunately is very exhausted now, barely even able to keep up, despite her growing fatigue still. She recalls quite clearly that no one had specifically assigned her and Sion as the group's main navigators, that is, since they were simply the best at quickly reading terrain. It was fully up to them now to decide the safest route forward too. Back in the present moment, Young uses her keen mana detection ability, sensing a strong darkness clearly emanating from the left-hand path now. At the exact same time, Siona, relying on her heightened sharp senses, listens so carefully, and confirms quickly that there are truly no safe sounds coming from that dark direction. With all that, the group quickly decides to take the other path instead now, and starts then running at absolute full speed. As they rush quickly forward, Choi suddenly hears deep growling right behind them. He panics intensely, but before he can turn fully around, Minji grabs his hand very tightly and firmly tells him not to look straight back. Her very mind flashes quickly back to what No had told her previously earlier. No one should ever make reckless rash decisions. She clenches her teeth now, determined always to follow his true wise advice. The group then continues to sprint quickly, but Yum abruptly stops. A wave of strong darkness surges straight ahead, stronger than ever before. Alarmed she urgently warns the others. They see a lone hound monster blocking their very path. However, this one is quite different from the regular hound seen. It is a much stronger, upgraded version indeed now. Before they can even react, the beast lets out a piercing howl aloud, and within moments swiftly, more hounds appear from absolutely all sides, surrounding them all completely, it seemed. Choi then recalls No's words. He was the strongest among them here, the main damage dealer of all. And it was his sole responsibility now to protect everyone well. No matter how many fierce monsters appeared then, he surely had to fight with this in his mind now. He infuses his trusty stick with mana mightily, and prepares himself well to engage the enemy's head-on firmly. As the hellhounds charge fiercely toward him now, he swings his very weapon, striking one with absolutely full force, sending it flying backward fast. A rush of real excitement surges powerfully through him, but before he can revel well in his small success, two even more hounds leap directly at him. He swiftly takes those enemies down just as well. However, just as he truly starts to believe he can handle this ordeal, a hound suddenly slashes his back fiercely with its sharp claws now. Before he can fully recover, two more hounds quickly close in then. One snatches his very stick while the other slams its claws right into his side, knocking him quite off balance. The others watch in real horror as Choi struggles. Sayona observes closely the way the monsters are cruelly toying with him, almost exactly as if they see him as mere entertainment here. Despite all of the overwhelming numbers here, Choi bravely refuses to give up and he clenches his tight fist, channels a powerful surge of mana now into his waiting hand, and as yet another hound pounces directly on him now, he lands a strong, powerful punch with all his might, sending the creature flying high right into the air. Then he stares down at his own hand, indeed in utter shock, and what he just did felt strangely similar to the boss's own attacks precisely. But even before he can properly process it full, another fearsome hound suddenly lunges directly at him now, striking him square in the stomach there and sending him flying hard. He crashes down quite hard onto the cold ground now, before he even can begin to move. A hound now pins him down indeed, with its massive paw pressing against his chest now. The others scream his given name then, but Choi can only watch on there, as the monster prepares to finish him off at last. Siona, completely overwhelmed with mounting fear and despair now, starts crying openly. As memories of her close friends treating her with great kindness flood her very mind now, she repeatedly pleads so desperately, for someone to save them now. The hellhound gripping Choi's arm, just tightens its hold grimly, preparing to bite down sharply, just as Minji and the others try to rush right in quickly. Sayona instinctively activates her special telepathic ability indeed, sending out a truly desperate call for urgent help urgently. Her potent telepathic signal travels far beyond anything true she has ever achieved until now previously. Suddenly a powerful wind barrier abruptly forms all around them quickly, forcefully pushing all the monstrous creatures away there. Choi's close friends remain perfectly protected right inside the safe barrier right now, unable to fully comprehend precisely what just happened here. As they look curiously outside now, they witness a raging tornado violently sweeping through the entire battlefield completely, tearing apart the fierce hellhounds savagely. Then a woman calmly steps forward now. She glances at them swiftly and speaks softly, asking them all to close their eyes for a moment. She is indeed about to deal with these nasty dogs here. This woman is one of the 12 sovereigns, known as Divine Tempest now, and her given name is Shin. Meanwhile then, No continues his truly intense fight against the hellhound boss quite fierce, surrounded closely by countless monsters all around. Feeling his building exhaustion, he quickly drinks the potion crafted by Young's father, allowing him to recover his strength slightly once again. Without wasting even a moment of time, he charges forward fast, using his heavenly steps swiftly to strike down a single enemy now. However, the endless horde remains truly relentless all the same. Another fearsome monster rushes fiercely right at him there, and he instantly pulls out his gun and takes it quickly down. Despite his tremendous efforts, the ongoing battle is indeed far from over yet. No continues onward, cutting down the remaining hellhounds with relentless precision, clearly wielding his powerful sword while actively activating his extraordinary ability, Violent Dance. His swift movements suddenly become a total blur now, slashing fiercely through enemy after enemy now, until only the hellhound boss truly remains now. Every lesser hound in this area has been eliminated completely. He charges headfirst, using his skill to close that distance, but his very body isn't responding as smoothly as before now. Ignoring the strain, he swings his sword straight at the hellhound, only for the beast to clamp down down hard on the blade with its powerful jaw. No immediately draws his gun and fires multiple quick shots at the monster, but it refuses strongly to let go in fierce retaliation now. The hellhound prepares now to unleash a devastating fire blast very soon. Sensing incoming danger, No quickly leaps swiftly away now, narrowly dodging the fiery attack this time. The intense flames scorch the ground where he stood mere moments ago, without missing even a beat ever. He unloads his remaining bullets directly into the hellhound there, each potent shot striking its tough body now. The creature staggers strongly from the damage sustained now, but before No can press his great advantage here, his available ammunition runs completely out. Realizing he has absolutely no choice but to engage directly in close combat, he grips his sword tightly still. However, he can already truly feel his mana depleting now. Despite this fact, he notices the hellhound is also quite exhausted. Now it all comes down solely to who can outlast the other one here. The hellhound then begins summoning multiple dark energy spheres now. Snarling fiercely, the beast speaks in a guttural dark tone, mocking No's arrogance. Watching those swirling orbs carefully, No quickly assesses the whole situation now. These aren't just really normal attacks here. This seems quite different from a simple marking ability shown. It launches the dark spheres directly toward him now. As they race swiftly through the air now, the beast growls fiercely that it will tear him totally apart. Instead of dodging, No charges straight directly at the attack, slicing through just one of the orbs with his trusty sword. However, instead of shattering completely, it releases a sudden surge of complete darkness. He braces himself well, analyzing the immediate effect. Realizing quickly it isn't poison at all, he concludes now that he can keep cutting through them easily without worry. Pushing forward now, he steadily closes the dangerous distance between himself and the hellhound. Just as he nears the hellhound closely, already anticipating his daring approach there, prepares a devastating fiery breath attack, cloaking itself fully in darkness. It suddenly unleashes a massive deadly wave of flames directly at No. No raises his sword high to block the fierce attack, but the raw force is simply too overwhelming. The intense searing heat and pressure sends him flying backward fast, crashing very hard against the cold ground now. As he struggles greatly to push himself back up, he assesses carefully the extent of his grave injury. Despite using the last of his mana now for defense, his body is quite battered, breathing heavily indeed. He mutters then to himself, acknowledging just how much serious damage he has taken. At this rapid rate, he won't last much longer here. During a fierce fight in his distant path, No's worried teammates observe his battered body now with concern. One of them mutters softly that No looks indeed as good as dead now, but another quickly corrects him instead. He explains that No possesses a truly rare ability known as Berserker power. Unlike ordinary talents entirely, Berserker is a gift that only fully activates in extreme situations now, pushing the very user beyond their normal limits indeed. Back in the present now, No's mana is completely depleted full, triggering his Berserker ability at once. Despite having no energy left at all, his body continues to release mana at an explosive rate currently. His movements swiftly become even faster. With renewed strength entirely, he charges straight toward the fearsome hellhound, closing the distance in mere an instant now. The beast instinctively retreats quickly, but No is already far too close by. His sharp sword slashes downward hard, severing two of its legs with just a single strike now. The hellhound recoils sharply in agony soon, but even in this dire state, it refuses to fall down. Summoning its remaining full strength still, it conjures a swirling barrier of complete darkness to shield itself well. No steps forward now and swings his sword with full raw force. The sheer impact shatters the dark barrier completely, exposing the grievously wounded beast now. Glaring down hard at his opponent, No then said he had already declared its imminent death. He delivers now the sure finishing blow, cutting fiercely down the monstrous creature then. As this battle fully ends, he finally allows himself to collapse down. Sitting wearily down, he gazes at the sunset, falling unconscious now. Meanwhile indeed, No's friends find themselves there, face to face now with one of the 12 sovereigns, a woman named Shin indeed. She calmly instructs them to close their eyes, warning them now that she is about to eliminate the remaining hellhound. Her expression turns quite serious as she unleashes her ability, conjuring swiftly two massive tornadoes there that spiral fiercely through the battlefield with devastating immense force. In a swift instant, the remaining monsters are caught in raging winds now, torn apart effortlessly really once the battle is over there. She dispels smoothly the tornadoes now, and releases quickly the barrier that had been protecting the children. Turning to those No's friends now, she apologizes deeply, admitting that she might have seemed frightening. Indeed, she truly hopes they won't start crying right now, repeating to herself not to panic too, if they do so, just to reassure them all. She gently tells them there's absolutely no need to be afraid anymore. Choi excitedly interrupts just then, saying it was incredibly cool indeed. Siona keeps thanking Shin gratefully, while Young watches in absolute awe now. Comparing Shin's immense strength to No's, Choi is just as thrilled still. Exclaims that Shin is surely one of the 12 sovereigns now. Shin, however, grows thoughtful despite what these children have just gone through all along. They seem completely fine. It's strange. She wonders if they have gone mad from intense fear, or if they are just handling everything unnaturally well. Perhaps. Her gaze shifts over to Choi now, noticing he has taken the most damage. Concerned, she checks him carefully for any internal injuries now. As she examines them now, she senses something truly unusual. Young's mana feels quite different now, far stronger indeed than the other. Shin rushes forward quickly and embraces Young, asking directly if she wants to become a player now. Before Young can fully respond, Choi jumps right in between them, declaring strongly that he will be the one to become a player here. This instantly reminds Shin of the powerful punch that Choi had landed squarely on the monster earlier then. Smiling gently, she pulls him along with Minji into a warm hug. Calling them quite adorable, Shin turns quickly to Sayona, acknowledging now the telepathic message she had sent earlier now. She praises her warmly for doing a great job truly, explaining clearly that it was only because of Sayona's message that she was indeed able to locate them quickly. Hearing this now, Sayona feels quite relieved and proud that she was able to help, even in a quite small way. With the situation settling calmly down, Shin instructs them directly to head quickly down the mountain there. She assures them strongly that a rescue team will be arriving very soon. Minji hesitates slightly and asks if Shin won't be coming with them there. Shin explains clearly that she still has more people to save now, but reassures them all that she wouldn't ever leave them alone like this. Just then in the moment, she gestures towards the dark forest, saying he indeed has arrived just in time. It seems. A lone man steps right out from the shady tree, approaching them all slowly now. He looks at Shin directly and complains that she left him behind them, saying it was incredibly difficult indeed to make it here completely alone. This very man named Sheol is also a member of the Ocean Clan too. Without any wasting time at all, Shin tells the children to follow Sheol and heads down the mountain path. Choi suddenly speaks aloud, pointing directly out that their boss still hasn't returned here. This truly confuses Shin and Sheol, as they wonder just who this boss is. Meanwhile, No remains completely unconscious now. Lost within a dream, memories from his past life resurface strongly. In that vision, he is severely injured badly, and a girl is healing him there. She scolds him sternly, telling him to take much better care indeed. If she hadn't been right there, he would have died countless times before. She points out how recklessly he pushes himself, only just to stay conscious ever. Even as she heals him now, No makes a face, and questions why she's so angry really. After all, it's his own body ultimately. The girl is Yu Young truly. Glares back at him directly and snaps instantly, saying precisely that since she's the one always taking care of it full, his very body might as well belong to her then. No sighs deeply and apologizes quickly, asking if she's truly happy now. But Yujong isn't satisfied at all. She smirks slightly and tells him that if he's really truly sorry then he should spend some quality time with her over this weekend. No responds abruptly, asking precisely why now, but she quickly cuts him off just then, telling him firmly to just listen closely if he does not want to die here. Back again in the present now. No opens his eyes slowly and finds himself in a hospital room indeed. He looks down at himself now, realizing there are no visible injuries at all. As he quietly mutters this thought to himself, someone just outside clearly hears him now. The door gently opens, and Shin steps inside the room. No instantly recognizes her figure there. She tells him he is finally awake at last and asks if he feels any pain now. No simply says he is completely fine actual, and quietly wonders if she truly was the one who saved him from harm. Though he speaks quite playfully aloud, his true thoughts are clearly elsewhere right now. A member of the famed 12 sovereigns personally checking on him now means she absolutely must know something crucial. Shin sits beside No and explains softly that as soon as she found him that she brought him to this very hospital swiftly. She asks him directly if his name is No really, and he confirms it truthfully before asking for hers in return. She introduces herself as Shin now, and adds that he can call her Nuna there, which means older sister in fact. No grows quiet for a moment now, before asking how long he was unconscious overall, and what happened precisely to his friends close by. Shin informs him directly that 6 hours have passed swiftly, and that his friends are completely safe truly. She also mentions quickly that she has already contacted his family urgently, and they should be arriving very soon indeed. Hearing this, Noel feels relieved now that his friends are safe there, but his thoughts then shift quickly to his parents overall. He wonders just what he is going to say to them before he can dwell much on it yet. Shin speaks again, clearly telling him that she has some things indeed to investigate thoroughly, and truly needs him to answer her questions properly for her. She asks intently what he was doing exactly at that place instead, and who was responsible precisely for killing all the monsters there. No lets out a small laugh softly and tells her that he doesn't remember much now. He thinks quietly he was just running swiftly and somehow ended up in that strange place now. He says factually someone must have saved him just before he lost consciousness back then. Shin moves in closer surely and states clearly that, with so very many monsters killed there indeed, she truly has a feeling that he was the one who defeated them all. She directly asks what he exactly thinks about that. No immediately denies it outright. saying quite clearly there's no way he could have killed so many monsters out there. But Shin simply doesn't back down now. She reveals now that she has already gathered some vital information on it. Just last year he received the prestigious Brave Child Award. No turns away then and insists that it was just merely a coincidence alone. But Shin still presses further ahead, asking keenly if it was also quite a coincidence that he defeated the Hellhounds then. This time No keeps vehemently denying it still, but then Shin pointedly tells him this. That they have already found his own fingerprints there on the very sword. Hearing this unveiled truth, No falls quite silent now. He fully realizes now that making more excuses just won't simply help. This wise woman already surely knows the undeniable truth. There's simply nothing more he can really do here. After deeply thinking for just a moment here, No tells her quite directly that they should now make a deal then. Shin questions sharply why she should agree to this when she has really nothing to lose here. She pointedly asks what she would even gain exactly from this deal. No responds firmly that he will give her highly important exclusive information. Hearing all this, Shin asks just what kind of information he is talking about now, but No steadfastly refuses to reveal it at all, immediately stating that if he tells her everything now, it just won't be any sort of a deal anymore. This key information is part of the negotiation, clearly. Shin intently takes a brief moment to think deeply. She realizes sharply that he has given up indeed on denying that he was the one who killed all the Hellhounds there. Now she is increasingly curious too, about just what kind of vital information this kid can possibly offer her. She pointedly asks him what exactly he wants now in return for this very deal. No tells her straightforwardly that he doesn't actually want anything from her. He merely wants to simply live a normal peaceful life going forward. Seated calmly now in her high-end car, she instructs her personal driver to thoroughly investigate the heirs of the Dangun group soon. No had just given Shin crucial information there, telling her precisely that she needs to closely keep a careful eye on all the female heirs of the Dangun group. More importantly, yes, she should closely observe their deep relationship with the leader of Ocean Clan, the very guild she is currently affiliated with now. Hearing this, Shin is quite surprised indeed. No is indirectly implying that one of the female heirs of a major group now is having a secret affair with the leader of Ocean Clan, so it seems. Shin sternly warns him not to joke about something this serious then, and asks if he's fully ready to take responsibility for exactly what he is saying. But No confidently replies to her that if she finds truly nothing new from his crucial information, he will actually join her own clan and guild. Shin scoffs softly, saying that their respected guild isn't some random organization itself. Anyone can simply join them however they please. No cleverly counters by saying that just a moment ago, she was firmly convinced that he was the one who killed the Hellhounds viciously. Shin acknowledges that no matter how she carefully looks at it all, No undoubtedly stands to gain quite a lot from this detailed deal indeed, but No simply tells her that in the very end, she will most certainly be able to fully confirm her husband's true loyalty to her, while also successfully securing a valuable talent back now in the present. Shin asks the driver now to investigate the female heirs of the Dangun group in detail, with a particular sharp focus on any possible connections existing between them specifically and her own husband. Additionally, she orders him then to recheck the ranking reports of all the monsters that recently appeared indeed in Gangnam district. In the past prior, No and Shin had already finalized fully their deal itself. No provided her quickly with valuable information all about her husband, and before she left it all, he gave her one final warning now. He told her not then to underestimate the monsters here, appearing specifically in Gangnam district now, just purely because of their overall ranking there. Ignoring them truly could lead to serious grave consequences ahead. Before finally parting ways soon, he made just one last suggestion that she should report now that all of the monsters clearly from the very recent incident now were defeated fully by her alone now. With just a slight knowing smile, No pointed out softly that this arrangement indeed would benefit her quite well. Meanwhile, it would allow him then to continue living as an ordinary elementary school student still. Thinking back on their earlier conversation now, she mutters to herself that this boy is truly interesting indeed. The Daily News reported just that today. A 7th grade monster and 100 hellhounds attacked Mount Bukonde. A skilled player had dealt with the 6th grade hellhound then, and was now carefully investigating the incident itself. Someone there was checking a phone, displaying a report stating clearly that 34 victims are identified. The entire internet was soon flooded with news about this very event. A couple more months later now, Sayona smiles as her close friends wish her a happy birthday too. No looking directly at Minji smiling teases that kindness really doesn't suit her so. Young hands Sayona some truly homemade chocolate thing, with such a cheerful expression shown. Choi then quickly walks away now, grinning brightly and whispering to others that the party will be amazing definitely. No asks nervously if Yoon's dad has allowed them to do all this, while Siona curiously questions what exactly they are whispering about them. Choi runs off, now insisting she truly doesn't need to know. Minji, merely glancing up then, mentions that the morning assembly is starting soon. Siona looks all around in slight confusion. Later then, in the evening, a large crowd gathers now at Young's house to celebrate Siona's special birthday. All of the kids smile brightly as they wish her well. Tears start to well up in Siona's kind eye, as she admits she had suspected they were secretly planning something special. A lovely cake is brought out now for her. Minji is still smiling gently, reminds Siona that she actually has a lot to do later. Minji tells No that Jean Senna has threatened to work her already to ensure the boy's father will certainly attend. No knows about the KK group now, ranking 7th in all of South Korea even. Their main key areas of influence are electronics now, construction and advertising in general, though they have little significant impact on the medical industry at all. No tells Minji to wipe that concerning expression off her face right now. He smiles, stating that if Jean is truly a direct heir to KK, then her last name, certainly, should be Kim indeed, but since her surname remains Jean, she is definitely from a collateral family, without a doubt. No then tells her to stop her worry. Minji is annoyed quite a bit and walks away now, telling him directly to eat alone later. No mutters softly that things have gotten a little complicated it seems, but they are still manageable indeed. His fierce eyes are on his family as he stabs the fork hard into the cake, declaring aloud that if anything disturbs them now, he will tear it fiercely to small pieces. Choi shouts confidently that today he will show exactly what he has learned here. No tells him sternly that as long as he doesn't trip right now, he is fine enough. Choi waves a dismissive hand quickly, telling him not to worry at all. Everything will surely be okay now, and he will do his very best for the entire team now. No notices some tension strongly in the air and turns his head back quickly. Angry students are gathered all around, and he asks them directly what exactly is going on here. Minji now stands stern, demanding an explanation from the boy standing right next to her. The boy says plainly that the teacher has promised to buy nuggets and pizza if they win. No glances are given at the teacher that, who is now in tears, regretting her rash words aloud. Feeding all these students is truly impossible. Another teacher raises his very gun and shouts for attention now. Choi prepares himself to start thinking about how shocked everyone else will be. A gunshot rings out loudly. He runs forward with all his might and speed. The team is cheering his name onward. No sighs truly as Choi pushes toward total victory. He focuses hard on Choi as the finish line comes clearly into view. Choi stretches his hand forward toward it now, but his whole body suddenly feels unbearably heavy indeed. Just even one more step, then he collapses hard. The team is truly horrified. The class teacher rushes forward fast, lifts him right onto her back and carries him. Choi murmurs softly that the very sky is spinning. No sighs already fully expecting this outcome here. Choi has overdone it again now. He thoughtfully thinks about how he needs to work on the boy's character now, and carefully teach him to stay truly calm. Suddenly then, a girl quickly jumps on him from directly behind. He turns swiftly to see his dear sister, Yoon, beaming brightly with obvious excitement. She proudly announces to all that she has come first indeed, in the 100-meter race. No nods now, realizing she has beaten absolutely all the other 5th graders now. Yoona earnestly tells him to take extra care of himself, and that she will be heading to her very next event. They will certainly see each other again quite soon. No waves her off gently, reminding her not to push herself too very hard. Minji is watching the exchange silently, thinks quietly to herself that he isn't a mama's boy at all. He is Yuna's boy completely. Siona approaches the group then, with her head held down, frustrated that Yoona has been simply too fast indeed. No is filled to the brim with familial pride, declares proudly that she is indeed his own sister. Siona is frowning slightly, asks him if he has been rooting for his sister instead now, of their own team. No quickly and strongly objects, insisting that he has been thinking about lunch the entire time. Really, Minji definitely doesn't buy it, saying that he has been watching Yoona the whole entire time. Turning away now, looks embarrassed completely, before swiftly changing the subject now and asking about Young. Siona simply points to the side quickly. Young is running up to the group there with excitement. She finds them sitting on a blanket indeed, enjoying a picnic. They are No's neighbors truly, a couple named Julie and Bruno now. Young earnestly asks for their help now, grabs the girl's hand firmly and urges her to run faster now. They reach the judge of the competition then and start talking quickly. The girls slap their palms together happily. Young drops down next to No now, letting out a long breath as she finally gets to rest here. No hands her a bottle of water there and asks how she got Julie to come along. She twists open the bottle cap and responds clearly, saying she is an American actually. He pauses, quite surprised, as he thought she is Italian indeed. Julie had already told No's mother she indeed could speak English now. He then wonders if Julie had somehow tricked them all. He now looks at her quite surprised clearly. At their first very meeting, she had been just a crybaby it seemed. Now she seems different, perhaps more cunning truly, more mature. Young watches No closely as he deeply thinks. He leans now to the side, glancing quickly at Choi, who is finally starting to come to his very senses after the potion. The loudspeakers on the poles call everyone now to gather after lunch. No wants Choi to at least be half of what Young has become truly. No walks directly over to Young and Siona then, joining a group of unfamiliar women just there. He greets them handing fruit and snacks from his dear mother. Lowering his voice, he quietly asked Young exactly who they are. The women laugh. Young explains that her aunt has recently indeed become their regular customer it seems now. No walks past a tent with an English flag now, feeling like he has seen her somehow before surely, but not quite remembering precisely where truly. At a nearby table, Jean sits along with guards there. She gently asks if he is hungry now, and offers some tea. He pointedly ignores her kindness and just keeps walking on, more intently focused on recalling exactly what was for lunch. Jean quickly rushes after him now, pointing directly as she tells her father she recently mentioned No. The man's stern expression abruptly hardens visibly. He sharply asks if No is the very one who bullied his daughter. He formally introduces himself as the president of KK Pharmaceuticals here. No dismissively calls his company utterly pathetic here. The blunt insult lands incredibly hard now. Young's face quickly darkens as he raises his hand to strike out, but that hand stops short. No pushes it aside with a single finger fast. His solid stance unshaken, Young hesitates visibly here, then clenches his fist tightly and swings out before it truly lands. A sudden jarring movement cuts swiftly in. No's sharp eyes widen considerably as Young recoils sharply, a thin trail of blood trickling clearly from his nose now. No's own father stands firmly there, shaking out his strong fist. He furiously demands to know how Young dares to lay a hand on his son. He firmly grips No's shoulders, carefully checking if he is actually hurt. No brushes it off firmly, saying he is fine really, but doesn't appreciate the sudden interference at all. Young is furious that someone just like him dared to strike him hard. Guards quickly rush forward as the director orders them now to take No's father. No clenches his very teeth, ready to handle this all himself now, but his father calmly moves first right then, stepping right in front of him, saying everything is under control completely. No stands just behind his wise father closely. He trusts his father now to handle it deftly. A sizable crowd gathers right around the tent scene now. Young now understands exactly just who he is dealing with clearly. No's father adjusts his own glasses slowly, fixes his hair smartly. He asks if Young remembers him clearly now. Young shudders visibly, his mouth opening in utter shock. Why? No's father smoothly slides his hands into his pockets casually. The director quickly shouts aloud, recognizing him fully as the head of the department at Sirius indeed. Young clenches his own teeth tightly, struggling hard to process why someone quite like Sirius is here presently. No is equally shocked and surprised too. He simply cannot believe his father holds such a high position at Sirius. Sirius indeed is South Korea's second largest company now, known particularly for supplying cars and devices for hunters mainly. Young, still quite shaken by the revelation, points straight at Sirius and demands to know what he is doing here then. Sirius frowns deeply and Young quickly apologizes in haste, admitting he was just simply curious truly about exactly why the head of the strategic department was even here. Young now realizes his father is not just an important figure, certainly. He oversees the entire production of devices for the company overall. Sirius softly pats his son's head gently, explaining he only came to watch his own children perform instead. Though Young seems to have a major problem with his son clearly, the director's stern face twists now in visible anger. But sadly there is nothing at all he can even do truly. Companies just like KK are nowhere truly near the level of Sirius indeed. Sirius truly is not just a high-ranking official, in fact, he is one of the key developers in this very field overall. The director bows hastily and offering sincere apologies completely, realizing he made such a grave mistake now by provoking someone of serious status indeed. Young orders his own daughter to apologize now. Jean, frozen right in place, hesitates still, her eyes dart all around in sheer confusion, struggling so hard to react. Two boys whisper that, wondering aloud what kind of argument this really is. It looks like Jean and Noah were arguing loudly, but in the end, she lost badly. They laugh softly, saying she deserves this all for always picking on others. Jean lowers her head sadly. The boys warn the others they're not to look at her, or they might just get into trouble too now. She really wants to apologize, but her voice visibly shakes. Tears well up quickly in her very eyes, and she runs far away. Sirius gently places a hand on Noah's strong shoulder, saying simply that they should leave right now. As for hitting him so hard, they can consider themselves quite even. Young bows politely to Sirius, who walks slowly away with his son right there and tells him to take good care of himself. Noah worries not about the consequences, but Sirius turns him around quickly, kneels down and tells him firmly not to handle things all alone. Next time definitely he should come to him directly instead. Sirius smiles softly as he tells No he is still actually too young, and that relying now on his parents is completely normal now. No looks toward his father and Sirius then takes his hands gently. No thanks him warmly, promising himself he won't forget this warmth ever again. Elsewhere then, on the upper floor of a ruined building now, a man, sharp in a suit, is smoking calmly. He turns slowly to the young man sitting on the couch there, asking directly if it was really necessary indeed to come all the way here to hire him. The client explains clearly he has a big deal ongoing, but some certain people are unfortunately in his way currently. He needs urgent help handling them swiftly. The young man glances briefly at his own phone. Then he asks quite directly about the agreed payment. A suitcase then appears right in front of him, brought quickly by an employee. Inside the case, there are stacks of solid cash now. 5 billion up front now, and another full payment if the job is fully completed. The young man eyes intently the reward there. Reaching swiftly for the suitcase now, a blue whirlwind of pure mana emerges from his hand at once. He acknowledges the payment quickly and in an instant there, the money vanishes completely into a dark black portal. The employee stares onward in confusion now, not understanding fully where the money precisely went. He turns slowly to his boss, who can only mutter in disbelief truly. The boss smirks subtly, flicks away his cigarette then laughs loud. Meanwhile, back at a department store then, Yuna beams brightly with excitement as No follows right after. Julie approaches silently from behind closely, placing gently her hands on No's shoulders quickly. He hasn't been to a shopping center in quite a while now, but the exhaustion surely feels all the same still. She leans quietly in, mentioning softly that they had just arrived, and hoping he isn't too tired now. Bruno apologizes quickly to No, who just asked for something tasty there. His gaze shifts suddenly to Bruno. Something certainly feels off right now. This man clearly has no visible mana at all now, and No wonders now how an ordinary office worker is truly able to hide it so perfectly indeed. Blue light flickers deeply in No's sharp eyes as he intensely focuses now. Bruno keenly notices the intense stare and then asks directly, "What's currently wrong?" No quickly pretends now to be just looking intently for his sister and also Julie. The mall is quite crowded, Bruno mentions now casual. The girls had clearly said they were heading straight to the 5th floor, before abruptly running off, so finding them won't be easy at all here. No sizes up, remembering sharply that his dear sister can now mask her mana rather well. Bruno simply pulls out his own phone now, reassuring him softly not to worry too much at all. They definitely have a clear way to actively track them down now. No's sharp eyes widen suddenly in pure shock on the displayed screen that their precise location is actively being monitored here. In absolutely real time, Bruno casually tucks the phone deep into his coat pocket right away. When No pointedly asks him if Julie quite knows this, Bruno casually replies now that it's still just a secret for now. Bruno quickly clears his throat loudly and promptly suggests they get surely moving. As they both stand here, a hooded figure approaches slowly from the opposite direction nearby. Passing closely by, the stranger clearly grins and quietly mutters that, "Let it now begin." They walk in different directions now, but No glances back. Blue flames flicker around the hooded figure there. A unique tattoo on his arm stands out sharply. He recognizes this very man from his past life now. No clenches his fists hard. He remembers that certain grin. "It's no name?" Bruno urgently asks that. "What's wrong?" No hesitates just slightly, struggling a bit to make any sense of it all. Something definitely feels off suddenly. He tells his uncle now that something strange is happening right now. After just a brief moment then, he detects 3 individuals very nearby with suspicious mana energy still. No truly is surprised by this, but quickly realizes that the energy is not coming from No Name himself. It is indeed from 3 completely different people entirely. One individual is wearing a baseball cap low, another person is bald indeed, and the third has a bucket hat on. He quickly conjures 3 small orbs made of mana, and sends them swiftly toward the 3 individuals there. Each one is squarely hit, allowing him to pinpoint their exact locations now. He is quite certain these 3 are experienced hunters now. The marked individuals start moving around in sheer confusion. 2 of them seem particularly panicked as they scan their surroundings carefully, trying so hard to figure out who targeted them precisely. The third person, the one wearing the bucket hat there, remains perfectly still. Bruno finds this very strange indeed. The other 2 suddenly decide to move in opposite directions quickly, suspicious of their quick actions indeed. No follows the bald man there. No watches as he weaves through the crowded area closely, carefully tracking his every movement with intent. Suddenly he reaches right into his pocket, and discreetly drops a mana stone onto the ground below. No immediately understands just what is happening there. These people are clearly planning to cause chaos inside the mall soon. Before he can react, mysterious blue lights begin appearing everywhere now. The crowd erupts now in total shock. As the eerie glowing spreads widely, people instinctively back away slowly. Then a massive black portal materializes right above them all. Confusion now ripples through the crowd there, as they stare in utter disbelief now. Whispers then fill the air. Some wonder if this indeed is the monomall distribution they have only heard about in faint rumors only. A piercing scream suddenly comes from somewhere behind No and Bruno indeed. Countless monster hounds pour right out from the portal now. In an overwhelming swarm indeed, the creatures launch a wild attack, targeting the terrified shoppers right there. One by one, other monsters now begin spilling into the entire mall, flooding every single floor. The mall's emergency announcement system blares loudly to life, urging all visitors to evacuate immediately from here. But before the full message can even finish now, a monstrous figure swiftly lunges forward and silences the announcer in an instant right now. Meanwhile, No Name remains firmly on his call. The overall operation is proceeding exactly as thoroughly planned. Anyone who dares to interfere there must be eliminated on the spot now. Panic now surges right through No. This attack on the mall was truly never supposed to happen at all. Somehow the future has changed quite completely now. He realizes everything shifted when the Kraken terribly attacked the city there where he bravely saved his parent. A monstrous hound suddenly charges quickly at him from behind. Bruno reacts instantly now. He strikes the creature's head with full force there, sending the beast crashing across the wide floor, without wasting even a second there. He grabs No by the shoulders and really forces him to focus. They need to reach Julie and Yuna before it is very late indeed. No regains his composure fully. Their mission is very clear now. They must indeed get to Julie and Yuna no matter the cost. No and Bruno sprint urgently toward the escalator now, pushing quickly past the panicked large crowd. As they bravely fight their way forward now, Bruno checks carefully his tracking device. Julie and Yuna are currently still on the 5th floor. His anxiety only grows with every single passing second. As they both near the very top of the escalator, a mysterious figure suddenly steps right in front of them there, blocking their direct path. The man slowly then lifts his head. His gaze is locking onto No and Bruno now. The man smirks subtly under his bucket hat then, and casually asks them where they are headed soon. No observes his very stance, analyzing his mere presence. This particular man is at least rank C or even higher now. Being stopped just now at such a crucial moment here is the last thing he truly needs. He wastes absolutely no time summoning his own mana fast. He quickly forms a powerful energy sphere right away, but before he is able to even make a simple move there, Bruno quickly acts first in a mere instant. Suddenly, his own fist crashes hard into the man's very cheek indeed. The sheer impact sends the man sprawling flat onto the cold floor now. Blood trickles steadily from his face as his bucket hat falls off slowly. No freezes up. He never expected Bruno to be this very strong now. Without any real combat gear or enhancement devices currently, he took the man right down in a single mighty blow fast. His earlier deep suspicions were absolutely right too. Bruno is certainly far from ordinary it seems. Bruno steps forward quickly and grabs the man's head hard. Mana surges powerfully through his hand as he prepares to strike once again now. Before he can properly land the hit now, No swiftly intervenes there. No steps right up and delivers a brutal kick precisely between the legs now. The man groans loudly, his body curling in evident agony. Bruno glares hard at him, but he brushes it off quite easily. Killing him would only complicate matters further. He surely knows this from past experience. The last precise time he eliminated a no-name without extracting vital information, the lasting consequences were truly severe. He certainly will not make that same mistake again at all. No tells Bruno they urgently need to move to the 5th floor immediately now. He complies quickly, muttering aloud about how terrifying kids these days truly are. He actually never planned to kill the poor guy, just merely knock him out cold. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor itself, just mere moments earlier, as the mall's loud emergency announcement blares widely, Una, who casually was browsing through some clothes there, accidentally drops the clothes she casually was holding. Julie looks keenly around, trying to make proper sense of the entire situation, while Una is still piecing everything together carefully. Wonders indeed if there was an unequal distribution of mana there. Wanting to confirm her growing suspicions now, Una activates her detection skill immediately. She closes her eyes tightly and focuses intently as her mana field expands greatly, scanning the surrounding area now. Yuna quickly counts 6 monster hounds on the perilous 5th floor here. If they are not quite careful, they could soon be cornered here. She opens her eyes fully ready to reassure Julie that she will protect her safely. Before she can finish her sentence, Julie suddenly screams loudly. Yuna snaps her head around swiftly. A hound monster leaps directly at her then, ready to strike hard before Yuna can even react fast enough. Julie grabs her hand quickly and yanks her to the side now. She snatches a clothing hanger swiftly from a nearby rack quickly, and channels mana directly into it full. Julie tightens her very grip, reinforcing the hanger with even more mana. Anna, with a swift motion indeed, she swings, striking the hound and sending it flying away. Yuna stands frozen still. She had always just assumed Julie was an ordinary human being, but seeing her wield mana so effortlessly changes everything now. Julie is a player, glancing at the now heavily damaged hangar. Julie sighs deeply. She will need to replace it later for sure. For now, she turns quickly to Yuna and urges her to head straight for the evacuation point now. Bruno and No are likely already waiting there. As they continue to move forward fast, more hound monsters begin emerging right from behind them. Their numbers are steadily growing large. Julie holds Yuna close, moving carefully to avoid detection now. But the hound's sharp sense of smell makes escape quite impossible. Within mere seconds, the monsters lock onto their presence now. As they sprint quickly through them all now, Julie hurls orbs of mana directly at the pursuing hounds close behind. Each and every strike slows them down a bit, but deep down inside, she surely knows the truth now. These monsters are even faster than she expected now. If this keeps up here, her mana will surely run out. She needs a weapon, something that won't drain her precious energy. Up ahead quickly, Yuna spots a distant escalator. Julie calls out loudly, warning her to quickly stop, but Yuna keeps on running fast. Then she looks right up and sees a hound monster is already midair there, leaping straight directly toward her now. She freezes completely, its glowing eyes lock onto hers tight. But instead of great fear, a strange calm washes over her mind. The fear Yuna once felt when facing the Kraken is completely gone now. Mana energy surges powerfully through her whole body, flowing naturally now, as the attack comes her way soon. She leaps quickly left, narrowly dodging the incoming strike, then twists midair gracefully with perfect precise control. She lifts her right leg sharply and kicks quickly. The crushing impact is truly devastating. The hound monster hurtles right off the edge of the 5th floor there, vanishing quickly into the depths far below now. But as Yuna exhales ready to smoothly land soon, suddenly, her foot slips. Julie appears swiftly, catching her just barely in time now. Julie grips Yuna so tightly, her heart racing fast. She quickly asks then if Yuna is quite okay. Still smiling gently, Yuna reassures her she's just fine. More hound monsters now flood in from almost every direction, cutting off their only escape. Julie scans the entire area and spots the escalator. She quickly turns now to Yuna and asks if she can make it. Yuna nods slightly. Mana energy pulses strongly through their very bodies as they push off the hard ground. In one swift motion here, they leap up, and their feet land so safely on the escalator. Julie doesn't stop. She urgently tells Yuna to get down quick. 2 hound monsters stand poised on the upper floor now, furious indeed that their fleeing prey has slipped far away. Julie clenches tight her fists. Without proper combat gear or a weapon still, fighting right here will surely be difficult. She desperately needs something quite solid to use soon. As they near now the bottom of the escalator, a hound monster suddenly leaps down sharply from high above, aiming straight ahead for Julie indeed. She grabs a mannequin torso quickly from the side now, and swings it with absolutely full force there. The brutal impact is intense. The monster is sent flying then, crashing right off the escalator and fully out of sight quickly. She doesn't stop at all. 2 more hounds charge straight at her too, holding the mannequin tight now like a weapon there. She swings again, knocking both creatures away in a one swift motion indeed. Yuna watches on, amazed wholly by Julie's skill there. Meanwhile No and Bruno move ever cautiously through the area. No suddenly stops still, noticing lipsticks scattered there, and other cosmetic products, lying scattered across the floor all around. He picks one up quickly, rolling it lightly between his fingers here. If he truly has nothing else now to use as a weapon here, this surely will have to do instead. He throws the lipstick quickly at one of No Name's henchmen right there. He deflects it with such ease, just as he fully expected indeed. It truly was never meant to actually hit him. The moment truly his attention fully shifts now. No rushes right in now. He strikes truly hard at his shin now. He stumbles slightly, but it isn't quite enough to take him down completely. He follows up swiftly with a powerful punch straight to his head now. The sheer force of the blow is utterly devastating now. Leaving his face bruised, No quickly reports to Bruno that he asks him if he has fully finished on his end there. Bruno confirms. Now all that remains is for them to head upstairs directly. Just precisely as Bruno prepares to move forward, No stops him there. He believes that if they wait just a moment longer, they might just be able to sense their targets more clearly. After a brief, tense pause, he successfully pinpoints their locations exactly. Before he can even react, a hound monster crashes right down from the upper floor, followed quickly by 3 more. No and Bruno immediately look up sharply, scanning carefully the area above them all. They see Noah and Una safe above. With that reassurance fully obtained, they grab some weapons from their fallen enemies nearby, and make their way swiftly upstairs then. As they move quickly, Bruno asks if they need any protective gear too. No thoughtfully considers his question there, but feels confident now with just the short sword he picked up before. No suddenly stops quite still. His grip tightens around the sword firm. Bruno keenly notices the shift in his behavior and asks them what's truly wrong on the floor above them now. A man in a sleek black jacket stands motionless indeed. They instantly recognize him without a doubt. It is the very same person they spotted on the ground floor earlier. His mana energy surges now, radiating an intense aura strongly. No turns to Bruno sharply. and asks if he is the one behind the chaos in the mall now. Bruno confirms it, certainly. Bruno instructs No to go and find his older sister swiftly, but he refuses to leave them there. He firmly declares that he will be the one to take him down himself. Meanwhile, Julie and Yuna find themselves approached by two henchmen of no name now. One looks rather surprised to see a foreigner just then. The other grins wickedly along with him. Amused by the situation slowly brewing, they start moving steadily toward Julie and Yuna soon. Julie immediately steps bravely in front of Yuna now, shielding her fully. The henchmen will be forced to retreat soon enough, as the Sela are certainly on their way. But just before that can truly happen, they decide to amuse themselves a little longer now. Julie is utterly disgusted while Yuna trembles right behind her. Julie urgently urges Yuna to find a safer place to hide. She promises Yuna she will surely find her later, but Yuna refuses flatly. She insists she can even fight. Tuan earnestly begs Julie not to worry so much about her. Before Julie can argue any further now, the hooded man suddenly shouts aloud, declaring firmly that they won't let this kid escape them. Almost instantly his partner menacingly appears behind Yuna, blocking her very path. A chill runs down Yuna's fragile spine. She stands frozen stiff as cold sweat trickles down her back now. Before the sinister man in black can lay a hand on Yuna at all, Julie grabs a mannequin torso hard and swings it at him with great full force. But just as this desperate attack is truly about to land now, the hooded man quickly pulls out a loaded gun and fires swift. The unexpected shot sends the heavy mannequin flying straight from Julie's hand. The startled man in black flinches hard, wincing in pain as he clutches tightly his ear now. The hooded man smirks darkly and warns Julie now not to do anything reckless. He firmly tells her to cooperate fully. If she refuses this demand, she will surely have to deal with the consequences. The man dressed in black advances toward them. He suggests a one-on-one fight before Sela fully arrives here. He then picks Yuna specifically as his sole opponent. Complete panic surges through Yuna as she stumbles quickly backward, desperately pressing herself right against a solid pillar. The man smiles slyly now, raising his own hand toward her. He calmly tells her now not to be afraid of him, insisting clearly that he really isn't a bad person. His cruel fingers reach out intently for her, but just before he can indeed make any contact, Yuna suddenly jerks her fragile head sharply to the side, barely avoiding him, losing not even a single moment to lose now. She swiftly ducks then sprints quickly away, but no matter just how desperately she tries hard to escape from it, it's quite hopeless truly. With a quick burst of raw man, the wicked man moves now in a blazing flash, quickly grabbing Yuna's right arm before she can get farther away. Yuna's very eyes widen now in shock, acting purely on instinct alone. She channels mana fully into her palms, unleashing a fierce attack. The powerful blast forces the man to leap quickly back. In swift response, both of them summon magical barrier, their wrought energy colliding fiercely midair. The man dressed in black stares directly at her, visibly surprised indeed at her power. He never expected this girl, Yuna, to wield such immense mana so well. Enough power to launch such an attack and create a barrier simultaneously. He truly can't believe he's being forced into a standoff with this mere child, but he simply has absolutely no patience for this. Reaching deep into his pocket, he pulls out a wicked dagger. He knows very well that if he captures this very girl, he surely will be rich beyond measure, and he lunges forward fast, slashing hard at her barrier with a series of rapid strikes. Yuna tightly grits her teeth now, bracing herself tightly as each heavy blow collides hard with her strong shield. The protective barrier holds firm so far, but the relentless assault still doesn't stop. The determined man keeps hacking fiercely away, his dagger striking over and over again. With each strong impact, the blade grows duller now. Now it is almost half its original, sharp side. Yuna keenly watches his expression shift now, and wonders if she has finally made him give up soon. But quickly before she can react fully, he suddenly thrusts his bare hand straight through her barrier completely. Shock washes over her completely as his fingers clamp tightly around her arm then. A truly sinister grin spreads across his dark face then. Meanwhile, far on the ground floor of the mall then, reinforcements coming from the Sela clan finally arrive swiftly. Their immediate priority is to evacuate civilians soon, before dealing with the monsters wreaking havoc all around. As they quickly move to fully control the dangerous situation soon, a very strange creature materializes right in front of them now. The entire squad freezes stiff and sees a rank 8 swamp slime there. Their brave leader wastes absolutely no time at all, and orders someone to urgently call in long-range attackers before engaging now. But one of the melee fighters steps directly forward boldly. He firmly insists there is absolutely no need for backup soon. He can handle it all alone, gripping his axe tightly. He charges ahead swiftly, his weapon radiating with raw mana now. To him indeed, all monsters are essentially the same thing. You cut them all down, swiftly until they are truly nothing. With that dark thought, he swings his axe straight into the slime's vast body. The very moment his weapon abruptly makes direct contact here, his brutal attack stops dead. The massive slime begins to shift and move. Its massive fluid body shifts quickly, and engulfs him entirely at once. Within mere seconds, he is completely devoured whole. The rest of the squad watches all in sheer horror now. Their brave leader reacts almost immediately now, shouting a vital warning loudly to the whole team. Physical attacks alone are completely useless against this special slime. They have absolutely no choice now, but to report this dire situation to the casters high above. The hooded mysterious man smirks darkly, pleased indeed with the perfect timing of the monster's dark arrival. Thanks mainly to all the chaos below, he and his secret ally have now plenty more time to deal with the two girls. He turns sharply and orders Julie quickly to finish all of this now. Julie still remains quite silent, leaning against a cold pillar. She steals a quick glance at him now. Not so far from where she stands still, Yuna's panicked screams echo loudly through the air. She still cannot understand just how the man in the black shirt managed to break cleanly through her barrier so quickly. The man answers casually that if he could not even do that simple thing, he would not be truly worthy of being called a player at all. Before he can say anything more there, a burst of raw fire erupts fiercely from behind him. Then he quickly summons a barrier, just in the nick of time, shielding himself well from the incoming intense flame. Julie stands tall with one arm raised straight, fingers forming the shark shape of a gun now. Mana-infused fire still flickering fiercely at her fingertips too. She fires once again, shouting loudly for Yuna to run fast. Realizing he simply cannot fight both of them all at once, the man shifts his immediate focus, blocking all of Julie's raging attack, which gives Yuna a vital chance now to finally escape. The hooded man then turns directly toward Julie, clapping his own hands slowly in amusement now. He did surely not expect her to be capable of such an attack. Julie, now with nowhere safe to run indeed, lunges backwards swiftly and unleashes yet another fire strike. But the hooded man sees it clearly coming now. He raises a protective barrier in an instant then, rendering her wild flames utterly useless now. Amused quite slightly, he calls her a beautiful little doll, and tells her plainly to stop wasting any energy. Fighting ultimately is pointless, when they could instead be doing something far more interesting. Yuna keeps quickly running, leaving Julie alone to deal with him now. Hearing his very words just fills her with an intense rage. She kicks off her stylish heels, rips away the fabric now restricting her leg, and glares fiercely at it. She refuses utterly to be treated like some simple doll. She channels her fiery power once again, determined absolutely to burn him right down. But he acts unimpressed now. Her attacks are too predictable perhaps. Before he can finish precisely, his eyes widen and he reacts instantly, summoning a strong barrier right in front of him. But the very moment it forms up, it shatters away. He brushes off the fiery embers now, clinging to his shoulder still, watching her closely there. That surge of raw power now, that sudden leap forward in strength can only mean just one thing now. She indeed has an amplification gift within. The man dressed in black continues his hot pursuit still, as Yuna sprints rapidly through the mall, panting quite heavily. He keenly follows her straight into a toy store nearby. Yuna swiftly backs up hard against the tall shelf, trapped completely, with nowhere left to really run to now. She channels her mana into her legs and leaps high onto a nearby shelf up there, snatching a toy box quickly from down below now. She hurls it swiftly at him, but he reacts near instantly, activating a barrier strong, that deflects it with great ease too. Frustrated much, he slams his firm foot hard against the shelf itself, shaking the entire structure badly. Yuna loses her balance quite quickly and begins then to fall. Seeing clearly his golden chance, he channels more mana into both his hands now, aiming precisely to cripple her legs badly and keep her for sure from escaping away. Just right before she hits the hard ground now, she swiftly activates a barrier strong, of her very own, clashing directly against his own. The sudden resistance truly catches him off guard now. Now he struggles intensely to hold his defense firm. As her strength surges rapidly, she starts counting inside her head now. With each passing second, her raw power builds high. When she finally unleashes all her gathered energy now, the shockwave explodes outwards, using his barrier as a strong foothold. She launches herself swiftly toward another shelf over there. Before she lands squarely, he attacks her again suddenly, but she reacts just in time, dodging with such precision now. In that instant, she remembers Julie's earlier fire attack clearly. Inspired so much, she decides to replicate that move, forming her fingers now into the precise shape of a gun. She gathers potent mana right at her very fingertip. Confident truly in the flawless execution here, she fires the brightly glowing projectile ahead, a technique she confidently calls mana bomb. Then, it rockets forward faster than even he can fully register now. It strikes him straight on. A massive explosion violently tears through the wide area, thick, heavy smoke swallowing absolutely everything directly in its path ahead. Just outside the toy store, the hooded man stares in utter shock now. He never expected his partner to be taken down like this by a mere child really. Yuna bursts quickly out of the store itself, gripping a baseball bat tightly in her hand, as she calls now for Julie. The hooded man hesitates then. Fighting now would be quite risky indeed, but backing down would mean all his efforts were completely wasted here. Julie quickly spots Yuna rapidly approaching her, and immediately yells for her to stay well back now. She is truly about to unleash her full, awesome power soon. But before she can truly act, the hooded man swiftly moves first though. A magic circle suddenly appears beneath her feet, and chains shoot quickly out, coiling tightly around her legs. As she struggles fiercely now, he steps purposefully forward, quite uninterested in any fair fight. He grabs her firmly from behind, locking her completely in place now. She violently thrashes, but his powerful grip holds firm still. A sinister grin spreads widely across his face most evilly now, as he, whispering softly that she never ever saw this coming tonight. Yuna watches in utter horror, as she realizes Julie is truly trapped now. She moves again to quickly step forward even now, but the hooded man tightens his strong hold, and presses the sharp blade closer now, making it quite clear that if she takes one more step, Julie could be seriously hurt indeed. Rage now boils inside Yuna, and she almost screams aloud. But before she can react, the man in the black shirt reappears fast, and brutally drives her head right into the floor. Yuna stares in pure shock. That explosion should have surely killed her. Yet he still stands there, seemingly unharmed now. The man smirks slyly, as if even reading her thoughts there, and tells her a mere child could simply never kill a real player ever. Pinned firmly to the ground, Yuna is now helpless here. Unable to fully reach Julie, she watches as Julie desperately calls her name aloud. Just as everything seems utterly lost now, a sudden, powerful surge of energy fully erupts from deep within Yuna. Mana flares uncontrollably upwards now, crackling fiercely through the air in violent bursts of power. The black shirt man stumbles swiftly back some step. He never truly expected this much pure power from a mere child ever. If this continues on, she could end up fully blowing apart the entire area still standing firmly. Yuna screams out loudly for Julie at the same exact time too. Julie fiercely fights against the hooded man's harsh grip now, calling right back to her, extremely frustrated. He urgently warns her to stop struggling hard, but she refuses, quite annoyed indeed. He ruthlessly drives the hilt of his sharp dagger into her stomach. The brutal impact knocks all the air from her fragile lungs then, and she collapses completely, utterly unconscious right now. The hooded man coldly orders his partner to handle Yuna while he takes Julie away. The black shirt man sneers cruelly, asking her sharply if she has a death wish now. Without waiting there for any answer at all, he swings his powerful fist, crashing hard into the side of her poor head. The devastating impact shatters her protective barrier completely apart. Mana disperses swiftly and her vision blurs badly. She desperately struggles to hold on now, but darkness swallows her whole. In her unconscious state then, Yuna drifts through a familiar void sadly. Memories surface quickly of a past encounter in this very same space again. A deep, unfamiliar chilling voice had once spoken gently to her, offering immense power. She clearly remembers a note, warning her sternly never to listen to that voice ever. It was too dangerous then, nothing truly had happened back then really. But if the situation were different next time around, no one truly could predict the final outcome then. No had promised to help her grow stronger indeed, the right way always. He had firmly urged Yuna to live a normal life now, to never entertain that dark voice ever again. As a sign of their pact, Yuna had linked her pinky with No's hand, sealing their sacred promise, but waking up now here, coughing up blood, all she feels is deep regret. She whispers an apology to No in her heart silently. This time now, she has absolutely no choice. She has something precious she must deeply protect now. Her dear friends, her beloved family now. They deserve true peace always. And if breaking that very promise is the only true way to ensure it full, then so be it then. Her hands now tremble visibly, but her gaze hardens as she locks eyes directly with the black shirt man now. The man smirks cruelly, watching her struggle to stand tall. He swings out, aiming precisely to finish her off for good completely. But before his lethal fist can land at all, a powerful strike from behind sends him flying far. Bruno's fierce punch sends the man in the black shirt sprawling, tumbling harshly across the cold floor. Yuna exhales in relief now. Bruno, noticing her very weakened state, removes his warm coat and drapes it over her shoulders gently. He commends her now for fighting bravely indeed, and reassures her that she can leave the rest all to him now. Standing tall there like a giant bear, Bruno's overwhelming presence fills the hooded man with growing fear. In a single swift step, he closes the distance fast. Before his startled opponent can even react at all, Bruno grabs his head hard and slams it into the rough ground, while lifting Julie's unconscious body into his other strong arm. The violent impact shatters the floorboards beneath them violently. Nearby lays the dagger now, belonging to the fallen hooded man rolls toward the black shirt guy. He hesitates just slightly before picking it up quickly, his fearful eyes flicking to Bruno's trembling hand. As he holds Julie tight, deep gashes cover her fragile body. The man in black forces himself now to move, gripping the dagger tightly as he charges forward. He lunges forth, shouting for Bruno then to die. But Bruno doesn't flinch, his fist swings in a devastating arc now, slamming hard into the man's face and sending him crashing far away. Bruno's fury fully reaches its absolute peak. His very voice drips now with righteous wrath indeed, as he vows solemnly to make them pay fully for what they did to Julie and Yuna too. Mana surges powerfully through his entire body surely as he steps forward now. The man in black is sprawled there on the cold ground, begs desperately for mercy now, but Bruno, consumed utterly by rage, tells him to settle all his business in hell down there. He gathers now all his remaining mana into his own hand, and ends the fight quickly in a single final blow. A few days earlier, just before the attack on the mall itself, deep within a remote, dark forest area, two men loudly argue inside an old shack here. One of them is certainly a subordinate, protests strongly against the excessive orders given precisely by a man known as No Name. This very group was responsible actually for forcing Kim Kyung, the vice lord, to quickly resign now. Frustrated further, the subordinate brandishes his spear fiercely, vowing to kill No Name now, and deal with Gil's Young Jun too. He lunges forward, unleashing a rapid flurry of strikes fast. But something is clearly off here. No matter how many times he attacks, his intended target remains untouched still. Before he can truly react, a blade pierces his very stomach from behind. Panic wildly sets in as he realizes the grim truth at last. No Name's gift truly is disorder itself, which distorts perception itself thoroughly, making it nearly wholly impossible to land a solid hit. No Name watches calmly onward as his strength quickly fades, muttering softly that he simply talks way too much now. With a sharp sword in one hand firmly, and a thick rope in the other now, No Name wraps the strong rope around the struggling man's neck tight, and hoists him upwards onto a very high beam swiftly, as his desperate victim kicks frantically, gasping hard for precious air. He tells him calmly he will personally take loving care of the man's whole family, especially his beautiful wife, and treat her extremely well later. He chuckles darkly now as the struggling slows noticeably. The legs twitch rather briefly before going completely still now. No Name thanks him never for all the hard work completed, then walks away swiftly a few days later onward. Local authorities discover the poor subordinate's cold corpse soon, inside the abandoned old cabin of Vice Lord Kim Kyung actual. They also find a suicide note subsequently, leading them to believe he took an extreme way quite out. At the mall's big logistics warehouse itself, 6 ominous figures stand waiting calmly now. No Name arrives, his sharp gaze sweeping across the whole room, as he asks openly if anyone else will be coming. A young man surely with a bowl-cut hairstyle steps forward slightly, reporting directly that Shinhwa clan members have already arrived presently. Their men who were stationed over there earlier have simply lost all contact clearly. Given the tense situation, they wisely decide to retreat immediately there, but before they all can leave quickly, the young man clearly with the bowl cut suddenly asks them, No Name directly about the small child standing behind him steadily. No Name looks quite confused really, turns around sharply to see who he is now referring to. Adjusting his glasses slightly, he is utterly shocked now. No stands right behind him and finally speaks up, stating calmly that he is glad No Name has noticed his presence at last. No Name appears completely bewildered by this. Questions swirl rapidly in his mind. Who this child really is, and how long he has been standing there unseen. Even the bull-cut-haired subordinate is surprised. Never expected his captain to fail to recognize the child at all, assuming perhaps it might just be a lost kid simply. The young man asks No Name directly why he looks so very tense. Since No Name remains silent still, the bull-cut-haired subordinate decides swift. There is truly only one course of action now. He will kill the child now with a single slash surely. He warns No Name that children should never follow strangers recklessly ever, as something truly terrifying might well happen soon. As he prepares quickly to strike down, No calmly places his left hand into his pocket deep, channeling mana powerfully into something he holds there. The very moment the young man swings his sword now, No swiftly pulls out a dagger as well. With just a single slash, he cuts cleanly through the subordinate's neck, killing him instantly indeed. Blood splatters fiercely across the ground. The 5 remaining individuals freeze right there. Their eyes are locked on No in stunned shock, having so effortlessly taken down the subordinate himself. No looks down at the lifeless corpse with a totally blank expression, realizing perhaps he shouldn't have killed him quite so quickly. No's Name, who had been standing exceptionally close, immediately jumps quickly back now, and commands the remaining 5 to stay sharply on guard. Realizing that the child before them is truly no ordinary kid, they quickly draw all their weapons now. No notices their reluctance clearly and smirks slightly, mocking them now, he wonders if they are truly scared of a simple dagger alone, held by a little boy with barely any real combat experience whatsoever. Tilting his head slightly with a playful grin indeed, he boldly calls them a bunch of cowardly chickens now. His taunts truly strike a raw nerve deeply. Four of them now, blinded completely by rage, charge at once. This indeed is exactly what No want. Grinning even wider, he swiftly activates his skill, Heavenly Steps, in a mere instant. He slashes through all four in but a single motion. They drop dead even before they realize what just happened. Now only No Name truly remains. No's playful expression fades quickly as he points his dagger at No Name. He asks why No Name is just standing idly there. If he refuses to move now, then he will come to him instead. No Name struggles mightily to process what just happened there. A mere child had cut down 4 advanced players in mere seconds. Attacking so recklessly is no longer an option here. He quickly channels purple mana throughout his own body, and dashes now at full speed straight toward No. No watches his movements with a slightly bored expression. The very moment No Name swings his blade high, No dodges with utmost ease, lifting his leg swift. He channels mana fully into it now, and delivers a powerful kick squarely to No Name's left arm. The forceful impact sends him staggering sharply back. No observes him with complete disinterest indeed, compared to the formidable opponents he will soon face in the future. No Name's crude strength is essentially meaningless. Then, quite without mercy now, he states a bitter truth. No one really knows No Name because he is utterly insignificant. Hearing these harsh words, No Name is consumed completely by rage. Mana surges then wildly all around him now, as he unleashes a relentless, furious barrage of attack. No is bombarded harshly with slashes from No Name, yet not even a single strike manages to actually touch him. No Name rather begins to intensely wonder how this very kid is dodging each attack so very effortlessly. No still evades all with such ease. Calmly states that he has clearly already experienced this. No Name's so-called special gift proves totally useless indeed against him. No counters. A swift kick to No Name's leg sends him stumbling hard. He leaps dramatically forward and unleashes a rapid flurry of slashes. As his sharp blade cuts fiercely through the air, he firmly tells No Name to calmly calm down, assuring him gently that he has no such intention of killing him. No raises his own blade high above him indeed, and soon enough, the entire room is drenched deep in blood now. After wiping out the very last of the enemies there, No and Shin then step outside the mall itself. All around them, officers are quite busy cleaning up here, removing bodies of both the terrorists and innocent victims too. Shin stares intently at the devastation all around, struggling just to believe that the terrorists managed to really cause this much utter havoc there. No, upon hearing all this now, asks directly if she was able to capture them all. Instead of answering now, Shin looks straight at it, and clearly states that he now owes her a huge favor indeed. No acknowledges this now, promising to repay his debt sometime in the future. He directly asks Shin now to take good care of No Name. Shin agrees fully and begins walking slowly toward No Name now. But as Shin approaches now, No suddenly hesitates just a bit. Something indeed has been bothering him for a noticeably long time, and this very moment is his golden chance to find out the stark truth. He abruptly stops Shin then and tells her quite firmly to wait, before reaching hesitantly for No Name's dark sunglasses, determined now to finally see his obscured face at last. No Name immediately panics visibly and pleads urgently for him to stop, but No ignores him completely and boldly pulls off the dark glasses. The very instant his true face is fully revealed that both No and Shin recoil sharply backward in complete horror. No intensely struggles just to look at it for barely more than a fleeting moment. Shin, standing closely right behind him now, looks even substantially worse there, barely holding back the strong urge to vomit. They quickly both realize that they simply cannot keep staring now. No swiftly puts the dark sunglasses right back on him now. No Name and turns abruptly to leave just as he starts walking briskly away. Someone suddenly calls out urgently to him from directly behind. He swiftly turns to see Julie standing there now, with Bruno carrying Una too. He is quite relieved indeed to see them safe now. He rushes swiftly toward them, overwhelmed utterly with joy. Not long thereafter, the mall incident becomes a major news story that covered extensively by every media outlet now. A reporter on television announces solemnly that on December 17, at exactly 3 p.m., a terrible terrorist attack took place inside the mall. The conflict involved summoned monsters then, and hired players too, fighting fiercely against the terrorists there. The notorious leader of the terrorists, identified simply as No Name, was captured finally. Shin played a truly crucial role in their ultimate defeat. According to all the very latest reports right now, the tragic death toll has sadly reached 23 souls. In direct response to the sheer tragedy, the Celestial Maiden government issues an official firm statement, expressing truly deep condolences to all the victims now. A mysterious lone man watches the news intently on his TV. His intense eyes remain locked now on 4 individuals on the screen. A slow, wicked grin slowly spreads across his dark face. That he has finally found them now at a small cafe indeed owned by Young's father. A magical barrier surrounds the cafe now, preventing ordinary people from recognizing them clearly. Inside now, No and Shin sit across directly from each other. No responds saying he wanted to thank her truly. But there is another valid reason behind this meeting. He asks straight, what happened to the no-name group? Shin reveals grimly that the entire group has been sentenced to execution. The very first ruling of its kind since the Celestial Maiden government was established here. No asks right away about the person who hired them. But Shin only deeply apologizes sincerely, stating frankly that she is not in a position now to disclose that key information. Seeing clearly that Shin has made her stance very clear, No backs off carefully. Shin then asks directly if that was all he wanted to know. No also seeks relevant information about the fate of the Sabiak group. Shin explains plainly that the president, Lee Yoon, has safely returned finally, prompting swiftly the group's heirs to temporarily withdraw directly from everything, and instead focus intently on social welfare services primarily. Shin now prepares to leave, stating clearly that she has other matters to investigate further. As soon as Shin exits the cafe swiftly, Young's father approaches closely and informs No that the others will be arriving soon too. He then directly asks if she still plans to wait here patiently. No thanks him kindly and decides firmly to stay. In the deep past, the group's succession war had erupted among three sons fiercely, with the eldest soon emerging victorious finally. Now everything is quite different now. No fully realizes the true extent of the changes he has caused now, saving his own family from the Kraken attack bravely, preventing entirely the deaths of the kindergarten children then, reducing significantly casualties in the mountain incident sharply, stopping bravely the terrorist attack at the mall quite timely, and even preventing the succession war entirely within the group itself. The future indeed is no longer set firmly in stone now. For the first instance, he feels free from the old fate now, that once tragically led to the deaths of her comrades sadly, including Pering and Lee Jong now specifically. By evening now, No is at home having dinner with her family there. Taking a deep breath in, Yuna announces clearly that she wants to become a player now. The very moment she speaks those words, No chokes on his food quite suddenly. The entire family turns to her indeed, in utter shock and surprise. A definite chill runs right down his spine now, as he realizes this is another unexpected change in the timeline itself. Naturally, No rejects the very idea outright and firmly. He slams one hand hard onto the table suddenly, as he tells Yuna firmly that becoming a player is truly nothing but a reckless decision really, it is just not meant for her in truth. But Yuna strongly refuses to back down there. She argues strongly that No will never understand unless he lets her just try. No clenches both his fists quite tightly. He cannot deny Yuna's clear potential, but he simply never trained her exactly to become a player at all. He only ever taught her before to control her mana itself. He truly wanted her to live a very long, healthy life really, far removed from all the dangers of that dark world. Yuna completely refuses still to back down now, insisting strongly that this is truly what she desired. Their parents just sit there in silence now, clearly frustrated indeed. No demands now to know why Yuna is so very eager to abandon her normal current life. The life of a player is not glamorous, not respected really. It is filled with true blood, sweat, and much suffering. But even after hearing all of this tough truth, Yuna stands firm, resolute, no matter how truly difficult it is. She simply wants to save all people. She does not ever want to spend her whole life being protected alone, watching helplessly from the sidelines while many others fight now. Their intense argument drags on until their mother finally intervenes gently. With a sigh she tells Yuna that if this is truly what she wants that she is quite free to pursue it, pursue No snap. Shouting in pure frustration, the outburst startles their younger sibling now, who then bursts right into tears quickly. Their mother immediately scolds No for raising his own voice loud, and comforts Yuna with tearful sad eyes immediately. The little one looks up at No and mutters that she truly hates him. No turns now to his parents again, demanding outright to know now if they truly have no real issue with Yuna becoming a player anyway. Their kind mother explains that while they do not fully understand just how dangerous a player's life truly is, they will still support Yuna now, if this is what she truly desires indeed. Their father agrees quite strongly, believing in Yuna's full capability, and deeply trusting her to make all the right decisions always. Hearing their warm approval, Yuna gets up now and embraces them both warmly, thanking them greatly for believing so much in her always. No watches in total silence. If their dear parents have already decided now, he no longer truly has the right to strongly oppose it now. The important meeting room is quite crowded now with many people. The president then calls on SEO John here to present the gathered facts overall. SEO John begins presently by explaining clearly the shocking terrorist attack that just took place in the mall, clarifying clearly that the assault was not just some external attack, but rather an internal conflict now, within the Sabiak group itself. He then outlines quite clearly the group's complex hierarchy as they understand. The current power struggle fully revolves around the three sons of the chairman. Lee Yoon, the youngest here, has the very weakest support base, while the real competition truly is between the eldest and the second son greatly. The eldest, Lee Byung, is especially known quite well for his ruthless nature indeed. Many now doubt his legitimacy as true heir, believing that simply being the actual firstborn is truly not enough to make him a fully worthy successor now. The second son Lee Jong, truly, is completely quite different, well-mannered and highly skilled in management too. He is seen indeed as a more capable leader too. Based on this notion, they speculate that the terrorist attack may have been linked deeply to Lee Byung-na, who ordered this cruel attack on a business managed by Lee Jong-na. The elder asks now if the chairman is aware of these such details. They all agree, saying that the chairman reappeared from exile then, and returned swiftly to management immediately after this attack. Now, Seo Jong continues, carefully pointing out that Lee Byung's financial power did not just fund mercenary players only. From complete no-name, he likely hired the notorious Ocean Clan real. The mere mention of their infamous name sends a wave of genuine shock through the room at once. Official records do confirm that 92 hounds were captured during the Buchan incident itself, although 70% of the magic stones extracted from these fierce monsters were secured now. The remaining 30% sadly circulated into the bustling market out there. The investigation now has revealed that these same magic stones indeed were used by the terrorists in the recent mall attack case. Seo Jong's careful explanation leads the leader now to consider the dark possibility that the terrorists deliberately waited for the market price of magic stones to truly rise before coldly executing their terrible plan. Seo Jong responds clearly that level 7 magic stones are neither refined there nor perfectly filtered, making them far too easily accessible here. The leader then sharply questions whether the notorious Ocean Clan could perhaps have been the ones to purchase and then weaponize the leaked dangerous magic stone. Seo Jong solemnly states that their clan has thoroughly investigated the market circulation patterns of these very stones. If the Ocean Clan obtained them in fact, it was quite likely through a secondary, shady source now, meaning their vital information might still be incomplete even now. A deep and heavy silence fills the tense room before the leader speaks again. Earlier this year indeed, back in April, Shin discovered then that her husband, Gil Song-jun, was having a secret affair with an heir straight from the Dangun group. Now, the real truth behind Gil Seang-jun's hidden intentions has truly become clear. He must sever all ties with the Dangun group completely and fully commit himself wholeheartedly to CBI. This very reason explains today's important meeting. The wise elder questions whether they themselves are preparing carefully for war. The powerful leader responds, stating that open war might truly not be the absolute worst option. However, another man sitting closely nearby raises a very serious concern now. Divine Tempest is definitely also a member originating from the notorious Ocean Clan. A bald man speaks firmly up, countering directly that the Ocean Clan is certainly not the only one present. With a total of 12 sovereign and powerful members, their own side presently has the mighty Thunder Emperor. However, another concerned man argues firmly that this might simply not be enough. The strong Thunder Emperor is unfortunately still too young after all. No matter how much of an actual genius he truly is, it would indeed be difficult for him to match Divine Tempest directly in battle. The leader decisively stops the initial idea of war, but firmly refuses to let the troublesome Ocean Clan go unpunished now. Instead, she confidently makes a very decisive announcement. They will fully and utterly support Lee Jong, the second son, as the rightful heir indeed, and organize a crucial meeting to teach the Ocean Clan a lesson. It is now the 4th year of Celestial Maiden's rule still, and No has moved up to the 2nd grade of elementary school yet. Minji finds it incredibly annoying that the 5 of them are still together. Siona definitely agrees, though she had initially worried that they might be separated now. Despite this, No hopes he will not have to see Sina again this year at all. That way he can finally feel fully at ease, certainly knowing he will not have to deal with her in the future again. While No is lost in deep thought there, Choi, sitting right beside him then, leans in rather closely and whispers. He points out the group of 4 boys at the very next table, their eyes fixed intently on No and his friends now. Their expressions alone make it crystal clear they are troublemakers indeed. Choi, irritated slightly by their intense stares though, considers confronting them for being so outright rude now, but No, unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble at all, tells him now to simply ignore them instead. He then glances briefly at the 4 boys there. The instant their eyes actually meet up, they quickly look away then. Their reaction seems quite strange, but before No can fully dwell on it much, Minji soon reminds him of the ongoing misunderstanding now. Rumors really have spread that Choi's father beat up Siona's father badly, the very president of KK Pharmaceuticals, too. Because of this fact now, the entire school is truly now too afraid to even meet his gaze direct. No wonders now how he and his father ended up being painted as clear villains. Siona now looks rather concerned still, but No reassures her that he just does not care about the rumors though. What surprises No the very most however now, is Choi's drastic change indeed. He used to be short-sighted, but now he's become much taller though. He asks then what Choi has been eating to grow so very much. Choi simply replies now that he has been intensely trained under the boss's exact instructions given. As part of his training plan, he also drank the juice made by Young's father ever since. Hearing this, Noah is even more puzzled now. He clearly remembers telling Minji and Siona to drink that juice because it helped restore their mana energy so well, but he had absolutely no idea it also boosted physical growth in them. Now unfortunately, he is the shortest among them all. Frustrated now, he decides to start drinking a full tall glass of that juice every single day. Not too long after now, the distinct sound of footsteps fills the air as the teacher briskly walks right in. The teacher introduces himself proudly as Di-hoon, their new homeroom teacher for the entire year ahead. Just from his mere aura and mana presence alone, no one can tell he is no ordinary person whatsoever. Later that very afternoon, the old man inside the library asks his personal assistant for a proper report on recent significant events. The assistant informs him clearly that the parent, who attempted to have Jean Siona expelled promptly, arguing unjustly that she is indeed just a demi-human, have been completely and utterly removed right from the school. Everything now has been handled precisely according to all his direct orders. Satisfied now, he praises his assistant's overall efficiency, but his inner thoughts still linger on KK Pharmaceuticals and their quite failed attempt to manipulate class placement and separate all the children. Thanks entirely to his team's great effort, they luckily managed to counteract the company's interference and keep Young safe in the same class as the others still. He then pointedly asks about KK Pharmaceuticals again. The old man Minjun now finds it utterly ridiculous that they would go to such extreme lengths to target a mere child, a child he considers as very precious as his own grandchild indeed. Min Jun pointedly asks his assistant again about class arrangement. The assistant now explains that they have assigned a former player, who sadly retired now due to a very severe injury. Despite this grave fact, he assures Min Jun now that the individual most certainly remains highly competent in education now. Min Jun then asks exactly where this person was previously assigned. The assistant quickly responds that according to what he has heard thus far, that individual was once surely part of the regulars agency. If this very person was part of such an elite organization then he must be quite reliable looking at the documents here in his hand. The old man confirms now the teacher's full name indeed. The very old man recalls asking Yunna whom specifically she wanted to be in the same class with. After smoothly moving up to the second year now, she had simply said she wanted to stay with her good friend. However, since her own father had told her that it would be difficult, she had accepted whatever particular fate had in store indeed for her. Since this was truly her wish, Min Jun had promised to make it happen now. After closing the old book, the old man reflects on how unexpectedly quite interesting this developing situation has become so far. He had been merely reading alone then, but now he has a child he truly wants to treat as his own grandchild. In an abandoned building now, No and Yuna wait as Shin Yuna is a bit surprised to learn that No knows her well indeed. Hesitantly, she explains clearly that they became close after meeting at that cafe. A gentle pleasant breeze begins to blow now, signaling Shin's swift arrival by manipulating the wind itself. Shin expertly turns the breeze into a small tornado to clear the space now. After just a few brief moments pass, the whirlwind quickly fades, and echoing footsteps approach in the distance. Shin gracefully lands right in front of them and apologizes for making them wait there. No, clearly quite annoyed now, replies that they have indeed waited far too long already. Shin playfully calls No picky and reminds her gently that plenty of other people would truly be desperate to meet someone just like her. Meanwhile, young Yuna respectfully greets Shin properly. Shin warmly responds right back, telling her not to use formal titles like 12 Sovereigns or Divine Tempest anymore, but to simply and casually call her big sister instead. At that precise moment, Shin secretly activates her keen detection ability. Almost immediately, she senses something truly shocking indeed. Yuna's mana reserves are absolutely enormous now, even though she is carefully controlling all of it. The sheer vast amount inside her is definitely far beyond normal limit. Shin now realizes that once other individuals discover Yuna's incredible potential, they will quickly rush to claim her as their very own, including herself as well. No asks Shin to hand over the item he requested prior. Shin nods, confirming that she brought it along. Among the items she has brought are a storage device, and a mana stone as well. Inspecting the mana stone quite carefully now, No finds them in perfect condition altogether. Turning to Yuna, No asks if she is truly ready to become a player. Then, Yuna responds with complete confidence and resolve. Seeing no further objections, No finally stops there. resisting her decision no longer. No retrieves a long sword from the storage device given by Shin, but before she can use it freely. No states that she must first pass a crucial test now. Yuna accepts without any hesitation here. No warns her to be careful while handling the device carefully, and Yuna assures that she understands everything completely, watching the exchange intently. Shin smiles at how much No deeply cares for his older sister here. No channels mana into one of the stones completely, ensuring it is fully charged before throwing it very far away. Then the stone rather begins to emit a blue, vivid glow, illuminating everything all around them so brightly. Dark black smoke rises ominously from the glowing stone, and from within the darkness, a small monster emerges forth. It now lets out a rather sharp cry, that its long ears twitching softly as its pink skin glows faintly. Despite its truly intimidating entrance just now, the small creature looks almost unexpectedly adorable. This monster is now classified as an 8th class beast known as Perry indeed. Una, still visibly trembling slightly, stares at it all in utter confusion. It does look too cute perhaps to be a real monster. No rather confirms that it is indeed a monster called Porori here. Regardless now of how harmless it seems now, Yuna's grim task is ultimately to kill it now. But faced so closely with its innocent appearance now, she now hesitates briefly. No now understands that Yuna is quite determined to become a player, but she also deeply wants her to realize here that this harsh path is indeed filled with suffering now. Yuna cautiously steps forward slowly. The small monster hops toward her now. Completely mesmerized absolutely by its sheer cuteness, she starts believing it poses virtually no threat now. No shouts sharply for her to stay alert, and rushes toward her fast. Yuna looks at him in obvious confusion still. Unaware indeed of the danger, the cute monster's aura dramatically shifts then. Its mouth stretches open unnaturally wide suddenly, revealing razor-sharp fangs as it lunges swiftly at her. Before it can reach her at all, No delivers a brutal kick with force, sending it flying violently across the whole room. The impact was so strong that the creature is instantly defeated right then. Yuna, still quite shaken up, listens closely as No scolds her that if she judges monsters only by their appearance, she will easily be killed then. She lowers her head now, unable to directly respond to it. No pointedly asks if she wants to continue on. Yuna doesn't answer right away just yet. Instead, she thinks deeply about all the times that No and Julie have truly protected her from real danger. She truly doesn't want to be someone who always needs saving. She certainly wants to be strong enough to protect others as well. She finally responds now. She wants to continue onward. She refuses firmly to let fear control her now. After decisively cutting down another fierce monster, her trusted sword drips now with purple monster blood. Her strong grip weakens now, and the weapon slips from her hand. Her weary legs shake violently before finally giving out soon, and she collapses heavily to the cold ground then. Shin is watching intently from the side there, is shocked greatly that Yuna managed to succeed after full 15 rounds. Meanwhile, no one rushes quickly to her prone side now. Yuna sits weakly on the ground, breathing heavily still, her hands trembling greatly, as she stares at them covered in dark blood. No immediately embraces her now then. Offering reassurance clearly, Shin observes this, seeing all this unfold, is reminded keenly of her own distant past and the harsh reality of becoming a player here. She understands now better than most how exceptionally difficult it is truly to reach this high level. In the end, a true player must always be quite strong. A few days later now, in their 3rd grade classroom there, the homeroom teacher arrives with a full box of milk cartons here. The teacher instructs the class president to step just outside now, and bring him the exact number indeed needed for the students present today. Once they finish drinking soon, they are expected to return all the empty cartons to the box then. The students fully understand the clear instructions given, and the class president quickly organizes all of them into a line straight away. To distribute the milk, each student then receives a carton now, including No, who politely thanks the class president kindly now. This routine suddenly reminds him of Beck Leon just then, who also greatly disliked drinking any milk at all. Back then, No had taken it quite upon himself to encourage Beck Leon telling her to drink milk daily so she could grow taller indeed. He snaps right back to reality when Choi whispers softly to him, and discreetly places something small right into his very hand. No quickly looks straight down and realizes quickly, it is indeed a magic item of sorts now, that can transform regular plain milk into chocolate milk now. He then asks where Choi actually got it. Choi replies that he secretly bought it this very morning, while visiting a general store nearby. No hesitates a bit and asks now, what would happen really if they were caught by the teacher? Choi confidently reminds him of what he has always taught, that they should not fear punishments from teachers at all. No silently agrees, finally realizing he may have unintentionally influenced Choi's way of thinking perhaps, since they have already decided now to break the rule. He takes the item from Choi and prepares now to mix it into their milk. Choi grins widely and praises him before they can even drink. Choi notices an announcement printed now on the milk cart. No glances at it quickly and pauses now. The message printed is a request. asking children now to pray for the safety of their compatriots suffering greatly in Italy. This reminds Noah that this indeed must be the year when people in Italy were experiencing such severe hardship. Later during recess, Noah walks sadly alone toward Yuna's classroom. As he climbs the stairs now, his thoughts drift back to yesterday's event. He still keenly feels guilty for making Yuna cry then. He truly hopes Yuna doesn't get too depressed about it. Just as he turns a corner in the hallway here, he suddenly collides with someone there. A senior indeed with yellow hair who had been messing around with his friends early. Glaring at him directly, the senior questions why he is even here now, pointing out firmly that he is clearly not a 6th grade student there. His friends begin to approach quickly from behind him, joining in now. Already completely fed up with unnecessary trouble of this size now, he considers all this just another ridiculous problem for sure, which only fuels the yellow-haired senior's anger further still. One of his friends says plainly that since No bumped into their leader here, he should certainly be the one to apologize now then. Another senior sneers coldly, calling No arrogant now before demanding to know precisely which class he belongs to. No studies the yellow-haired senior quite closely. He looks oddly familiar indeed, if his memory serves correctly now. This surely is Lee Kong-hyuk, a player quite known for controlling all the back alleys in Seongbuk district. Despite truly lacking exceptional raw talent as a player himself, Kong-hyuk surely had a sharp and keen understanding of people's weaknesses, allowing him then to manipulate his own subordinates with great ease. His whole organization firmly controlled all information regarding the slum rough areas of Seongbuk district itself. Kong-hyuk indeed has lived in Seongbuk since his childhood days. No true wonder if that clearly is the real reason. He surely was able to establish quite an intelligence group right here. One of them bluntly pushes Nose back now, and rather scoffs that these kids these days are far too arrogant. The senior figure with the yellow vibrant hair grabs No roughly by the collar and lifts him up slightly there. A sizable crowd fully gathers watching all of the intense scene. Many clearly cheer loudly for Kong-hyuk now, urging him truly to put the arrogant kid right in his very place. No is unsure just how to deal precisely with these so-called strong seniors here. Briefly fully considers threatening them just now. At that crucial moment, a truly powerful surge of blue mana rises up from behind it, just precisely as the senior pulls his fist fully back to swing fast. The intense blue energy now condenses into a massive, snapping force, ready to send him flying indeed, before No's attack can fully land. A familiar voice then calls out from a distance No immediately recognizes now. Yuna rushes quickly toward them and stops Kong-hyuk right in his track. She commands him sternly to stop, quite flustered indeed. Kong-hyuk earnestly tries to explain it. No, on the other hand however, feels a sudden raw surge of anger burning. This very guy dares to like his own older sister now? The mere thought alone is truly infuriating indeed, and for a brief moment, he even considers killing Kong-hyuk on the spot then. The two seniors behind No step forward boldly, claiming that No had rudely bumped into Kong-hyuk previously, without even apologizing politely, and that they were simply teaching him a lesson for his arrogance alone. She pointedly questions why now they think they truly have the right to discipline her younger brother. The very word younger brother makes Kong-hyuk freeze up now. Yuna steps even forward and fixes her gaze to shoveled collar indeed. She had expected something just like this to happen at all, and is clearly frustrated still under their intense gaze now. Kong-hyuk awkwardly scratches the back of his own head now, lets out a somewhat nervous chuckle and then apologizes deeply. He then tries to justify their actions here, saying they were clearly not thinking straight at all today, and promises firmly it will certainly not happen again soon. Repeatedly he apologizes again and asks if Noah is really hurt badly. Hearing him act so concerned only makes Yuna much more irritated even. She firmly grabs Noah's hand tightly and silently walks away now. As they leave, Kong shouts right after them that, wishing Yuna there a good day forward too. Kong also tells No that if anyone ever dares to bother him now, he will personally take proper care of them all. His empty words make No even more annoyed deeply. Once they have walked far enough away now, No suddenly asks then if Yuna actually likes that guy truly. Yuna is quite confused by how he refers to Kong right now, as he is actually much older than him overall, but No seems really serious as he asks again if Yuna really likes him truly. Yuna does not respond now and simply walks ahead in total silence after. Then Yuna abruptly turns faces No, and smiles brightly. She tells him softly that the person she likes the very most is No, so he does not have to ever worry about her being taken away by another guy at all. Saying this sweetly, she offers to walk him right back to class now. A few days earlier now, No's grandmother walks through the heavy rain outside. A bag full of fresh vegetables sits in her loving hand. She just safely returned now from the bustling market trip, but as she makes her own way slowly home alone now, she thinks deeply it has been quite a long time indeed since Noah and Yuna visited her. She was overjoyed certainly to see just how much they both had grown up. And even little Yunai, bless her heart, is already a sweet 3 years old. As she continues walking slowly, she passes a very narrow alleyway there. From deep inside now, the faint, soft sound of coughing reaches both her ears. She stops suddenly, hesitating for just a brief moment, then, unsure if she misheard somehow, then she clearly hears it again now. Clearer this time now, turning her kind head toward the dark alleyway she sees a dumpster placed at the very source of the sound there. Cautiously now, she steps right forward and slowly lifts the heavy lid up. Inside the cold dumpster, she unexpectedly finds a child. A demi-human one with blue soft hair and animal-like pointed ears. The sight truly shocks her. The lid slips right from her very hands now. As she realizes this poor boy has been utterly abandoned here alone, she kneels gently beside him and reaches out so gently to him. But the instant she touches his fragile skin now, she flinches back, realizing he is freezing, feeling the touch of another human. The young demi-human before her remembers the cruel, harsh words of the men who captured him before. They had even planned to sell him off, and if no one bought him then, they would simply use him then as a punching bag instead. When he was absolutely no longer useful to them, they cruelly dumped him like mere garbage now. Terrified deeply, he instinctively slaps the grandmother's reaching hand away, and tries desperately to crawl right out of the dumpster fast. Desperate to escape it all, but in his weakened, frail state, he stumbles badly and collapses onto the cold, hard ground now. Seeing him struggle so much, the grandmother grows even more deeply worried for him. She carefully takes a tentative step toward him then, but he spits out such hateful words at her, telling her to stay right away. Instead of being angered by this, she only simply becomes more concerned now. She then takes a step closer to the boy right now. Overwhelmed with great fear, covers his head with both hands still, expecting a harsh beating, but after just a moment he realizes the rain is no longer falling on him above. Slowly now, he opens his eyes and sees the old woman's figure, holding out her umbrella to shield him there now. With a hesitant voice, she offers to take him straight home. In the present day, no. And the family visits their grandmother's house. Indeed, she is already waiting there at the front door now, delighted to see just how much they have really grown now. Their own mother standing beside them closely, sighs gently and mutters her quiet jealousy, amused that No still acts so childishly around the old woman now, despite behaving much more maturely indeed at home. It makes her feel just a bit left out truly. No hearing this at all, forces a nervous laugh and pretends to be surprised so much. Grandma chuckles and tells her daughter that she is acting like a kid now. Grandma then turns to their father right after, teasing gently that it must be exhausting to live with her daughter always. Meanwhile, Yunai clings tightly now to her dear mother. Sensing this moment, Grandma kneels right down and gently greets her then, reminding Yunai that they surely met last year too. Yunai doesn't quite seem to remember at first sight, but slowly now starts recognizing her kind face now. Grandma smiles with a warm, gentle smile, asks how old she now is. Yunai lets go of her mother's hand, runs quickly over to Grandma and holds up 3 small fingers. Beaming brightly with pride, she announces she is now 3 years old today. Grandma's very eyes light up with pure joy. Yunai giggles, quite thrilled to receive such praise always. Watching closely their sweet interaction, No smiles lightly to himself. Grandma invites them right inside now, offering now to order their favorite fried chicken dish. Yuna and No agree now without hesitation then, as they now step gently into the yard. No suddenly senses a rather unusual mana presence here. Something feels quite off now. He activates his detection ability swiftly, narrowing both his eyes just as they are about to enter now. He urgently warns Yuna to stop her walking. In the distance, he then spots an unfamiliar energy form now. At first glance, he assumes it belongs to some monster, but something distinctively about it feels different here. The energy feels too tame indeed. It could even be a thief. Without a sound then, No presses a finger to his lips gently, signaling young Yuna to stay very quiet now. If someone indeed has broken into Grandma's house, they definitely need to be quite careful. He carefully peeks through the doorway and spots the strange creature inside. Strangely enough, its small body does not seem nearly as large as the potent energy it is giving off. Its tiny ears twitch, while its small nose sniffs the surrounding air. Seeing now an opening in its keen awareness, No keenly realizes this is his opportune chance now. He quickly then pushes open the wooden door and leaps forward fast. Aiming a quick punch, the strong impact causes a loud sharp noise inside. Instantly too, catching the immediate attention of the adults outside there. Startled greatly, they all rush swiftly inside to check what just happened. No fiercely demands to know why this young boy is even here. The boy looks rather confused now, looks at him and asks quite innocently if his chicken has arrived yet. No instinctively steps immediately back. Then his full recognition truly sets in. He mutters softly the boy's very name, Jean Parang. Later that very night, after Grandma explains everything in precise detail, No's parents finally fully understand the whole situation. Grandma explains further that she had carefully planned to tell them once they had arrived safely from the big city, which is precisely why she only revealed this matter now. At another nearby table, No, Parang, and Yuna eat fried chicken together happily, as they are all happily eating No suddenly fully remembers that this was indeed the very area where Parang lived. He never quite imagined their initial connection would begin this strange way, with his dear grandmother deciding quite suddenly to take Jean Parang in, and of course, let him comfortably stay at her lovely house. Parang notices No staring right at him closely. Parang grows rather irritated now. He demands quite angrily to know why he is being carefully watched while eating, making it crystal clear that the fried chicken in his hands, it belongs only to him, and he has absolutely no intention at all of sharing. Grandma immediately scolds him, quickly reminding him to watch his harsh language. Parang falls silent now, but still keeps staring intently at it. She kindly reassures him that if his food happens to run out, she will get him much more, but Parang mutters under his breath that, calling her such an old hag, No clenches his own fists in anger now. Seeing him this incredibly rude to his dear grandmother, he never expected him to be even much worse than his past harsh life. He decides to quickly fix his terrible attitude, starting right now. No grabs a soda bottle quickly from the nearby table, and politely asks his very own grandmother for her permission to take Parang outside just to play for a bit. Parang just simply looks at him then, unable to fully comprehend why No suddenly wants to go outside with him right now. With clear suspicion in his young voice, he now demands to know precisely why he has to play all alone with him. Before Parang can completely finish complaining now, Grandma interrupts quite kindly and grants No sweet permission, seeing it really as a good helpful way for them to bond well. As No and Parang urgently get ready to leave now, Yuna eagerly asks to join them too, but before she can even move, No firmly tells her to stay behind. No quickly moves behind Parang and orders him sharply to move, but despite No's clear insistence now, Parang refuses outright, making it clear he has zero interest in playing with it. Frustrated entirely by his stubbornness still, No grabs the very back of his shirt and gives him a sharp tug. A threatening look is given. He tells Parang firmly to stop making any excuses and come with him immediately now. No, truly losing patience now, drags him forcefully out of the house. Once they are far enough away now, No suddenly throws him roughly in the middle of the street, as Parang groans loudly from the harsh impact now. When he finally manages to recover, he opens his weary eyes and sees his fried chicken fallen on the ground. His very face twists sharply in despair now. No says people don't avoid disturbing dogs truly out of respect, but rather because they are seriously afraid of being bitten quite badly. With that single gesture, he snaps his fingers sharply, and a glowing barrier instantly forms all around them, encasing them both within a shimmering dome. Parang's very eyes widen as he stares now in shock. The real reason for this barrier is simple indeed. No one doesn't want to be interrupted or possibly overheard ever. Inside this barrier now, No looks directly at Parang and tells him plainly he isn't just a dog, but judging by the way he spoke rudely to Grandma earlier now, he truly doesn't seem much like a human being either now. He is surely going to teach Parang how to live like a proper human being now. Hearing this now, Parang demands to know if No is trying to pick a fight here. Deep down inside, he already dislikes him quite a bit, and this entire situation only makes it even worse for him now. But No simply doesn't care at all. He lunges quickly, moving forward with incredible speed and power. Parang fails completely to dodge in good time. The very first strike lands directly on him, and he screams loudly in sharp pain. The bottle itself might look ordinary enough, but to Parang now, every impact feels like being struck hard by actual cannonball. Between the relentless attacks now, No now forces a lesson in respect upon him that he reminds Parang to show some gratitude to the woman who took him right in, gave him food, even let him sleep in her very house, and even cared deeply for his injuries now. No finally pauses, allowing Parang to catch his breath at last. He collapses hard onto the cold ground, barely able to move at all, but No is still quite furious. He hasn't quite forgotten the way Parang insulted Grandmother, calling her an old hag. His mana surges powerfully now. Growing even stronger, he resumes the harsh beating, delivering yet another round of brutal strikes indeed. Parang screams out for help, desperately hoping someone hears him out, but no matter how much he yells so loudly, his desperate voice will never reach the outside world. No reminds him now that the barrier blocks all sound here. No one at all will come to save him now. No taunts him, saying that if he really wants help now, he should try using telepathy to contact the adults then. But, alas, he can't use telepathy himself right now. He is only just 10 years old still, far too young indeed to have learned something like that now. At that very moment, No suddenly recalls something Parang once bragged about, that when he himself was just 10 years old truly, he could already skillfully use telepathy back then. Swinging the bottle yet again there, No asks if he truly deserves another hit for that utter deception. The very sound of his voice, the sheer force of his blows now, and Parang's desperate cries remain completely trapped inside the dome still. The next following day, Parang kneels on all fours in the family's house, still feeling the burning pain of No's strikes in places no one can fully see. When No's parents ask his exact age and what grade he is in overall, he admits truthfully he has indeed never been to any school now. Parang hesitates just slightly, but he forces himself to fully finish his sentence before completely falling silent. Now, No remembers clearly hearing about how Parang was bullied back at the academy. Then No steps even closer, gently placing a hand on his shoulder calmly. He warmly offers to have Parang join his very own class soon. No insists that the second grade itself would be absolutely fine too. No pressures him quite intently to agree that, while his mother asks politely for her own opinion there. Unable to outright refuse, he reluctantly accepts the offer, which truly makes No feel unhappy inside. Grandma playfully comments on how swiftly the boys have found common ground now, and his caring mother agrees wholeheartedly, then turns to Parang closely, who was actively trying to avoid him directly, firmly grabbing him now by the collar. No roughly drags him along, suggesting they casually walk a little longer there. But I'm protests aloud, but it's already far too late now. The celestial maiden herself. Gaio calmly sits at a large table, while two guards stand closely nearby still. Across from her sit the esteemed Italian ambassadors now. Albert and Jenko carefully discuss their elaborate plan next to help thousands of Koreans willingly return to their cherished homeland soon. Albert clearly lays out a critical condition. They must eliminate first the fearsome monster in the North Atlantic, the very strongest creature amongst the entire first-rank monsters group, powerful enough surely to destroy an entire nation utterly. First-rank monster, the mighty Leviathan itself. Guy calmly takes a slow sip of her tea graceful, and asks them directly if they would be satisfied merely with simply supplying the soldiers there with potions now. Albert acknowledges the potion's incredible effectiveness quite fully, and ease of use, then says aloud. They already agreed to trade Mediterranean mana steel for the potions quite clearly. Guile agrees it is an unneeded item for them right now. Then Yanko lifts a leg infused with dark energy and shatters the table completely. Guile orders her guards not to hesitate there, while Albert hurriedly pleads for help indeed with the Leviathan quickly, in exchange for her people completely. Gale stays calm, just asking for a tissue to wipe her lips slowly. After calmly finishing her tea, Albert warns Jenko not to go too far then, but Jenko flatly refuses to stop it now. He claims his harsh words must be true since Guile has not denied them clearly. He then insults Koreans stating all they care about is kimchi only. One of Guile's guards clenches his fists tightly in pure anger, but she firmly remains unbothered at all. Then a heavy pressure suddenly fills the room whole. With just a single sentence, Guile forces both ambassadors down to their knees sharply. Yanko collapses completely while Albert grips the table just to stay upright now. She agrees now to Albert's dire condition swiftly, promising faithfully to help retrieve the Koreans trapped in Italy now. In direct return, she pledges her full and utter support, sending the Divine Spear Namgung and two other elite players to greatly assist. Right after firmly making her crucial decision, Gaio sharply snaps her fingers, swiftly lifting the heavy pressure from the entire room. Both men now drenched in a chilling cold sweat sit frozen stiff in shock. Albert violently slams his palm on the table, accusing her loudly of certainly going too far indeed, but she calmly responds now that if they have any complaint, they are absolutely free to voice them now. She warns them sternly that she will report their exact behavior to the International Mona administration now, making crystal clear that South Korea will definitely not tolerate any disrespect here. Jenko, completely unable to hold back his rising anger, pulls out his device swiftly and summons forth a long sword now, shouting loudly that he will indeed kill every single South Korean representative here. Albert urgently tries to stop him, but before either can act now, a sudden wave of freezing cold mana violently explodes directly in front of them there. Jenko's entire right leg is now instantly trapped solid in ice there, firmly pinning him helplessly to the cold hard ground now. Complete fear takes over him, as his instincts clearly warn him that any movement will mean certain death. The very source of this immense power stands before them now. Seeing Jenko frozen completely in fear still, Gaio remarks aloud that at least he is not completely foolish now. She abruptly ends the meeting and coldly orders them to leave quickly. As the heavy doors close tightly behind them all, Jenko is left seething in rage, powerless to do anything at all. Inside the majestic blue house here, the maiden's loyal personal guard advises her to be very cautious now. He reminds her gently that she is no longer just a famous actress but the celestial maiden of Korea itself and must act accordingly then. She keenly looks directly at her guard Park Sang-jin now, and asks him if he speaks as her bodyguard or as her former manager instead. Sang-jin stays completely silent. Another guard snickers quite audibly, mocking him loudly for not understanding women's hearts at all. The goddess sharply turns to the blonde-haired guard then, Lee Young-hyun, and firmly warns him against mocking his colleague now, especially since he also failed to submit an important official report on time. She sternly demands it immediately from him. Young-hyun quickly apologizes and hands the report over. He then reports that the Italian sent a Maserati Gran Turismo as a gift offer. The goddess herself does not recognize the name mentioned, so Young-hyun explains that it is a luxury car, quite popular with Big Mom, meant now to symbolize friendship between both Italy and South Korea. He further adds that Big Mama might indeed be more reasonable than the ambassador they dealt with earlier now. The maiden and Sang Jin remain silent, deeply thinking. Then she orders young Hyan to return the Maserati and deliver a clear message. She states she does not need such kinds of gift. He hesitates, sincerely trying to change her sharp mind. But she simply ignores him. She has truly never met Big Mom, but the crucial information she has gathered paints her as unkind, and possibly outright hostile. The two ambassadors sent earlier serve as enough clear proof. Big Mama is either currently planning something big, or perhaps looking down on all of South Korea. With this firmly in mind, she orders young Hyan to assign his very most trusted agent to closely monitor the Italian ambassador now. He must report any truly suspicious activity immediately too. Young Hyan understands perfectly and leaves promptly. Once he is totally gone, the maiden walks to the window directly. Sang Jin is standing nearby still, feels quite relieved that the negotiations went much better than expected. She agrees it was all thanks to the magical potions from Alice Pharmaceutical. Their clear debt to the company remains undeniable still, especially to one key engineer indeed, Young Suk-hoon. She plans to properly thank him soon. Once their dealings with Italy are fully settled finally, Sang Jin agrees quickly to relay the important message that, but warns also that provoking the Italian ambassador could be truly dangerous. Dial looks directly at him and asks if he is speaking as her bodyguard now, or something else completely. Sang Jin falls silent right away. She simply dismisses his concern right there. In the next room, the divine spear is truly ready. If anything happens at all, it will be the ambassador's fault alone. Julie walks happily home glowing with happiness now. She visited the hospital earlier today and received life-changing crucial news. She is 6 weeks pregnant now indeed. Overwhelmed with pure joy, she looks up at the bright blue sky now, watching a plane soar above her head there. She pulls out her phone now and calls Bruno then. Meanwhile, not so very far away indeed, Yunho and his close friends cross the busy street there. Hearing Julie's cheerful, happy voice clearly, Bruno is quite confused and asks if she has eaten anything. Julie is eager now to share her thrilling news too, but wanting to tell him fully in person today, decides to wait as soon as the phone call ends soon. Julie can hardly contain her sheer excitement now. She simply cannot wait to see Bruno's reaction when he hears all the news. But just as she stares at her lit-up phone screen, a chilling voice calls out her full given name there. Julie Valentine indeed. She looks up in utter shock now. Yanko himself is standing right before her now, casually strolling much closer still than. He greets her warmly, commenting on how beautiful she has become lately. Julie steps backward, but before she can fully escape away, Albert and two others quickly block her very path. Yanko swiftly covers her mouth tight to silence her cry. Their true intentions are indeed quite clear now. They certainly plan to take her back to her old prison. Not long after, Julie calls Bruno once again now, sensing something is truly wrong this time. He hesitates briefly just before answering her call. This time now she only thanks him for simply everything, and firmly tells him not to actively look for her anymore now. Bruno jumps quickly from his seat there, shouting Julie's very name aloud in great shock. Julie grips the phone tight, her hands trembling as she struggles to speak. Sitting right beside her now, Jenko praises her greatly, saying a princess really must let go of love for the sake of a normal life now. Meanwhile, No and her good friends visit a nice ice cream shop. Yoon then suggests hanging out simply at her own house, mentioning her dear father's cafe has truly great air conditioning. Siona eagerly and happily agrees right away, but No and Minji both decide to first stop by their houses indeed, before heading over to the cafe as planned. Minji warns No not to waste crucial time playing around there, and end up late again. She still vividly remembers how frustrating it all was that last time. No lost track of the time on their quick way home indeed. They witness something truly alarming and shocking. Julie is being forcefully forced into a car suddenly. At first, No is rather confused by this sight, but as he intently looks closer at the people surrounding Julie now, he recognizes some of them, and one face stands out the absolute most. The very man with orange hair, Jenko, appeared. He wonders just why someone like him is even here. He quickly recalls reading all about Korea and Italy's crucial diplomatic relation. Months earlier, the mission assigned was an overranked Class 2 intense mission. The main goal was to subdue Leviathan completely, and rescue all Korean citizens trapped over in Italy there. To ensure complete success in that venture, the maiden government even sent 3 top members of the famous 12 sovereigns now. Korea suffered greatly indeed after that intense mission. Their absolute strongest player, Divine Spear specifically, returned sadly with his entire left arm completely gone. Railgun Shin Young even became permanently disabled too, due to the lingering after effects of Mana Berserk. But the very worst fate truly belonged to the florist, Bang Yanji. Officially, he was declared dead, yeah, but the real truth was far worse. He was taken prisoner in Italy by Jenko, the same man who once came to Korea as their ambassador. Behind the scenes, he cruelly tortured Bang Yanji for his own vile amusement. When all this was exposed, global outrage immediately followed, forcing Big Mama herself to intervene directly. Jenko was then publicly executed outright, putting a final end to that ugly scandal then. Now, No stands frozen right there, the man was just with Julie. He quickly hands his bag over to Mingji, telling her firmly to stay put, no matter exactly what. Mingji seems utterly confused here, asks where he's going, but No only repeats the order, stay right here, don't you follow. No tightly tightens his laces, ready now to move. He plans to track their car and immediately contact Shin or Bruno. Once he actually knows their true destination, Mana surges fiercely through his legs, and he sprints forward at his full speed. Minji barely reacts before No vanishes into the dark street. He swiftly follows the car's winding path now, stopping quite abruptly when he sees it parked ahead as if waiting patiently for it. Albert is rather surprised to see a mere child approaching it. Genko, who had sensed someone earlier there, looks genuinely disappointed now. It's No, equally surprised. No realizes they knew he was following right behind them. Genko steps quickly out, closing the distance looming between them. Without any clear warning, he swings a vicious punch at his small head. No blocks just in time, but the brute force sends him stumbling straight back. Activating his potent mana, he steadies himself well before hitting the hard ground. His focused gaze locks intently onto Genko. Genko hadn't quite expected a child to use mana so effortlessly now. Muttering to himself softly, he wonders if all Korean kids are this skilled perhaps. Albert quickly dismisses Genko's silly assumption outright, warning him sternly that the kid in front of him is no ordinary child anymore. Genko grins widely, as if finally deciding just what to do here. Planting his strong feet, he lunges powerfully forward now, aiming quickly to end it all with a single hard kick now. No barely dodges away, stepping quickly aside as the forceful attack whizzes swiftly past. He keenly gathers mana all around his own legs now, enhancing his movements greatly and dashes forth for a counterattack now. He precisely aims a powerful kick right at Genko's head, but he predicts his quick move and dodges at the last possible second. Spinning quickly around, he lunges swiftly for his very throat. Dodging midair is nearly completely impossible, but No makes a split-second critical decision now. He channels even more mana into his legs there and launches a second, stronger kick now to send him quickly flying. Just even before it lands, Genko swiftly raises a barrier. No uses it now as a foothold, propels himself quickly into the open air, and keenly gathers mana within his hands, carefully forming a sphere now. He hurls it swiftly straight at his own barrier there. Genko pulls sharply back, just barely in time now, reducing the major attack's overall impact. The charged mana sphere barely even grazes him there. No keenly lands, breathing very heavily. Genko flexes his wrist, now keenly aware of the kid's surprising mana control indeed. But now no matter how incredibly skilled he truly is, he's surely still just a child, completely without warning given. He erases his presence and vanishes quite quickly, reappearing right behind him in a swift instant. Before he can even react, his hand clamps around his throat, lifting him clean off the hard ground below. He didn't quite expect fighting a kid to be so entertaining. No gasps, or struggling at all. He channels raw mana into his own hand, but before he can fully act, his grip only tightens even more, cutting off all of his precious air. Genko reminds him he's not the only one who can use mana here. No's vision blurs if he doesn't break free soon enough. He'll surely die. He forces himself to keep desperately fighting, clawing so desperately at his constricting hand. Just as he's truly about to lose consciousness now, a sharp voice shouts. Julie steps right out of the car, telling Genko very firmly to stop at once. She reminds him of their agreement not to harm anyone she knows well. Yanko hesitates slightly, then Yanko tightens his grip around No's throat still. Albert steps in firmly, telling Yanko definitively to stop now. For a long moment, Genko hesitates before finally releasing No at last, insulting Albert and Julie there. No collapses, coughing weakly, while Genko walks steadily away toward his car. Without another single glance, Julie rushes to No quickly. Relieved he is still indeed breathing now, she earnestly thanks him for stepping bravely in, but firmly warns him not to interfere again so soon. No quietly ignores her and demands to really know what is going on now. Julie sadly remains completely silent, before quietly slipping a ring from her delicate finger and handing it to him now. She urgently tells him to take it to Uncle Bruno, and sincerely apologize to her husband on her behalf always. No hesitates slightly at Julie's sudden urgent request, but quickly before he can even respond, she urgently speaks first, saying she is happy enough with her marriage to Bruno now. She simply turns then and walks calmly toward Genko. No softly calls out to her, but she ignores him now. Frustrated entirely, he rushes directly forward, shouting loudly at Genko to move aside now, before Genko can really react. Genko instantly grabs his head and hurls him forcefully into a trash bin. No crashes down hard onto the cold ground. Genko then swiftly gets into the car with his group now and drives quickly away, leaving No behind, lying helpless there. No stares blankly at the ground in this strange timeline. He saved his own family, truly protected his friend. Everything that was ever supposed to happen has now changed. Slowly and wearily, he pushes himself right up, clenching his trembling fists so tight. He fought too very hard to escape the dark future he was meant to have. Julie definitely is part of that hard-won happiness. His weary gaze falls on the ring she gave him, and he grips it so tightly. Meanwhile, young Sukun now is in his small cafe, exhausted utterly after working all the long day. The government now has assigned him a potion production quota, and he silently wonders if he can fully meet it without sacrificing even more sleep. His loving wife approaches him with a glass of fresh water. When she kindly asks if something is quite wrong, he reassures her gently, though he feels truly overwhelmed. His personal phone rings, seeing No's familiar name. He answers, and No apologizes sincerely for calling quite so suddenly. But Sukun quickly tells him it's indeed fine. He quickly explains that something quite serious has happened here, and asks urgently for his immediate help. Meanwhile, Yuna and Shin then train closely together. Shin channels her mana deep into a strong tree, making it swiftly grow as its roots push hard through the ground. Then with just a quick snap of her swift finger, the roots twist now and surge toward Yuna like true living vines. Yuna moves very swiftly, dodging each and every strike from the strong tree's roots with such ease. Shin watches quite impressed by just how much she has improved greatly. Deciding quickly to test her further onward, Shin conjures a massive tornado as Yuna evades the relentless roots still. A sudden strong gust of violent wind surges quickly toward her. She is swept right up into the truly violent storm so hot. Struggling very hard to break fully free, Shin starts to doubt her earlier quick judgment. But then quickly, instead of panicking too much, Yuna expertly channels her own strong mana, forming a surfboard-like solid platform right beneath her feet swiftly. In an instant she rides the violent storm itself indeed, gliding smoothly through the raging winds now. Yuna shouts out in frustration at Shin herself. Shin remains incredibly calm here, explaining that real training truly should feel like a real battle. Deep down inside, she is quite impressed. Escaping her tornado was indeed no small feat, but now she is curious just how Yuna will handle what comes next in line. Shin instantly disperses the whole tornado then. Yuna loses her balance and falls from her mana surfboard below, but quickly gathers more mana beneath her there, forming a mana jelly that softens her landing quickly. Without wasting time at all, she gets up and charges right at Shin. Shin immediately launches yet another attack on her. She shapes her mana into a bullet now and fires fast. Yuna reacts almost instantly herself, summoning her jelly shield just in the nick of time to block it well. Shin is quite impressed Yuna had used her mana in creative ways now, showing off impressive imagination and skill. Just as Yuna reaches right near her, she drops her jelly barrier there, certain now of her victory. But before she even can react soon, her body suddenly freezes in place now. She struggles in confusion completely, as thick tree roots coil tightly around her leg and lift her off the hard ground. Dangling helplessly, Yuna looks down at Shin then, who fully acknowledges her quick progress, but remains quite strict when Yuna admits defeat and asks to be let down gently. Shin firmly refuses, reminding her that escaping is also a core part of the training itself. Shin's phone loudly rings and she is quite surprised to see the unexpected call. She briefly wonders now if he has caused trouble again perhaps.